Okay, this is author C.F. Goldblatt reading book one of the Luke Dodge Ocean Adventure series called Stone Shot, and it's being recorded live in front of a studio audience with Tom and Carol Stevens. Here we go. Chapter 1. T-boned by a tanker. Luke knew they were screwed. The boat was going down. He could jump and die or stay on board and die. Either way, he was dead. Luke took one last look around. "Abandoned ship," he yelled so loudly that it hurt. It felt like a whisper. He jumped, and the others followed. He hit the water head first. The sucking wash of the tanker dragged him under. He experienced no shock on entering the black ocean water. At 55 degrees, it was cold enough to kill a man in 2 hours, yet it felt warm on his adrenaline-pumped skin. The propellers, 10-foot blades at least, judging by the size of the vessel, and 300 feet away, yet would be churning through the water, hungry to turn him into deli meat. At 15 feet below the surface, resistance slowed his descent, frightening him to the core. He was disoriented, aware that death was near. A mysterious and profound clarity suddenly filled Luke's heart. He did not fear the watery world in which he was suspended. It was the evil tanker above that threatened. The water was his comfort and his friend. The world above was loud, cruel, and unforgiving. He tumbled between two dimensions, both fighting for his soul. The fight had begun long ago. Luke experienced his own conception, seeing one sperm race to beat out millions and wriggling into an egg. He remembered emerging from his mother's womb into the coldness of the world. The sensation of being born was similar to the harsh transition from the warm, secure bunk of the boat's forecastle to the deep, cold sea, a crossing from which there was no turning back. Luke recalled the events and decisions that led to his present predicament. His thoughts flashed to regret. Regret that he did not listen to his gut feeling earlier that day. If he had, he would be safe and dry on land. Luke was now 27 years old, living on his own in Malibu and running a successful seafood import-export business. Life was good and getting better. Mike, the man who had shown him the secret of the famed lobster spot that he knew as the Flats as a boy, had given him a call. "Hey, Luke, the doctor has a new 35-foot Radovich sportfisher moored in San Diego. The Radovich is a tough boat, built with nearly 3 inches of solid fiberglass at the waterline. The doctor was an old dive buddy of Mike's and Luke's. A dentist from San Fernando Valley, he had silver hair and was more than 60 years old. The Navy is halting their bombing off San Clemente Island for a few days. We're going to make a run out there. You can come if you want. Bring a friend. Should be huge halibut around. You can free dive for sea bass while we tank dive for flatties." Luke accepted gladly. The next day, Mike and Luke carpooled from Los Angeles to San Diego. Mike, never a sweet-tempered man, took the opportunity to rip into Luke. He was relentless. "You drive like a girl," Mike said. "Driving is a sport. The object is to stay ahead of the other guy. Why are you always losing in business? You have never done a smart thing diving that I have ever seen. Don't let that truck cut you off," and more for 180 miles. At first, Luke laughed it off. Just jealousy, he concluded. Then he realized Mike was hurting from his recent divorce after 20 years of marriage. Luke was a convenient pincushion for Mike's seething anger. Luke smiled and absorbed the insult. He figured he was doing Mike a favor by letting him vent. They arrived at the boat in the early afternoon. The plan was to depart about 2:30 a.m. In the meantime, Luke tried to get some rest. He lay in his bunk, tossing and turning, hearing Mike's insults over and over again. He walked up to the truck and made a phone call to his childhood buddy, Simeon. "These guys are really getting under my skin, Sim. I'm just thinking of just coming home. I can't relax with this kind of negativity surrounding me. I'm not sure if I should even be here. Something's just not right." "You already made the long trip. Just try and get some sleep. It'll be okay," Simeon reassured him. Luke went for a long walk, got a bite to eat, and returned to the boat. He figured that trying to sleep for before leaving would be a futile effort. He was restless and eager to go. "Hey, you guys, it's still daylight," Luke said to Mike and the doctor. "Let's get going now, make the crossing, then anchor at the island around 9 a.m. It's safer and we don't have to wake up at 2:30 in the morning." Mike and the doctor shrugged off the comment, decided to keep the original plan. Luke headed for his bunk. Luke, with his 100-ton captain's license and thousands of days on the sea, normally piloted a boat for the first few hours of any channel crossing. This time Luke stayed below in his bunk, trying to conceal his frustration with Mike's negativity and the doctor's disregard for his advice to leave in the daylight. In any case, it was the doctor's boat, his pride and joy, and the doctor was in charge. He had named the boat the Brenda after his wife, but the painter had misspelled her name on the transom, naming it Brinda, B-R-I-N-D-A, instead of B-R-E-N-D-A. Still moored in the slip at 2:30 a.m., which rolled around quickly, Luke felt the motor start. A few minutes later, they stopped to take on a few scoops of bait at the bait receiver in case they decided to fish between the dives. Also on board was the doctor's 15-year-old daughter, Sarah, bright and smiley. She was promise itself. She had brought along her 17-year-old boyfriend, David, lanky and hyper. He had a bad underbite, but otherwise was a carbon copy of a young Leonardo DiCaprio. Luke asked David to take a message to the bridge to wake him up mid-channel, at which time he would take over the helm. On the bridge, the doctor was at the wheel. Mike monitored the new 10-inch state-of-the-art radar screens for oncoming vessels. To keep warm, Mike zipped closed the isinglass, unaware that the action created a reflection and obscured his nighttime vision. The doctor cleared Point Loma and pointed the Brenda toward San Clemente Island, which lay 50 miles to the west. Luke, tossing in his bunk, braced to see if the boat was going to start bouncing in the open ocean. Then nothing, only smoothness. The weather god was smiling on Luke and his friends. It was a rare night for late November. Dead calm seas, no wind, clear skies. Luke relaxed and looked forward to an unusually peaceful channel crossing. Luke's anger about Mike's comments abated, and anticipation of the day to come took over as he dozed off. Now cruising at a full clip near 20 knots, everything seemed to be falling into place for a good trip. Luke lay asleep in the port bunk. The two kids were in the bow cabin. The idyllic cruise ended violently 30 minutes out. Crash! A huge sound and a massive jolt blew Luke awake. He felt the engine slamming into full reverse and revving crazily. A screeching, unearthly crunch heralded a cataclysmic impact. The sickly sound of moving mass suddenly forced to absorb its own inertia. Instantly functioning with all senses, Luke flew from his bunk. He leapt up several stairs to the cabin room door, which was jammed by the impact. Scrambling over the top of the door, he fell, tearing the skin off his right knee and on the rough sandy decking. "Get out of the bunk room," Luke yelled below. His first thought was, "Damn it, those fuckers ran the boat up onto the beach." Still on his knees, he looked up. He was confused. They weren't on a beach. He saw massive chains dragging the boat, each length 3 feet long. Luke's thoughts skipped around rapidly, trying to make a sense of the situation. Chains? Why are there chains? Did we run under an anchored Navy ship? If the ship was anchored, why are we being pushed sideways? Probably 15 knots sideways. Luke stood up. He saw the chains had enveloped the boat. Luke's sense of real danger let his instincts take over. He ran to the bow to gain a better vantage point. He looked up and up and up. "My God," he reeled. "It's the bow of a supertanker, 60 feet high, black and steel, pushing us along like garbage. We're dead." She was throwing a bow wake nearly 10 feet port and starboard. The hulking bow was just a few feet from the port boatworks. The chains suspending the Brenda delayed the inevitable coup de grace of a few precious seconds. It was Luke's worst nightmare. Since he had been a young seafarer, he had awakened in cold sweats while dreaming of being run over by a tanker. His imagined dread paled against the real horror of it. The doctor and his daughter were on the aft deck. Luke could see him frantically putting on a life jacket onto Sarah as the boat began to broach. The doctor bravely stood his ground, ignoring the calamity surrounding him until the jacket had been secured onto Sarah. The boat buckled and flexed in an unusual way. She would soon go down. Taking one last sweeping look around, praying he was wrong but knowing he was right, he yelled at full volume, "Abandon ship! Jump!" He rammed into the cold, dark water, an ugly dive, but deep and true. It was quiet there in the water, a stark contrast from the confusion above. David followed him, then Mike leaped. The doctor, still on deck, held onto Sarah's arm with a death grip. He struggled to put on his own life jacket. Seconds after the three men jumped for their lives, the boat slipped along the chains, coming loose just enough to smash against the bow of the tanker with a hellish, grinding, twisting, snapping sound. The strong Radovich split in half like a toothpick. Churning waters washed the doctor and Sarah off the deck and underneath the oncoming vessel. As he rolled under the tanker, Luke saw his life flash by, all of it, detail by detail, up to the current moment. Just as an abalone is aware of death is near, sprays the water with its milt in one last heroic effort to leave a genetic imprint, a human evacuates his consciousness on the firmament when faced with obliteration, offering up the totality of his life. Thus, Luke saw every major event in his life. The flashback played like a movie. His life emerged, suspended before this moment of death. After a few moments that seemed like an hour, the movie reel ended, dumping Luke back into reality. High on endorphins and his body screaming for air, he bolted for the surface. He gasped for air. The tanker raced by, its hull a few feet from Luke's head. He dived to get away, swimming frantically to avoid the oncoming propellers. It was not yet time to live or die. The crush of the tanker thrust Luke into another dimension, a dimension mystical and strange. He found himself not underwater, but floating in midair. He looked down. He saw a beach and a shack. He knew this place. It was the hut. He could see 4 images sitting around a bright campfire. The images were those of a harbor seal, a Chumash Indian man from his dreams, and another man who looked like Jesus. Sitting next to him was the most beautiful woman Luke had ever seen. She had long blonde hair, a perfectly shaped mouth, blue-green eyes, and good posture. The 4 sat quietly, passing around bowls of vegetables, sharing the food. The Chumash man, in an ancient purification ritual, lit fragrant white sage in an abalone shell and passed it behind his back around the circle. A few feet from the campfire were 12 people sitting and watching. Luke could not make out their faces, except for one. It was Luke himself. Luke looked back at the campfire. The 4 images had transformed into light balls. They had become pure spirit. Luke found his own spirit drawn to theirs. The spirit swirled into a mass. Luke looked back at the campfire. The 4 images had transformed into light balls. They had become pure spirit. Luke found his own spirit drawn to theirs. The spirit swirled into one mass. Luke could feel them, and they could feel Luke. He felt an overwhelming sense of love and beauty. He felt a release from their physical self. His spirit and his body separated. Happiness and light permeated Luke's being. He had always suspected this feeling was there. Somewhere he had imagined humanity devoid of evil, malice, and inequity and negativity. Now he saw the universe in perfect balance. God had given him a free sampler of what the future could be, a preview of humanity in perfect alignment. Another hard bounce off the tanker's hull propelled Luke out of his blissful state, snapping his spirit back into his body. He bobbled to the surface on the aft port side and pushed off the speeding metal hull to distance himself from the approaching propellers. Despite his desperate situation, Luke noticed that the huge vessel moved quietly, eerily, emitting no vibrations from the motors. He saw no lights on board. Waving his arms like a madman, Luke yelled and screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping that somebody on the tanker would hear him. Raging and fuming, he spewed every curse word he ever knew. Every cuss word his mother had taught him not to say. The barge mutely maintained its northbound course and streamed into the darkness. Chop me to bits, he wondered. He connected the dots. The massive chains and the lack of engine noise meant it must have been a fuel barge towed by a tugboat with a mile-long tether. It was not a tanker at all, no propeller. It was riding high, headed north. Empty of both oil and people, Luke's heart sank with the realization that the barge was unmanned and no one was aware it had hit a smaller boat. He heard screams. "Hey, where is anybody? Here, I can see you, over here." Sarah and Dave were clutching a fender for flotation 50 or so feet away from Luke. Mike yelled from somewhere across the calm water. The four of them paddled toward each other, stirring up whirring masses of glowing phosphorescence that marked their locations. "Looks like you found something good," Mike said to Dave. "I'm going back to stick with you. But where's the doctor?" They heard a faint response. "I'm over here." The doctor sounded badly hurt. Sarah broke free from Dave's grasp and swam to help her struggling father, who was the only one of them to surface on the starboard side of the barge. Sarah had surfaced by utilizing techniques she learned in surf camp, one to be used when getting pounded in a wave impact zone. She had curled up in a ball and ping-pong along the bottom of the monstrous vessel. The extreme forces of the water and the huge hull had torn the doctor's hand from his daughter. Separating them, she banged along on the port side. The doctor was sucked to the starboard. The 5 passengers were alive, but adrift in the cold black sea. They were certain to succumb to the elements in less than an hour. "I think I have something over here," Dave said. Luke looked in the direction that he indicated. A mass of debris and pungent diesel fuel surrounded what appeared to be the bow of the Radovich. Silhouetted by the dim city lights adrift of the cold black sea, they were certain to succumb to the elements in less than an hour. Luke looked in the direction he indicated. A mass of debris and pungent diesel fuel surrounded what appeared to be the bow of the Radovich. Silhouetted by the dim city lights in the background, floating about 60 feet away, the bow pointed towards the sky like Titanic. Luke ripped off, Dave said. Luke looked in the direction he indicated. A mass of debris and pungent diesel fuel surrounding what appeared to be the bow of the Radovich. Silhouetted by the dim city lights in the background, floating about 60 feet away, the bow pointed skyward like the sinking Titanic. Luke ripped off his sweatshirt and t-shirt to lessen the drag and sprinted towards the silhouette. "The life raft, yelled Mike. "It is the bow." A competitive swimmer in high school and college, Luke knew how to go fast, but never had he flown through the water like this. All their lives were at stake. This wasn't a game or a TV show or a screenplay. Luke reached the disappearing bow and began blindly unbuckling the safety raft. He madly pulled on every cord he saw until he yanked on the right one. With a loud S, it was the sweetest sound he had ever heard. The raft inflated tight as a drum. The sturdy French-made raft was designed to hold 6 passengers in a treacherous sea and hurricane-force winds. It had a conical-shaped roof and an arched opening. It looked like a floating orange igloo. The doctor's wife had made him install it just a week before. Thank you, Brenda. Responding to the sound of the inflating of the raft, the other 4 survivors made their way over and quickly slithered into the raft, safe at last. Luke realized that the raft was still connected to the sinking boat by a 1-inch line, and there was no quick disconnect clip. The broken hull of the Radovich would drag the raft and its cargo and survivors down with it. "Where is the knife? Find the fucking knife," Luke yelled. "Find it." The line pulled taut. The raft tilted at 15 degrees, nosing down. The doomed Radovich expelled a last hiss of air as it slid towards the depths. "I can't disconnect the line," Luke said. "All right, you guys, get ready to bail out. Looks like this one's going down too. Get out." The survivors hesitated. "I can't go back in that water," someone said. "We'll die in there." "Well, we'll die if we stay in this pod as well if she goes down," Luke said. Mike had been feeling around the seams in the dark. "Wait, I found it," he said in triumph. Carefully, he slid the 3-inch blunt-tipped mini knife into Luke's palm. If he dropped it in the dark, the chances of finding it were slim to none. Luke hacked through the line and they were free. The raft righted itself. They watched as the carcass of their shattered boat plummeted, slipping away like a ghost, illuminated by the bright purple glow of agitated plankton. The knife had been stowed above the arch opening in a plastic bag along with a tiny AA flashlight and 3 flares. Mike knew where to look as the prescient Brenda had made Mike and the doctor sit down and watch the instructional video that came with the raft. "Thank you, Brenda." It was 3:30 a.m. and still dark. The castaways drifted helplessly in the shipping lanes. "Give me a flare," Luke shouted, like, "I think I see a boat over there or something." The doctor produced the 3 handheld flares. Luke grabbed them and tried to read the instructions with a little flashlight. The flares resembled foot-long batons, 2 inches in diameter, with caps on one end. "Oh shit, it's in French. Where's the English?" Luke moaned as he inspected the printing on the tube. "How do we work these damn things?" Mike provided the answer. "Oh, it was in the video I saw. It said to unscrew the cap and smack it against the palm of your hand. Try it, hurry. I think I see a boat over there." Luke ripped off the cap and slapped the end into his left palm. A blindingly bright pinkish-red flame erupted from the top end. He stood up in the raft opening and held the flare with its 3-inch flame as high as he could. Feeling like a West Coast Statue of Liberty, he kept his eyes on the passing boat, willing it to turn and approach them. The brilliant flame sputtered in a minute. The bobbing raft remained alone and unspotted. The crew brightened momentarily as a motor yacht, probably 60 foot long, judging by the placement of the bow and the stern lights, sped past them about a mile away, heading towards the tuna grounds. "Hey, what do you think? Another flare?" Luke asked, peering out the hatch. "There's only one left." "Use one," the doctor said, his arm tight around his frightened daughter. "Use the damn thing." Luke slapped a second flare into his palm. Nothing happened. Luke pondered it harder. Nothing happened. "It's a dud," Luke said. "The boat's too far away now, anyway." No one spoke. The occupants of the raft seemed to shrink into themselves. Morale was falling towards despair. The shocked and cold crew huddled in the 3-foot diameter raft. They shivered profusely and tried to keep their panic under control. They struggled to stay warm, even as 6 inches of salt water mixed with the blood from their various lacerations splashed to and fro in the belly of the raft. After sitting idle for an hour, Mike said, "Screw it," sticking his head out of the opening to check the situation. "I'm going to row." Tucked inside the raft were 2-foot-long paddles, each made of 3 pieces that locked together. Mike and Luke shook their heads as they assembled the little devices. Fucking French. Assembly completed, Mike leaned out and opened out the opening and took a few strokes. The raft spun around in circles. "Let me help," Luke said. He squeezed into the opening next to the sizable Mike and said, "Paddle together now." They paddled in unison, aiming towards the tantalizingly close lights of San Diego 8 miles to the east. They had no headway. The current beat them back. "You row like a faggot," Mike barked. The crew laughed for the first time since losing their boat 2 hours before. "When they make a movie out of this, I guess Chris Farley can play you," Luke said. "No, he's dead. Maybe John Candy. If you die first, at least we will have plenty of meat to eat." They paddled for another 15 minutes, finally admitting that they were not getting anywhere. The effort was making them thirsty. No emergency water rations had been provided with the raft. They gave it up. Mike retreated inside the floating igloo for distressed castaways. 4 distressed castaways huddled as Luke stood lookout. Wearing only his boxer shorts and exposed to the chilly offshore wind, Luke's speech slurred as he slowly lost control of his motor functions and reflexes. Hypothermia was setting in. East winds picking up. Looks like we gonna be in Mexico soon, border soon. The doctor spoke. I can't believe it. I just increased my insurance last week. No more boats for me, I guess. 6-pack charters only. They had one flare left. The raft had drifted 10 miles from shore in the freshening east wind, and it was moving fast out to sea. The sun crept over the coastal range mountains. Luke watched to rise over the peaks. It was the most beautiful sunrise he had ever seen. Luke spied a yacht a mile away. I hope they see this one. He struck the last flare. It sparkled to life. Luke held it high, waving it back and forth, yelling, knowing full well they could not hear him, but he was powerless to stop himself. Hey, over here, over here! The boat's trajectory did not change. Luke clutched the flare and until the chemicals flickered out and smoldered, leaving only a black smoke trail and wind. So intent was Luke on arousing attention that he held the tube until his fingertips burned. He dropped the flare in the water. The others in the raft, poking their heads through the opening, watched in agony as the yacht kept on going. That one didn't see us either, said Luke, observing the thin fan of black smoke left behind the flare. At the end of the smoky trail, he saw a little black dot on the horizon. I'm sorry. That one didn't see us either, Luke said, observing the thin fan of black smoke left behind by the flare. At the end of the smoke trail, he saw a little black dot on the horizon. Like an angel, the dot became a small, high-speed, lightweight craft moving toward them at a furious clip. Luke, weary and cold, said, Looks like we got one. We're saved. The craft that drew up beside the forlorn raft of survivors was an 18-foot black fiberglass hulled inflatable with a center console and twin 250-horsepower Honda outboards. In it were 4 men in black. 2 wore black face paint. All were heavily armed. The Angel boat turned out to be the United States Border Patrol unit ready to pounce on alien smugglers and drug runners. They had not seen the light of the flare, but they had seen the black smoke, and that was enough. Lucky thing I turned my head as we were heading to the other way, explained one of the crewmen as they tied onto the survival raft. I saw the smoke from your flare. The doctor, never a religious man, crossed himself. The 2 kids hugged each other. Luke kissed his abalone pearl necklace. The 5 shaken and trembling survivors climbed aboard the patrol boat. The agents loaned them their jackets. Luke's shakes grew worse. Mike had trouble staying awake. Each time he dozed off, an agent woke him. Come on now, stay with us. We're almost there, the agent said. Even in the arms of safety, the 40-knot, 35-minute ride home felt like an eternity. Their story stunned the border agents. That nobody had died or been seriously injured elicited astonishment and disbelief. The Coast Guard, as well as the Channel 8 news crew who covered the story, both shared similar reactions. Man, you guys are luckier than you know, the Border Patrol captain said. Normally, in an incident like this, it ends up with a body recovery, not a rescue. The people in the cabin never make it out alive. They said there were 5 different times during the event that the survivors all should have died. The patrol boat finally pulled into the Harbor Patrol headquarters in San Diego. The 5 bedraggled survivors hobbled up the gangplank into the embrace of a television news crew. Luke's attire of a black flotation jacket emblazoned on the back with United States Border Patrol looked stunning with his wet baby blue boxer shorts emblazoned with ladybugs. Sarah assigned credit for their miraculous survival to Luke. He saved us all, she said, pointing to Luke. Luke gave credit back to the doc's wife. If she hadn't insisted the doc buy the life raft, we'd all be dead. The patrolman loaned Luke $25 for gas so he could get home. He stopped at a friend's house for the night and finally called his mom. I didn't want to call you sooner because I wanted to calm down, he prefaced the story. I didn't want to scare you. It was difficult to articulate what had just happened, the story came out in edited pieces. His mother listened intently, trying to grasp exactly what her son was saying. It was not the first time she had received a call after Luke had miraculously escaped disaster, but this was different. She felt a chill run down her spine. She had almost lost her son. She might easily have been a grieving mother. She thanked God it was otherwise. The Coast Guard collected the empty escape pod a few hours later, 25 miles offshore. Floating next to it, driven by the same currents and wind, bobbed Luke's bundle of dive gear. The debris field looked as if it were from a plane crash rather than a boating accident. The Coast Guard later interviewed the captain of the tugboat that was pulling the barge. He said, "I did not notice anything out of the ordinary." Here we are, Chapter 2 of Stone Shot, Broken Spirit, page 25, by C.F. Goldblatt. Slam, grind, crunch. Oh shit, abandoned ship. Luke in the black abyss came face to face with the doctor, still clutching his daughter Sarah. Both had massive head injuries and floated lifeless. Luke surfaced to find Mike dying. He was missing an arm. A large shark dressed up like a demon from Middle Earth circled around him. "It's all your fault," the shark said to Luke. "You are the captain. This would never have happened had you been at the wheel." "Take me, please," Luke pleaded with the shark. He awoke covered in a cold sweat. "Oh," he screamed. "Just a dream." Months had passed since the collision. Every night it happened again. Luke had lost all control. His apartment was a mess, as messy as his life. Immediately after the run-in with the barge, Luke threw himself feverishly into his work. He never paused to process what had happened or analyze the magnitude of it. He started forgetting important things. He missed appointments and neglected to deposit checks. Little disturbances triggered white-hot anger. He screamed at neighbors. He shrank away in trepidation. Every time he dozed off, the same nightmares tortured him. Often he woke up at the moment of impact. Other times he became tangled in the massive chains draped on the deck. The chains ensnared him like a spider's web catches a fly, holding him in suspended animation to watch helplessly as the accident played out. Usually, subconscious obliged him to endure the sight of all hands on board dying, agonizing deaths. The nightmares grew worse and worse and more frequent. Luke gradually surrendered to his fate of life without sleep. He stayed in his apartment day after day. His only contact with the outside world was to order cheese pizza or Chinese food. He let the dishes and food scraps pile up in his kitchen, next to his bed, and on his coffee table, creating a fetid, smelly, fly-friendly environment. His dive gear and fishing gear lay in the corner collecting dust. He stayed in his apartment day after day. His only contact with the outside world, again, was to order Chinese food. Sitting on his couch, Luke's gaze shifted to his beloved spear gun off in the corner. It had been a survivor, too, bobbing defiantly near the enchanted raft when the Coast Guard came, carrying memories of perfect, balanced harmony. Luke stared blankly at the gun for a full 5 minutes before getting up to go get her. He picked up the gun, walked back to the sofa, and plopped down. He held the gun across his lap, gently stroking the well-used wood stock. He tested the sharpness of the tip with his index finger. Luke let his imagination take him through many of the wonderful things he had experienced in the sea. He remembered his time on the Giant with Captain Tom and friends Josh and Dion. He remembered his first try at a stone shot with Nico's and his mystical encounters with his friends, the Harbor Seals. He wanted so badly to regain his broken spirit, to once again have the courage to go into the sea. Courage that had sunk with the Brinda. A vivid recollection of the barge splitting the boat in two smashed his pleasant daydream, hitting like a tornado that destroys everything in its path. Luke shook his head to stop the waking nightmare. Clutching the gun, he spoke aloud. "Looks like this is the end, old friend." He returned the gun to its corner. Too emotionally numb to cry, Luke Dodge, the once brave ocean spirit, sat and stared, expressionless, out the window. Man, what am I going to do now? What am I going to do now? What would Nikos do? Luke did not have the courage to call Nikos yet. He felt as if he had done something to deserve what had happened to him, and he wore the tragedy like a scarlet letter. Luke then recalled a piece of advice Nikos had given him when they had first met. When in doubt and unsure what to do, there is only one path, and that is to follow your heart. Luke wanted to follow his heart, but it was dead. It might as well have been ripped from his chest like Captain Eric had torn the heart out of Luke's bluefin tuna. Feeling nothing worse is the most terrible feeling in the world. He had homework to do. Like a drunk who had hit bottom, he had to be brutally honest. On reflection, one thing stuck out. Luke had always poked sticks at angry bears. As a child, when his stepfather was on the verge of an angry explosion, Luke often gave him a little push in the form of a smart-ass comment, just enough to send him into orbit. Ron's yelling made the windows of their trailer shake. His love life had followed the same pattern. Perhaps Luke liked the way Sloane had mistreated him. He encouraged it, deliberately presenting a temptation and a tempting target. Maybe without Luke, she would have been another person, he thought. The dysfunctional behavior may have defined Luke's relationship to the sea. He closed his eyes and carried on an internal dialogue. I'd loved Sloane because she hurt me, yet I went back to her. Maybe the same is true for the sea. Maybe I love the sea because she's the only thing on earth that I cannot do without, yet she strikes out and tries to kill me. Maybe, Luke thought, I'm just being stupid. It's nature, and nature has no conscience. If I get hurt, it's my own fault. It's my own fault. Or is it? Am I going crazy from no sleep and nightmares? Get back on that horse. That horse wants to kill me. He donned a dirty pair of sweatpants, a stained white t-shirt, and flip-flops. He slowly opened the door, poked his head out, and looked both ways before crossing the threshold. He expected a barge to run him over on his way down the staircase to his waiting pickup truck. As he approached his truck, he dug for his keys. He lifted the keys towards the door lock. His hand began to tremble. He dropped his eyes. Fuck, I'll walk away. Luke trudged off in a daze for an hour before reaching the headlands of Point Doom, a large point of land that sticks out from the coast of Malibu and divides the coastline into two parts. The area to the north is exposed to frequent northwest winds and in the winter to a westerly swell. To the south of the point is a protected lee side, which lies several private beaches, including the Hut. Luke walked out into the nature preserve atop the headlands. It looked like a flat playing field or a place the native tribes had used for ceremonies. Truth was, soldiers had leveled off the rounded top of the Point Doom headlands in World War II to install coastal defense guns and bunkers. Luke gingerly approached the edge of the cliff, placing one foot carefully in front of the other, assuring himself that each step was solid before moving on. Nervously, he perched on a small ledge, watching the winter swells slam into the jagged rocks 30 feet below. The wind-borne salt spray coated Luke's face. He sat for 20 minutes, his feet dangling, watching the surf below. A wail welled up from his toes, erupting out of every cell in his body. He cried like a lost child. All his close calls with death crashed down on him all at once, oppressive in their number and consequences, his throat being ripped open by the giant snapping anchor chain, near drowning in Baja, being yanked overboard by flying blackcod trap lines, the collision with the barge. Why am I still here? Why am I spared? So I can be afraid for the rest of my life? What the hell kind of life is that? Luke's emotions veered from self-pity to anger. You almost got me that time, you son of a bitch, Luke yelled, raising his fist at the Pacific Ocean. If you want me so badly, why don't you just take me? Maybe I should just jump and make it easy for you. Why am I not dead, you motherfucker? The barge wreck was different from the other near-death experiences. The other incidents had involved him alone. The barge had almost taken 4 of his friends in addition to himself. If he were so cursed, Luke worried, his damaged karma was bringing others into danger now. The barge accident had also happened over a period of hours, giving him time to contemplate his demise. Several tourists happened by as Luke was crying, and in the middle of his monologue with the sea, they wrote him off as crazy and continued on their way. Luke continued to yell, "How could you do this to me? You were my provider, my teacher, and now what do I have? How can I go back to you? What do I do now?" He was lost and afraid. His tether was gone. Without a connection to the sea, he had no sense of who he was, what he believed in, or what direction to take in life. He spit into the water, stood up, and turned his back, determined never to set foot in the traitorous ocean again. What the hell? You wouldn't miss it. He was afraid to die. Luke cautiously made his way back to the top of the point, and he took one last look at the deceitful ocean rolling placidly, lowering his head, and he began to slog back home. Crossing the road took all the nerve he had. Luke walked back to his apartment, opened a beer, took a few large gulps, and looked at himself intently in the mirror. He had sprouted a few gray hairs, had not shaved in 2 weeks, and was 10 pounds heavier than with a budding double chin. He turned to the pictures on the wall. Most were of him, his buddies, and Nikos sporting a prize lobster, his trophy bluefin tuna, and a white sea bass. He tore the pictures from the wall, breaking the glass in each frame, but he couldn't bring himself to destroy them. He stowed them under his deep sleeper sofa. Luke ignored a knock at the door. The knock grew to a loud pounding. He finally answered to find his mother, Tina, looking distraught. "Hi, Luke," she said, giving him a warm hug. "I have been worried sick. You have not returned my calls." She stepped inside. "Excuse me, son, but you look like hell, and what is that smell? I have not seen you so bad since your father died. You seem to get back in the saddle and stop feeling sorry for yourself." She surveyed the disarray. "And what about your business? What about your work?" Luke had completely ignored his business. His home office was a disaster. The fax machine had received an entire spool of faxes that fed unchecked into the wastebasket. His voicemail light blinked with dozens of unheard messages from angry clients.
Oh.
Yeah. Around the globe. Luke had business and your work, his mom asked. His home office was a disaster. The fax machine had received an entire spool of faxes that fed unchecked into the wastebasket. Luke's hard-fought business was dissolving. The money was drying up and his bank account was overdrawn. He didn't care. "You need to get out there. Let's go for a drive," Tina said. "Drive? No. We could get hit by a car or something." Tina looked at his arm, brushed off some detritus from the sofa, and made him sit down. "What the hell's all this about?" she said. Luke slumped down, sighed, and looked at her. He fought back tears, rage, and emotions that were churning inside. "Life's transient, Mom." She waited. "It's transient or it's tenuous. I think it's both. It's like we are all allowed to be here on borrowed time, ready to be rubbed out at any moment, for any reason. I feel like my life is a balloon attached to a frayed string, sort of a cosmic umbilical cord that the slightest mistake could sever. My spirit wants to go. Away, float away like a balloon. Tina thought about this for a moment. She didn't raise her kid to be a quitter. Her son was tougher than he knew. Luke, your life force is strong. It's stronger than most. You are here for a reason. Let's not waste the time that the good Lord gave you. Luke just stared out into space. Okay, he mumbled. I'll go with you, but Mom, we need to go slow and buckle up, okay? Mother and son walked to the car. Tina started the engine. Luke gritted his teeth. Now be careful when you pull out here. Speeders, Luke said. Yes, Luke. Where are we going anyway? Luke asked. Just to have lunch with a doctor friend of mine. Luke shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes to avoid seeing oncoming traffic. He was sure a car would collide with him at any moment. The two sat down for Luke's first decent meal in 3 weeks. After arriving at the restaurant, Luke ordered a double cheeseburger with bacon. Tina had a salad. A kindly older man joined them. Hello, my name is Dr. Hauser. I'm a psychiatrist. Your mom tells me you're having some trouble sleeping. She told me about your terrible accident. After 30 minutes of discussion, the doctor diagnosed Luke with an acute case of post-traumatic stress disorder. Luke only wanted to know one thing. Can I ever go back in the sea, Dr. Hauser? I think it would be a good idea if you tried some medication for a while. Then we could take baby steps towards your full recovery. You need to focus on the fact that you lived and nobody was hurt. I have treated many war veterans who suffered horribly in Vietnam. With therapy and medicine, most of them went on to lead perfectly normal lives. Luke agreed to see Dr. Hauser, who wrote a prescription to be filled immediately. Yet he felt like a freak having to take medication just to be normal. Tina and Luke thanked the good doctor and headed toward the door. Luke checked to make sure the hinges were properly attached before opening the door for his mother. Tina added some advice. Remember when you were 13 after your dad died? You were sad, but you pulled yourself up by the bootstraps. Try to find some of that strength again, son. Chapter 3. At 13. The past. The Hebrews regard the age of 13 as a crossing over point from boyhood to manhood. It is at this special age that a boy becomes to know the Torah in a bar mitzvah and is expected to take on the challenges of financial responsibility, marriage, and even combat. Those who believe in fate and destiny will understand why Luke, at age 13, was deprived of his father and forced into the arms of the sea. It was late summer in the early 1980s at a magic beach known simply as the Hut. For 30 years, the local keepers of this beach had annually erected a cabana-style hut on the sand, hence its namesake. Every year, the beach's hut would be destroyed by storms, torn down by sheriff deputies at the behest of the rich folks on the bluff, or burned by accident during the winter's parties. The structure's footprint remained consistent at 6 square feet, so the design varied from year to year. Sometimes the locals built a small wickie up with driftwood. At other times, when Luke and his comrades felt bolder, they commandeered solid construction materials from nearby construction sites in the middle of the night, resulting in a more permanent type of structure with beams, a roof, an elevated floor, and storage underneath. The finishing materials of palm fronds gave the hut a tropical look. For the summer, the hut beach was everything, a place to leisure by day and party by night. But most of all, the hut provided a unique identity for those who helped build and maintain the structure. The hut provided meaning, purpose, and a sense of timeless solidarity for the young men and a few silverbacks who called it their own. The zeal to rebuild no longer dwells in the new generation. Today's boys are soft. They have helmets, knee pads, and overprotective wealthy parents who prefer to see them safely indoors playing video games instead of outside creating a new hut out of driftwood and stolen materials. Sometimes activities at the hut blew up into full-scale parties with electrified bands and mosh pits, replete with out-of-town girls running nude up and down the beach. Luke and his friends danced around the massive bonfire like primitive creatures. It was a place to pull off all your clothes, jump in the nighttime water, and scream at the moon. Thoughts were only for the moment. The hut was a mecca for the unique hedonism known only to a few. During the joyous window of time when the boys were free and growing, it was a place to pull off your clothes, jump in the nighttime water, and scream at the moon. Thoughts were only for the moment. The hut was a mecca for their unique hedonism. During that joyous window of time when the boys were free and growing and strong and wild, their lives spun not around girls or drugs or music, but the beach, the ocean, the fingers of rock that appeared at low tide, and the cliffs of the hut. To break a long swell without waves, a dozen or so boys would offer up a sacrifice to the surf gods. They would set a surfboard aflame and send it to sea like a Viking funeral ship. With this, the surf gods might smile on the hut and produce a perfect south swell. Hitting the hut just right, a south swell produced the best waves on the coast. The hut wave was a comfortable, smooth feel to them. The waves came slowly at first, rolling in from the horizon, the faces steepening, then slowly peaking in front of the point. During big swells, those sitting out a few sets on the beach would whistle loudly to let the surfers know that extra large rollers had appeared on the horizon. This wave became the home break to all who considered themselves locals. It was a wave by which all others would be judged. It always felt like home. No matter how long one had been gone or how far they had traveled. The locals harassed and teased anyone who was not from the area. The heckling took varied forms, from name-calling to a punch in the face. There was no room for anybody who did not see the world from the perspective of a hut local. Occasionally, a European man sporting a Speedo or banana slinger would materialize. Someone would shout, "Hey, no smuggling golf balls!" Occasionally, a person from the San Fernando Valley, a Val, might try to invade their surf. That was a serious offense and was dealt with harshly. Often the intruder was held down and beaten, or at times let off easily with a chewing out and a broken surfboard. They did not help build or maintain the hut. What right did they have to be there? The Vals just seemed too different to be allowed anywhere as near as the sacred hut or anyone near it. The other local boys who lived in proximity to the hut were excellent watermen in their own right and competed fiercely. Their attitudes varied from reserved to outright bully, mostly the latter. It may have been for this reason that Luke tended to look to the ocean as more of a personal sanctuary and not so much as a proving ground as the other boys did. The other boys could tell early on that Luke was different, and they took every opportunity to point this out in the perceived difference. Sometimes the ribbing ended in fistfights. Luke was not afraid to fight. When cornered, he would erupt into what others called a mental attack. It was a fit of rage when triggered, came second in ferocity only to a Tasmanian devil in full spin, and generally ended up with the other kid bloody and running for home. One might pass it off as the establishment of a natural pecking order, but you fear what you do not understand, and there was a large part of Luke Dodge that the other boys just did not understand. One time Luke buzzed from taking a few hits off a communal joint, commanded the other kids to sit down. "Hey everybody, sit down and shut up. I've got a story to tell. Little boy blew because he needed the money. Jack and Jill went up the hill, both with $1.25. Jill came down with $2.50. That fucking whore." With a fire roaring in the background, Luke recited the entire Andrew Clay album. A half hour later, stunned that Luke had managed to recite the holy text of sexism that the boys held so dear, known simply as Dice, only one kid yelled, "Get him!" The boys grabbed sticks and chased Luke down the beach. His baggy sweatpants fell around his ankles, causing him to nosedive into the sand naked. Overtaken by a Lord of the Flies madness, the boys screamed and poked Luke ruthlessly with their sticks. Still stoned, Luke thought the other kids were a primitive tribe trying to kill and eat him. He curled into a ball and froze like a cat in the corner. Then, after he had almost died from paranoia, everybody broke out in gut-wrenching, knee-slapping laughter. Luke could not help but join in. At that moment, one of the local fathers named Rick happened to walk up. Luke, naked, stoned to the bone, curled up in a ball on the sand, pinned down by crazy boys with spears, foggily concluded that there was a lot of explaining to do to the elder Rick. The hut was situated on a south-facing private beach with tall beige cliffs that protected the water from the wind arriving from any direction. The configuration allowed the surf to stay good long after the west-facing beaches had been blown out. The cliffs terminated in the sand, and the sand led to the sea. A series of finger reefs began where the sand and water met. The reefs looked like the fingers of a hand. They were small ledges a few feet high that ran out to sea in equidistant rows. When the water was cold enough, kelp stringers grew above the rock fingers. The stringers could be used to trace each reef into the depths. This seemed to be an unintended betrayal by the kelp, giving away the underwater secrets. These fingers continued all the way out to about 80 feet of water, where they merged to form a place known as the Big Kelp Reef, or BKR. The BKR was an amazing ecosystem supporting rich fish life like the fabled white sea bass, hulking home-guard yellowtail, halibut, myriad rockfishes, trophy calico bass, and on occasion, the rock star of the fish family, Mr. Bluefin Tuna himself. Occasionally, exotics appear. One time, the local half-day boat, the Gentleman, came in with both a hammerhead shark and a striped marlin. The BKR had been immortalized in sport fishing lore. A local restaurant known as the Sandcastle, now known as the Beach Cafe, displayed hundreds of pictures showing the early glory days of the reef. Most common were massive black sea bass in excess of 200 pounds, boatloads of yellowtail and white sea bass with a healthy average size of more than 30 pounds. Fish pictures were best taken with a pretty young lady next to the fish and fishermen, as if to say, "Look at what I caught today, and look at what I'm going to catch tonight." The BKR, although not what she used to be, still produced some quality fish for those willing to put in the time. One late summer day, the water had gone a crystal clear, cobalt blue that never seemed to happen much anymore. That afternoon, Luke was out for a snorkel. His gear consisted of a leaky old rubber mask, the type that left a lasting smell long after it was removed, along with a snorkel with a cracked mouthpiece cut into his soft gums, a pair of duck feet bodyboard fins, and a Hawaiian sling, which is the most primitive form of spear. The Hawaiian sling spear is no more than a fiberglass pole with a type of three-pronged paralyzer tip powered by surgical tubing. The range of this type of spear is no more than a few feet, so the odds of landing a large fish with this gear were slim to none. The agony of a lost fish, especially a big one, is something that few people understand and has few equals in life. Maybe a lottery ticket, one digit off a giant jackpot, or learning that the girl with whom you are infatuated with is sleeping with your best friend. Those are the only things that come close. Luke was relatively new to this type of diving. He had not yet conquered or at least made peace with the natural fear of sharks that most people feel. He had not yet found his rhythm and personal style that all good freedivers eventually come to know. Luke kept the spear cocked and loaded at all times. The constant pull of the rubber against his hands tore off his skin, creating an injury that left a lasting scar between his index finger and thumb. Luke patrolled the shallow reefs, checking each crevice carefully. lining up on but not shooting smaller rubber-lipped perch, short calico bass, and Garibaldi, the protected state fish that is the same golden-orange color as the California poppy, the state flower. The Garibaldi always seemed to be taunting Luke. They seemed to know their protected status and flaunted their meaty bright orange bodies in defiance of the hunters. They reminded Luke of an immature schoolgirl teasing him, saying, "You can't catch me." This was all the more reason for Luke to bag a few now and then. The beautiful fish had been known to lead divers into holes harboring lobster. Thereupon, the canny Garibaldi would swim interference between the diver and the lobster. Luke never thought about the law or much cared about it until later in life. He shot and kept whatever he pleased, whenever he pleased. The law, as much as he knew of it, was obscure and did not apply to him. It was more like a theoretical concept. Luke had heard of the lobster in the area, but had never encountered one. He recalled stories that old-timers on the beach told about each crack of the reef being filled with lobster the size of a man's leg, sometimes even marching free on the sand. One man speculated that the local Indians, the Chumash, picked giant lobsters in excess of 10 pounds right from the tide pools. These stories created lasting images in Luke's mind of the virgin natural environment enjoyed by the Chumash, and Luke envisioned himself living with them. He dreamed of how it must have been 100 years ago, 200 years ago. He made lists of the dive gear he would take with him if ever given the chance to time travel. At times, Luke was lost in a Chumash fantasy world of his own making. He created a tribe that lived near the hut. He called the tribe the Idta. He gave names to all of the Indians in the tribe. He could see their faces and watch them grow as he grew older. Sometimes all he thought about was how to time travel so he could be with the Idta. One man of the tribe Luke saw himself as, his Chumash counterpart. He envisioned the man as his family. He saw him first as a boy and then later as a man. He saw the man heading to sea every day in his plank tomal canoe to fish in unmolested waters. The fish practically jumped into the boat. So vivid was the fantasy, Luke could almost see and touch the fish the man caught and link the harmony to his everyday life. Luke hiked in the local woods in search of signs of the Chumash life. He would bring home arrowheads, pestles, and bowl fragments. His room was full of found artifacts. On this beautiful cobalt day, relaxed and gliding along through the water, Luke stared for a moment at the thick eelgrass atop a rock. Momentarily hypnotized by the to and fro motion of the eelgrass blades, Luke thought that the eelgrass must certainly be the hair of the seafloor, and he was careful not to pull on it too hard, as he did not want to upset whoever's head the grass was attached to, thus triggering some sort of oceanic revenge. As the eelgrass retreated one more time, it revealed a strange creature. Lacking the distinctive claws of the East Coast cousins, it looked like a giant red bug or insect. No time to think, just let the spear fly and see what it is. Shoot first, ask questions later, Luke thought. The spear found its mark. Luke had hit a nice-sized lobster, probably 3 pounds. It clicked its tail frantically. Luke pinned it to the rock with the spear as if his life depended on it. After catching his breath and deciding it was safe, he grabbed the lobster by the tail, securing it firmly on the 3-pronged spear tip. He surfaced and let out a victorious Yahoo! Some on the beach thought he had been struck by a shark. On the shore, all gathered to see the kill. Even the old-timers were impressed. From that moment on, Luke knew he had found his calling. There was just one problem. Not only is it illegal to spear a lobster, one man warned him, it's also summertime and the season does not open until October. Luke passed off the comment as jealousy. He stood on the beach, basking in the glory of his newfound raison d'etre. Luke walking up the 1-mile winding dirt trail to his house, known as the Hut Trail, he slung the spear over his broad, bony shoulder, the lobster still impaled and still clicking for all to see. He was a skinny kid, lanky and tall, his callous feet slightly splayed from rarely wearing shoes, kicked up puffs of dust that settled in the depressions on the path. His narrow hip bones barely supported his baggy, beat-up OP shorts. His shaggy blonde hair flopped over his green eyes. Those heavy-lidded eyes projected a sleepy, laconic air that made people suspect he was stoned at all times. His eyes betrayed occasional melancholy. Luke was ambivalent about his nose, which he suspected would become too big with age. His teeth, straight and strong, gave forth a dazzling smile. His skin, which had never known a drop of sunscreen, was warmly tan and supple. Coming down the opposite way was a local kid who until then had seemed to be arrogant, but who had shown some signs of wanting to get to know Luke. The boys approached each other with the apprehension of two Old West gunslingers passing in an alley. The other kid's name was Simeon. He had a buzz cut, walked with a swagger, and a puffed-out chest. He was the first kid on the block to pull a full aerial while surfing one of the new fangled twin-fin shortboards. In homage, for a while, the locals called him Flyboy. Luke proceeded with caution, still wary of the time Simeon had hidden behind a dumpster, popped out and sucker punched him square in the nose, and for no apparent reason. Simeon saw the lobster and immediately acknowledged the accomplishment. The conversation was short, with emotions kept to a minimum, lest either one reveal a hidden softness. "Nice bug, where'd you get him?" Simeon asked. "Just out in front of the hut point. He was just sitting there, not sure what it was at first, then he moved his antenna, so I shot, pinned him to the rock. Yeah, you know." "That's pretty gnarly. My dad goes out all the time for those. He dives with tanks during the day in really deep water, sometimes bring home trash cans full, 10-pounders even," Simeon said. Simeon's one-upsmanship did little to dampen Luke's spirits, but the story about Simeon's dad intrigued him. "Can you tell me where he goes? Or can he take me?" he asked eagerly. Simeon, pleased that he had seemingly trumped Luke's accomplishment with stories about his dad, replied, "No way. You could never hang with those guys. No room for pussies. I gotta go. The waves are picking up." Both boys parted ways, feeling above one another, or at least equal. Simeon, the only kid on the block to pull an aerial. Luke, the first kid on the block to bag a lobster. This kid, who Luke knew and thought of as a bully, would later become one of his closest lifelong friends. Having received recognition from this boy, Luke felt deeply satisfied. A short while later, Luke arrived home in a tin can, double-wide trailer near the beach in Malibu. The trailer park was established as a weekend retreat for fishermen back in the 1950s, and especially focused on those who like to land big fish and lounge on the beach. It became the only affordable housing for lifeguards, firemen, teachers, and other normal working people in an otherwise wealthy coastal community. Each trailer seemed to have its own backstory or mini-dramas playing out within. Funny, Luke thought, all these trailers smushed together a few feet apart, yet inside each one is a completely different set of people and culture. How could we all be so different, yet live so close? As Luke passed each trailer, he thought about its occupants, the old brown trailer with a grouchy old drunk and mean-barking dogs, the two lesbians who drove ugly cars, the family who seemed too nice to be real, and the new-age hippie guy with a long beard. Luke was still at an age when everything that adults did is attached to purpose. He was naive and innocent. It did not matter who was drunk, abusive, or a simple self-absorbed idiot with no direction in life. Luke was willing to let them do as they would and blame himself should the situation turn bad. Upon entering his home, Luke was greeted by the usual cast, a host of stepsisters whom he felt wanted nothing more in life than to oppress his ability and to think in an out-of-the-box way. There was also his huge stepbrother Matt, who had messy blonde hair and terrible acne, who would cajole Luke into stealing the latest acid rock LPs from the local music store. Funny image, a young boy stealing a stack of full-size LPs under his camouflage jacket, then walking out in front of the cashier trying to act nonchalant. If Luke protested, Matt would tell him, "You're worthless. You're not my brother, just the son of some slut who married my dad for his money." These words cut deep into Luke's veins. It cut deep into his young and fragile emotional constitution. Luke did anything for Matt to avoid these verbal attacks, including stealing and smoking dope. At times, Matt picked Luke up over his head and threw him flat out on the cement, leaving Luke bloody and gasping for breath. Matt was a stoner in the truest sense of the word. He grew dope under his elevated bunk, all the while hiding it from the 7 other people in the mobile home, thinking nobody noticed. One day, Luke's mom, who was loath to intrude on the boy's privacy, discovered the plants, and that night they were gone. Matt played his 12-piece drum set in the trailer, making it shake. Late one night, Matt managed to get Luke to try some pot. Luke was just 7 years old. He knew even then that it was a bad idea. Amidst this Brady Bunch gone wrong was Luke's mother, Tina. She was his only source of protection against what he knew to be the evils lurking inside those with whom he shared the trailer. Tina was a beautiful woman with long, silky brunette hair. She was the daughter of a well-to-do Seattle aristocratic family, and against her parents' wishes, she married Luke's father, Larry. Larry was a fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants Hollywood rock and roll promoter and sometimes screenwriter. He bordered on genius. Like many with great vision and intellect, was highly self-destructive. Larry was partial to prescription drugs. Larry's charisma and desire for the finer things in life proved to be a cocktail that Tina could not resist. In the summer of 1970, they had gone off to wed in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, in a ceremony facilitated by the U.S. ambassador. They were on tour with Blood, Sweat, and Tears, the band that Larry had managed at the time and taken to stardom. Larry had shattered his leg in a car accident when he was 18. His 1960 Mustang slid off the snowy Snoqualmie Pass Road in Washington, landing in a gully 100 feet below. Larry tried to crawl up the road, but his injuries were too severe to make it through the trees and underbrush on the steep, rugged terrain. An alert truck driver spotted the car's headlights in a place where headlights shouldn't be and alerted the authorities. Larry's date had a smashed up body, was in terrible shape, and was never the same physically. His left leg healed several inches shorter than the other one when he gave him a limp when he walked. And he walked like a sailor on a rolling sea. Larry's drug dependence and his march towards self-destruction were more than Tina could take, and her 2 young children, Laurel and Luke, could bear, so she divorced him after just 6 years of turmoil. If it were not for the biological need to protect her young, Tina likely would have stayed with Larry despite his drawbacks, even to the bitter end. For the rest of his life, Tina would consider Larry the love of his life and mourn his loss. Tina, a tenacious and strong-willed person, never to be held down for long, supported herself as a newspaper editor before marrying contractor Ron Defoe. He was the exact opposite of Larry, a stable, self-made, hard-working man with a burgeoning beachfront custom home construction business, and he had no apparent drug addictions. So how could she go wrong? Ironically, Larry then wrote and sold a sitcom about a young daughter being raised by 2 diametrically opposed men who had been married to the same woman. She got knocked off before the series started, so it ended up being about the men. The Writers Guild insurance from the sale of the script, called Two Fathers, enabled Larry to try a risky operation to correct his disfigured leg. Complications from the operation resulted in his untimely death a year later. Soon after Tina and Ron married, it became apparent that this man had his own addictions, alcohol with a healthy dose of selfish accented by willful ignorance. Detached by time and circumstance from his father, Luke placed all his boyhood desires for acceptance into Ron. But Ron seemed content to drink his evenings away, ignoring any accomplishments that Luke may have drummed up that day. Night had fallen now, and it was time to cook the lobster. Luke started the water boiling to cook his trophy. He was almost afraid to remove the lobster from the spear for fear that it might somehow make its way back down the trail and back into the sea. Luke tugged at the lobster until it came free from the spear tip. The lobster, still knocking for its life, flopped around on the countertop. Ron drove up and slowly parked and exited the beige construction van. The slowness of his movements indicated to Luke that Ron had already had a few drinks before coming home. Luke was apprehensive at this point, fully expecting Ron to unload his day's stress on him with any restraint banished by the drink. There is nothing more frightening to a young person than an angry, full-grown man with no restraints of any kind. Ron lumbered in, slurring, "Hi, y'all." Everybody replied obediently, "Hi, father," as his natural youngsters had been trained to call him. Ron immediately focused on the lobster still kicking on the counter and about to be dispatched into the boiling hot water. Luke took on with apprehension as he did not know what type of reaction was on the way. Ron stammered and said, "Wow, a nice lobster. Good job, son." Son. Luke thought that had a nice ring to it. He did not recall Ron ever calling him anything before but "Hey, you." Ron continued with his annoying slur. "When I was a kid in Hawaii, I used to dive for huge lobsters. All we had were goggles, no fins, no snorkels or masks like you kids have today. Sometimes the Samoans would beat us up and steal our catch, so we had to go out for more." Ron told stories like this endlessly. Luke never really believed any of them except for the one about the Menehunes, the tiny people who guarded the Hawaiian forests, and how they had saved Ron after he sliced his leg badly with a machete while hacking sugarcane. Luke liked that story and chose to believe it. The story was reinforced by Ron's dad, a crusty old Navy CB warrant officer who would stop at the top of the mountain passes and leave pork for the little people. This would fend off the bad omens and curses and car accidents. Luke, brimming with satisfaction, boiled the lobster. The whole Brady Bunch family, 2 of Tina's children, 2 of Ron's, and 1 of theirs, sat down and each enjoyed a morsel. With each bite, Luke grew prouder. For the first time, he had done something that drew admiration from an emotionally barren stepfather, a bully from down the street, the old-timers on the beach, and now even his step-siblings. Yes, indeed, Luke thought he knew just then how he might shape the rest of his life. It would be a life in pursuit of anything marine, anything that would crawl, swim, or slither in the sea. He would catch it, spear it, grab it, trap it, whatever, just so long as it ended up on the dinner table. Luke's life at 13 was about status, respect, and glory. Sometimes some sentiments of a higher nature, respect for a natural resource perhaps, or any kind of spiritual connection with the sea would have to evolve through the coming years. When the bedtime arrived, Luke said a quick prayer for Larry. He wished every day that Larry would recover from the illness caused by his badly injured leg and now diseased, so they could be father and son once again. Luke knew deep down that even though Larry was absent most of the time, the love he had had in his heart for his son was true, and Luke knew this, never questioning it. Luke's deep sense of the dreams of caves chock full of massive lobster and crowds of people cheering him on, dreams featuring the black and white pictures of him with a giant lobster and a pretty girl hanging out in the sandcastle, were disturbed abruptly at 1 a.m. that night. It was his mother. She stood, a silhouette, in the door jamb, and said in a direct voice, "Your half-sister Diana called. Your dad is dead." Luke ran to his mother and gave her an embrace so tight it almost cut off her oxygen. He hugged her as if his life was dependent on it. He had no idea how to react or if he was even sure what death meant. He just knew he was sad. To be sure he understood, Tina rushed Luke and Laurel to the Long Beach Memorial Hospital. Tina had called the hospital earlier to explain that she was bringing his two children to see Larry and request that they fix him up. Laurel, who often stood up for Luke at home, was calm, holding his hand all the way. The nurse, a concerned-looking woman of average build and blonde hair, approached with anxiety and sorrow in her eyes. She took the three of them behind a curtain, and there lay the body of Luke's father. Tina, crying, leaned over and kissed Larry on the forehead. "Larry, you will never know how much everybody loved you," she said. Luke looked on, mesmerized by the expression on his dead father's face. "Goodbye, Dad," he said. It seemed to Luke that Larry had a half-cocked smile on his face, as if he wanted to wake up and say it's all a joke. Larry was always quick with a riddle and a joke. Some he told so well and so often that he simply could just recite the punchline to elicit a laugh. But this was no joke. From that moment on, Luke could look to the sea for everything. It would be his closest friend, his teacher, his provider, his father figure, his identity, his disciplinarian, and his love. At the Jewish funeral, Tina spoke at the podium of Larry's life. She likened it to a puzzle whose pieces just never fit together, similar to that of the boy Kay in Hans Christian Andersen, the Snow Queen. Halfway through her eulogy, she broke down and nearly collapsed. Luke wore a yarmulke as a sign of respect for his dead father's faith. As they lowered the casket into the earth, the rabbi gave his final blessings. Baruch atah Adonai Elohim. It was evident that the world had lost something by Larry's passing. Luke observed it all, trying to hold in his flood of tears. At that moment, something changed inside Luke. For the next few months, Luke spoke very little, held his head low, stared only at the ground, and wore his sunglasses indoors, even when it rained. Chapter 4. Mayday over. The present. What was once the best thing in his life had now become the worst. The clock on the wall read 11 a.m. That might have been correct if the batteries had not died a month earlier. Luke peeked out the window and then he opened it. The nosebleed east winds had started and filled Luke's lungs with the hot, crisp air and his mind with the anxiety and memories of horrible wildfires that had scorched the earth when he was a child. The east winds seemed to be appropriate for his mood, nostalgic, unbalanced, and potentially deadly. These winds, or Santa Anas, had their origins in the far eastern portion of the valley, San Bernardino. When the pressure systems aligned, the devils would inhale deeply, then spew out a wind so dry that it sucks the moisture out of everything and everyone from the valley to the sea and beyond. After the Santa Anas cooked the earth for a few days, the fires never fail to ignite. A cigarette tossed out the window, a glass bottle magnifying the sun's rays into a flame, or a campfire gone wrong, all become instant conflagrations. With millions of souls in Los Angeles, one of them finds a way to start the blazes going. People die, houses char, and lives are ruined. Luke almost welcomed the inevitable fires. He felt that the earth and structures needed to burn. Perhaps then other people would share in his despair and he might not seem like such an outcast wallowing in self-pity and stuck in a chasm of depression. The east wind was especially strong this time. Luke could feel the moisture leaving his body and his brain cells starting to constrict. He looked up to the clear blue, cloud-free sky to focus on a brilliant daytime full moon. Dry, howling east winds and a full moon, the recipe for a draconian mood swing if ever there was one. Luke had always been prone to erratic ups and downs in his moods, but this was something different. He was on the edge of madness. The sort of madness that might drive a crazed lover to kill a cheating spouse, or a quiet student to whip out a shotgun in the cafeteria and open fire. The only problem was that the object of Luke's hatred was not a person. It was the sea itself. How does one seek revenge on the sea, he pondered. There was nobody to kill or have arrested. Nothing to burn. This stark truth pushed Luke into an even darker place. It was as if the ocean had committed an unprovoked, perfect crime for which there would never be justice. Luke wished the sea had taken his life that night. At least he could have died while still in love with her and with a purpose and an identity. With each day, his anger intensified, eventually turning into hatred, then his hatred into depression, until his emotions became totally numb and blank. Luke started towards the door. He paused for a moment to recollect the time he had, with the help of the east winds, single-handedly started an urban legend that lives in popular culture today. He had been scuba diving off the beach near Malibu. As they often do, the east winds had blown the ocean flat and clear. Luke had a bag full of bugs, lobsters, and had enjoyed an encounter with a 200-pound black sea bass that day that had snuck up on him. Luke was digging in a hole for a bug when he turned around and came face to face with the giant, spotted, sloped-faced sea bass. He offered up a small lobster and moved on. Luke surfaced to find the hill across the street ablaze. He floated in the water, choking on the smoke. He saw a eucalyptus tree on the bluff catch fire. After the sap had reached ignition temperature, the tree exploded like napalm, and it dropped everything around it. He heard a whoop, whoop, whoop coming from afar, and then out of nowhere, a super scooper helicopter swooped down and filled its massive water buckets, missing Luke by a few feet. "Wow," Luke yelped, waving his arms. Then as the open bucket got closer, he dove as fast and as far as he could. How deep can those things scoop, he wondered, and watched as it cut into the water and drug until it was full. The helicopter arced around, dumped its load on the flames, and returned several times to reload. The pilot was apparently unaware of Luke's bobbing in the water. Luke returned home and told his mother about the near miss. She told a few people, and before long the story worked its way into the California lexicon. One occasionally hears various renditions of the story. Usually after fire season, a scuba diver was found dead in a tree, after a fire in France, a fire in Canada, and so on. None of the stories are true, and all of them were unwittingly started by Luke. He smirked at the memory and headed out the door. On a nostalgic roll, Luke recalled his time he spent living on Catalina Island. Chapter 5, Luke's Salvation. Still in the past. Luke was in despair over the death of his father. His mother was worried. These were the days before antidepressants were as common in the home in the medicine cabinet as aspirin. Tina had to do something to shake Luke from his dangerous mental state. Ever resourceful, she found that Luke stood to inherit a small sum of money from Larry's Writers Guild insurance. Tina searched for something that would correct the path Luke was on, so she decided to send him to camp on Catalina Island for 3 weeks. It was to be scuba camp, a specialized camp that certified young scuba divers, accompanied by classes of marine biology, island ecology, and underwater photography. She presented the idea to Luke. At first, he resisted and flew into a fit of rage for no particular reason. To Luke, doing anything but wallowing in sorrow and self-pity over the death of his father was a waste of time. but Tina persisted and finally convinced him to give it a try. On arriving at the camp, which was situated in a pristine bay on the lee side of Catalina Island, known as Toyon, Luke started to feel better. He ran to the end of the pier, rigged up his fishing pole, and cast out. He hooked up with a nice bonita and pulled the line and put it up on it, which put up a good fight. After subduing the small tuna, Luke, with the bloody fish in hand, joined the others for the reception seminar. The ensuing week revitalized Luke's spirit and his will to be part of the sea again. Man, what a sensation! He was with his class in the clear, warm waters of the bay in front of the camp. Learning proper scuba diving breathing techniques, Luke slowly let the air out of his BC flotation jacket and while looking up at the sky. He began to sink and breathe, keeping his eyes on the sky, gliding slowly to the bottom. The feeling of breathing while underwater mystified and captivated Luke. The loud sounds of inhaling and exhaling of the first dive burned permanently into Luke's brain. Breathing while submerged went against every instinct. Luke's discovery as he entered a new reality with limitless possibilities dispelled any fear that he may have had. Now that he had regained some of his piss and vinegar, Luke turned his attention to the important matters at hand, Sarah and Susan, the two older co-eds in his class. Although Luke was 13 and the girls were 15 and 16, he tried his very best to coax them back to his dorm room. They teased and played coy in the manner of young girls and Garibaldi fish. Eventually, Luke convinced one of them to make out with him behind the general store. Luke nervously caressed the girl's long flowing hair. Then she grabbed him and gave Luke his first real French kiss. The buzz stayed with him for days. It was the final phase of the reinvention of young Luke Dodge. Luke thought to himself, man, the feeling at 13 years old, a full French kiss with a very hot older chick. Man, he was stumped for words, even to himself. He felt good and on top of the world. The kiss propelled him dizzily back to the sea. Maybe, he thought, the girl I kissed was not a girl at all, but it was a mermaid sent from the sea. Maybe the sea wants me back, he thought. A few days later, the class went on its first real dive in a cove just around the corner from the camp. The cove offered a secluded beach with a wooded gully and a stream at the center. It was walled in by jutting points on either side. During the dive, Luke spotted a giant snaggletooth sheephead dressed in resplendent red and black stripes. Still engorged with hormones from the long, wet kiss a few days earlier, Luke felt that he needed to kill dinner and bring it home wriggling on a stick for his maiden. Luke pulled his knife from his sheath and chased the sheephead, trying his best to nail it to the bottom. The instructor, seeing this, nearly had a coronary as she swam towards Luke. Here was a kid with a huge knife trying to kill the tame fish in their own private reserve. Strictly taboo at the camp. The instructor, a pretty blonde woman named Sally, grabbed Luke by the hair and forced him to the surface. She yelled angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, trying to kill our local wildlife? Those fish are our friends, and killing them is against the rules. Try that again, and you'll be on the next boat back to Long Beach. Got it, mister?" Luke, always responding to guilt of a woman, said, "Yes, ma'am. Can I go back down now?" "Only if you promise not to kill anything." Luke paused and replied, "Sure." They submerged to join the others sitting on the bottom with Luke and shown confusion in his eyes. As they continued to swim, Luke focused on a rock that seemed to have tentacles sticking out of it. When he got closer, the rock sucked down and secured itself. "My God, it's an abalone," Luke exclaimed to himself. He had never actually seen one in the water, but had heard stories of how tasty the meat was. He had seen the beautiful shells in his neighbor's yards. The instructor saw him go for his knife. She swam over and gave him a no-no sign. Luke reluctantly resheathed his knife, but swore to the gods of the sea that he would be back. Still in the present, The hot east winds picked up even more. Luke's mood grew even darker and more detached from reality. With his business tanking by the day, he failed to make nearly every payment he was committed to. When he did have the funds, he lacked the discipline to even write a check, find a stamp, lick it, and seal the envelope. Even small tasks were insurmountable in his present state of mind. From day to day, Luke had no idea where he was going or what he was doing. He had to get away from people, especially people about whom he cared. He did not want to do anything he would regret, and he knew he was a powder keg capable of anything at the slightest provocation. Luke shifted his thoughts to lunch. He took his days one thought at a time, never thinking much past the next motion or action or meal. This was all he could do to muster just the basics right now. He donned his dark sunglasses and hobbled down the stairs. He heard the whine of a hydraulic motor, then the hiss of an air compressor and the dragging of chains. "Hey, you motherfuckers, that's my truck. What are you doing?" The man, unperturbed, handed Luke a notice of repossession. It stated that Luke had not made his payment in 90 days since the boating accident. There was nothing he could do but give up his vehicle. Later that day, Luke's old dive buddy Josh offered to lend Luke his silver 1970 Ford pickup with a side-step bed and no tailgate. Luke accepted and promised to take good care of it. Josh and Luke's friendship went back to the days of the Giant. Chapter 7, The Giant, still in the past. Luke returned home from Catalina dive camp. He endured the long ride home with his stepfather, Ron, who made sure that Luke understood that he was never going to buy him a single piece of dive gear. Ron said, "I never had shit when I was your age, so in no reason whatsoever am I going to get you anything better." Even when he was sober, Ron sounded drunk. Luke received a phone call from an old friend he had met some time back while pinheading on a local sport fishing boat. Pinheads, named after the smallest, most worthless anchovies in the bait tank, work and got to be tortured with no pay of any kind in return for fishing a few baits during the day at no charge. The baits were to be fished only when the bite was slow and no passengers needed help. But it was better than no fishing at all. Luke had worked as a pinhead since he was 11 years old on the Malibu boats. The local day boats, small time as they may have been, were skippered by seasoned veterans. Captain John ran the old wooden Aquarius. With straight blonde hair, he was from obvious Scandinavian lineage. He smoked all day with the cigarette placed in the middle of his mouth like a sucker. John had an almost genetic ability to find fish where the other skippers came up dry. The other boats, the Lindbrook and the aluminum twin-hulled Speed Twin, were usually run by Captain Ross. Captain Ross, being of Italian blood, was a bit more fiery and quick-tempered, but very capable when it came to boating a good day's catch. The Speed Twin in her day was a practical dragster with a top speed of 18 knots. For many years, she held the world record for towing the most water skiers at one time. After diesel went above 60 cents a gallon, the Speed Twin was outfitted with a governor to keep her average speed at a miserable 11 knots. The old friend on the phone was Dion. Dion was from the valley, so right off Luke was hesitant to talk to him. After all, Dion was a Val. What if the other kids found out? Dion was lanky and dressed a bit differently than the kids from Malibu. He wore a broken pair of Blue Brothers-style sunglasses and sported a valley-looking look of pulling his boxer shorts down low so the ends stuck out below where his shorts stopped. Dion spoke with a mild stutter and always had to tell the whole story without stopping to take a breath. Luke was even less willing to converse as Dion had orchestrated some of the harshest hazing against Luke when he was working as a pinhead. The torture included being strung up by the legs and hung over the gunnels until his head dipped into the cold seawater. As the boat rocked to and fro, his head dunked in and out of the water. He was left to hang for 20 minutes. They called it being hogtied. There were occasional attacks with bleach, leaving all his clothes ruined and his eyes on fire. Forced feeding of herring and anchovy were also commonplace. Everyone had to go through it if they wanted to be a pinhead and eventually become a deckhand, but Luke, being sensitive, still held a grudge. Dion's excited, high-pitched, raspy voice came across the phone line. "Hey, I heard you got scuba certified last week." "That's right. Do you want to go diving sometime soon?" "We can night dive the breakwall for lobsters or go find some scallops off of Malibu." Luke was pleased at the prospect. "Sure, but I don't have any gear. It's so expensive. Ron sure as hell is not going to get it for me, and I have no way to get around." "I have been working on a great boat in San Diego called the Giant," Dion said, "and if you want, I'll pick you up tomorrow and you can come on the next trip with us. If the owner, Tom, likes you, I'm pretty sure you can work full-time on the boat." Luke stammered with anticipation. He had heard his whole life about the amazing fish the San Diego fleet caught. Then, when it came to sport fishing, the San Diego fleet came second to none. Luke's admiration went deeper. Larry, his dad, had taken him on a trip out of San Diego long ago for albacore, cementing their bond with good times shared and secrets handed on. To be part of the San Diego scene was a dream come true. If all went well, he could buy his own dive gear, and who knows, maybe even one day, a boat. "Yeah, pick me up whenever you want to leave. I'll be ready," Luke said. The next day, Dion picked up Luke in his 1966 Beetle. It was made mostly of Bondo and primer and used a quart of oil for every gallon of gas it burned. You could tell where the Beetle had been because the trail of oil it left behind was clear. Luke excitedly hopped into the car. The two young men, Luke still 13 and Dion 16, headed south to San Diego. Luke wanted to fit in. He carried on a charade that he was in fact 15 going on 16. Luke got his whole family to participate in the white lie. When the time came to get a driver's license, Luke finally relented, and he had to come clean with Dion, who was aghast that he had befriended somebody 3 years his junior. Upon arriving at the landing in San Diego, Luke stopped at the top of the gangplank leading to the massive fleet of sparkling white sport fishing boats, marveling at the long-range boats in all their glory. These boats fished with passengers sometimes for 21 days and traveled 1,000 miles in pursuit of the best game fishing on the planet. Their anglers could enjoy many creature comforts and a seemingly endless supply of live bait. The boats and crews employed techniques perfected within the fleet itself and that were found nowhere else on Earth. It was common for anglers to boat tuna in excess of 300 pounds using a stand-up style harness and belt combination unique to San Diego fishing. Most other fishing operations would put the angler at a fighting chair for such a fish. Luke and Dion made their way down the gangplank to the Giant. The boat was solid. It felt heavy. A fighting chair for such a fish, but not in San Diego. It all had to be done standing up with your back. Luke and Dion made their way down the gangplank to the Giant. The boat was solid. It felt heavy. It didn't rock when stepped aboard. After the Malibu sport fishing boats, it was like graduating to a grown-up vessel. It was big and wide, comfortably wide and beamy. It had a huge bait tank, fine gunnels, and a $10,000 polyurethane paint job that looked like a .22 caliber bullet would bounce right off it. The Giant was a strong boat, constructed in 1964 of dense fir planking. She was one of the original boats built exclusively for multi-day fishing trips to offshore locations. The Giant was one of a cutting-edge trio of boats built for a new aggressive type of sport fishing and native to California. The three vessels were the Dauntless, the USA, and the Free Spirit. All three boats were still in service today. The Free Spirit burnt to the waterline in the middle 1970s. She was repaired and rechristened the Giant. The Giant, in her day, was the absolute pride of the fleet. Even now, with Captain Tom at the wheel, she was a tough boat to beat. At 85 feet long, she had a wide beam of nearly 18 feet. She could fish up to 69 passengers, and often did. Tom occasionally oversold the boat and kicked the crew out of their bunks, giving the overcrowded passengers a place to sleep and the weary crew a long night in the galley trying to suppress the urge to mutiny. The Giant's engines were two 1271 World War II era Detroit diesels. They burned a lot of oil, but never failed or quit. Dion and Luke boarded, walking directly upstairs to the wheelhouse. Luke, nervous about meeting Tom, the owner, the captain of the Giant, followed Dion's lead and every move. They walked into the wheelhouse, and there stood the mighty Tom. At first, he ignored the boy's presence and continued to pursue some paperwork until he held it in his hand. Tom was a relatively young man at the time and of average build with shaggy blonde hair and was a dead rigger for Robert Redford. But looks can be deceiving. Tom's personality would later prove to be larger than life and difficult to comprehend if you didn't know him. Never was there a captain who could make his crew laugh so hard, yet just a second later put the fear of God into them without even changing the inflection or tone of his voice. Tom glanced up and saw Dion, who said, "Hiya, Tom. This is my friend Luke, the one I told you about over the phone on my day off." Tom looked at Luke straight in the eye, stuck out his hand, gave Luke a nice firm handshake, and said with a corny smile, "Hi, nice to meet you." It was the first time Luke had been shown respect on that level from a grown man, and right away he could tell that this was going to be a different type of experience. Tom did not say hello to Luke the boy. The way he said it meant there were no boys on this boat, only men. Dion showed Luke around the boat. Luke could not believe how high-end and strong the boat looked in comparison to the rickety, sluggish dayboats back in Malibu. Dion explained point blank, "If you come to work here, you'll be expected to know everything from bow to stern as if you had been here for 10 years, so you had better be a quick study." Luke reeled for a moment and followed Dion to the bow. Dion showed Luke the anchor assembly, starting with the cathead, a massive hunk of cone-shaped brass around which the chain wrapped to a weighing anchor. The anchor itself was a symbol of Tom's pride, a massive 300-pound Danforth-style anchor connected to 250 feet of rusting chain, followed by 600 feet of 2-inch Samson braid line, the kind that is smooth without long braids. The anchor was overkill, twice what was needed on a boat of that size. Dion joked, "The big anchor is to compensate for Tom's small pecker." "Is that why he was drawn to a boat named the Giant?" he asked. Dion laughed nervously, hoping Tom did not overhear him. Dion gave a graphic explanation of what it took to manage the anchor. "It's the most dangerous part of the operation. Never turn your back on it or think for a moment that you are safe when pulling the anchor. Again, this is by far the most dangerous part of the job," Dion said. Continuing the tour, Dion pointed to the side of the boat. "These are the bulwarks of the boat, and these are the boat works. We scrub this boat like it is an operating room. Not one scale or squid ink stain can remain after a day's fishing, no matter how baked on it is. You got it?" Dion asked. Luke nodded. Next was the bait tank. A boat is like a person. The wheelhouse is the brain, the engine the legs, the props the feet, the deck the body, and the bait tank is the heart, Dion added. "What about her soul? Does she have a soul?" Luke asked. "That would be her crew," Dion replied. "The bait tank is the lifeblood. Foxy baits means foxy fish. If the bait dies, you die. Okay?" Luke nodded. Dion showed Luke the various chutes and valves needed to manage the bait tank. The Giant's bait tanks were impressive, holding about 90 scoops of anchovy or 60 scoops of sardine. Each scoop held about the same as a 5-gallon bucket. Last was the wheelhouse, a glass-encased instrument-laden command post. Luke was anxious as it was the nerve center of the boat. He knew from the very start it was a serious place where its occupants had to know what to do in any circumstance. On the water, the captain is God. Some say that is an ego thing, and to some extent that is true, but it is mostly because the buck stops with the skipper. In a pinch, you must be able to make life and death decisions for all souls on board. Managed or tired, underpaid crew for months at a time, manage the money and all other aspects of the business, and keep the throngs of passengers happy. But most important, and above all else, he must catch fish, and a lot of them. If Luke were ever allowed to take the wheel, and drive the boat for a while, he might be a captain himself and a bit of a god just for a little while. Tom, still busy with paperwork, took over the briefing, explaining that it was crucial for Luke to understand how to work the wheelhouse properly. With a serious look on his face, Tom said flatly, "Luke, the most important thing you need to know when you're driving this boat is what burning wires smell like. The last thing you want on a boat 100 miles from land is an electrical fire. If you can detect the fire early, it can be extinguished. To test you, I have just melted some 12-gauge marine wire with a lighter. Now take a deep inhale and tell me if you can detect the fumes." Tom looked at Luke, dead in the eyes, imparting the message, "This is very important." Luke, looking as if he were about to start a yoga pose, calmed himself. He did not want to mess up the first test. Luke exhaled and took in the deepest breath of his life, directly through his nose. He started to choke and gag, trying to maintain his composure, and at the embarrassment that what he had smelled and detected, in fact, was the nastiest smelling fart Tom had just let that you could ever imagine. Dion and Tom broke out in hysterical laughter. They sounded like children. There were no burning wires, just Tom's stinky ass. One could never tell when Tom was dead serious or pulling your leg. Sometimes this was a serious form of confusion and led to disagreement. Later, Luke came to realize that by not letting anybody know if he was serious or not, Tom always had an easy out in any situation. No matter what happened, he could say, "Damn it, I meant what I said," or "Don't you know a joke when you see it?" Numbnuts. That was just the way it was. He was the only man Luke had ever met who said things without fear of repercussion. Tom would often act on grandiose statements as if he existed in an insulated bubble, held harmless from any legal or physical boundaries or repercussions of the universe that inhibited other human beings. He would ask the crew to do the most heinously dangerous tasks imaginable, or make a game of crawling up on San Clemente Island and lobbing unexploded bombshells from the cliff next to military bunkers, then hightailing it back to the Giant. He never seemed to get called to task. Nobody got killed, the boat never sank, and he was never hauled off to jail. If anybody else had attempted even a fraction of the things Tom perpetuated, they would be dead and in jail 100 times over. There did not seem to be any restraints on Tom of any kind. Maybe the skipper is God thing has something to do with it, Luke figured. Having properly humiliated Luke, Tom wiped the smile from his face and showed Luke how to use the various electronics. This is the radar. The trick is, don't hit any of the green dots on the screen with my boat, Luke. The green dots are other boats out there. This is the Loran. This is the VHF. Don't touch my radios. Did I mention don't touch my radios? Not for any reason. Tom was highly protective of his marine radios, as if they held some secret code to the greatest unknown fishing grounds yet to be discovered. This is the compass. It spins in circles. Do not place any metal objects close to it, as it'll throw off the magnets. Oh, and one more thing. There's a tube down in the men's head of great importance. I want you to run down there and make sure there's fluid coming from it at a steady pace. Luke, eager to get his first order from his new boss, ran down to the men's head and found the tube. To be certain, he stuck his finger in the fluid coming out of it. Luke scampered back upstairs. "Yes, sir. Lots of warm fluid coming from the pipe." Again, Dion and Tom had a good belly laugh. "Luke, that was piss," Dion said. "We have a piss tube under the dash up here, and we all piss in it, so we don't have to run down to the head and leave the wheel." "You stuck your head in piss, man." For that moment on, the crew would call Luke Urine Man, a name he resented and never lived down. A kid back at Luke's school heard about the nickname, calling Luke Urine Man one time in front of the whole class. Luke slipped into one of his famous mental attacks and thrust his clenched fist into the kid's face so hard that the kid's brace penetrated his upper lip. The wire stuck into Luke's middle knuckle, leaving a scar. The rest of the kids in the class chanted, "Rocky, Rocky." That was the last time anybody at school ever called Luke Urine Man. Tom went serious and said, "Okay, get the Mexican fishing permits from the landing and we're out of here." Dion appeared with the permits moments later. The crew untied the dock lines and off they went. A few minutes later, the giant pulled up to the San Diego bait receiver, most likely the largest of its kind in the world. The receiver consisted of two 100-yard rows of what they called boxes or individual units, holding 100 or so scoops of sardine, anchovy, mackerel, squid, even herring, known sometimes as queenfish. Luke looked on, again impressed with the contrast between the bait dock and the meager ones back in Malibu. The crew loaded the bait with deep nets and handrails. The crew formed a circle as one man, usually the second captain, stood on the receiver scooping the choicest baits. Two more crewmen caught the full scoops as they were handed over the rail and then gently unloaded each scoop into the tank. Like line-hauling seamen on the great sailing ships, the crew developed a rhythm to ensure less stress on the bait so more would survive. The loading. For this trip, the giant's bait consisted of 30 scoops of nice-size anchovy in one tank and 20 scoops of miniature squid in the other. Bait loaded, the giant revved up her hulky main engines and was off for another 3-day trip to the Cortez Bank, 100 miles to the west. That year, the albacore bite had failed to materialize by the middle of summer, forcing the multi-day and overnight boats to search for alternative fish like yellowtail, bluefin tuna, and white sea bass. The giant, on one such quest, now the boat cleared the Point Loma jetty and set a course for the famed Cortez Bank, 100 miles to the west. The Cortez is an amazing place. It is a crossover of locations from the generally murky cold waters of California to the cobalt-clear waters of Mexico that support many forms of life, including bait fish and game fish. This place remains as it was in the past, having the good fortune to be too far away to justify the trip for 99% of San Diego boaters. The bank is an underwater island stretching for miles. The steep drop-offs on the edges provide the finest, most unbelievable deep-water rock cod fishing anywhere. On some winter rock cod trips, Tom fished until the 9-ton fish hold of the giant was chock full of huge red snapper, massive boccaccio rockfish, canary rockfish, bank perch, and barber pole, accented by scores of toad cowcod and some lingcod in excess of 40 pounds. Must have been that nobody told Tom that the limit was 15 fish per person. Maybe he thought it was 15 sacks per person. On those trips, the crew stayed up for 24 hours to fillet the rock cod for stints of 11 hours or more, being allowed to eat only when the last fish was cut and the boat was scrubbed from bow to stern. When it came time to pay the crew, Tom was tight, paying Luke just $25 per day with a half cut of side money only. Dion was senior and received a full cut of side plus a whopping $30 for his day's work. Even in those early days, Luke knew that the amount of rockfish that they were taking could not be sustained. It was merely a sliver from the past that would not last into the future. He had better enjoy it while it lasted. One time, Tom ordered Luke to, quote, catch the fish that was included in the dinner for the passengers. Luke baited a ganyan of 70 big circle hooks with a 10-pound weight at the end. He baited each one with a whole large squid or a slab of mackerel. The rig stretched the entire length of the 85-foot boat and was weighted with a 10-pound window sash weight at the far end. Once lowered to the bottom, nearly 600 feet below, the rig quickly filled up with fish. The broomstick pole and 12-0 penned reel with a giant power crank handle maxed out and could barely handle the load. As the fish attacked the baits, the stout rod bounced around like a jackhammer. Luke, excited as he wound the long set of hooks to the surface, ultimately counted only 30 fish that popped up to the surface. "Shit, the other 40 hooks broke off," he said. But surfacing off in the distance was the balance of the Ganyan, which was loaded with another 40 giant rock cod and the 10-pound weight and a 45-pound ling cod that had swallowed a banana peel, which Luke had used to bait the final hook on the bottom of the Ganyan. The gases in the rock cod swim bladders had inflated and expanded when the hooked fish were pulled up too fast. This created a massive embolism inside the fish, causing its eyes to pop out and guts to protrude through its mouth. These gas-filled balloons acted like flotation jackets and could float very heavy weights, in this case the 10-pound sash weight. All the fish were boated and everybody ate well that night. On arrival at his bunk, Tom went into hunter mode. On arrival at the bank, Tom went into hunter mode. He tuned out all incoming information save the inputs that helped him find the fish. He focused on the new color fish finder that he had purchased, intently lining up his Loran numbers, smelling the wind and judging the currents. When it came to sniffing out fish, Tom was a master. Few in the fleet could compete with him. It was the single redeeming quality that he had that kept the passengers willing to put up with his antics and keep the crew loyal. After all, catching fish was why they were all there. The day passed with only a few sheephead landed. The water was a nasty green color and Tom grew tense. Luke, watching through binoculars, saw a nearby boat catching some nice yellowtail and bluefin. He reported excitedly to Tom. "Damn it, I don't need you to tell me every fucking time those bananas catch another fish," Tom snapped. "We'll have to find our own," Tom replied. Suddenly, a man in the corner yelled, "Fresh one!" Another man up the rail echoed, dropping his beer in the water and yelling, "Fresh one!" as he yanked on his rod and setting the hook with a strong yank as if it meant his life. The bite was on. Time to go to work. Dion was on the bait tank throwing a steady chum line of ones and twos off the corner of sardines and anchovies. Suddenly, yellowtail started to boil and the chummed bait, and these were no ordinary yellowtail. Giant home guard yellowtail known as mossbacks for their color. They normally stayed 60 feet or so deeper. Now they were swimming with their dorsal fins out of the water as if they resembled small sharks instead of fish. The fish were massive, averaging 40 pounds and up. Once a common sight on the coast, the large yellows rarely showed up in significant numbers anymore. Luke's eyes widened as the first tail came up to deep color, where the fish could be seen shimmering deeply below. He saw the color of the fish when the fish approached the surface, ready to be gaffed. Luke grabbed one of the huge 12-foot handmade bamboo gaffs from its holder and stuck the yellow just behind the gills. The massive fish nearly pulled Luke over the side of the boat as he leveraged all his weight to haul it on board. There it lay, a yellowtail of about 50 pounds. Luke had gaffed it. He felt pleased but winded. Panting, he set the gaff down, held the rail with his left hand, wrapped the monofilament line around his right boot, and snapped it with a quick jerk. Snap. "What's your number, sir?" he asked the fisherman, who was grinning ear to ear. "Put her in sack 24, he replied. Luke dragged the fish to the bait tank where the burlap gunny sacks hung, opened up number 24, and stuffed the prize fish inside. The bite continued at a frantic pace. Tom kicked Dion off the bait tank and took over so he could chum and be traffic controller and referee. From the high vantage point of the bait tank, Tom could see every detail of what was going on. Soon all 35 passengers were hooked up into fat, forky yellowtail, and the boat was full rack, as they say, with all the rods at the rail were bent and with big fish on the other side. A few decent bluefin tuna were boated. It was the first real tuna Luke had ever seen, and he marveled at the electric color patterns on their bellies. He loved the sound of the rapid slapping tails beating the tuna against the deck. Smack, smack, smack. A direct hit from the tail of a freshly gaffed bluefin tuna could leave its handler black and blue. As the bite progressed, the anglers grew tired. Luke pleaded with Tom to let him fish just one bait. Luke asked, almost with tears in his eyes, "Please, Captain Tom, just one bait. No more, I promise." "Get back to work, Luke." Later, as the bite slowed down, he relented. "Okay, just one bait," Tom said. Luke had never seen fish like this, let alone had the chance to land one. As far as he knew, this would be his only shot for the rest of his life at a big yellowtail like this. Luke grabbed a random rod from the racks and fired out a small squid. He hooked up immediately. The fish raced for the rocks, wrapped up, and snapped off. It was all over in an instant. Tom saw what had happened. "Okay, that was your bait. Now back to work, Luke." Luke stood in disbelief at his loss. For the next few hours, he was in a daze over the loss of the fish, replaying in his mind over and over like a car wreck. Why? Where did I go wrong? He hated losing the fish. Just then, Luke's misery was shattered by a piercing crack, the loudest sound he had ever heard, followed by large splashes close to the boat. It was Tom again, now standing on the upper deck, firing his 33-round clip out of his Mini 14 stainless assault rifle at a rapid rate, making it sound almost fully automatic. The bullets must have cleared their heads by inches. An angry passenger, raising his fist, shouted, "What the fuck, Tom?" Everybody peered off the stern, and there lay a slain sea lion in the death throes, hemorrhaging blood. Not 20 feet away from the bleeding sea lion was a terrified freediving spear fisherman. The diver had honed in on the giant's fish and had swum a good distance from his chase boat. Tom, very proud of his marksmanship, remarked, "I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 bullet. Ha ha ha," he said. He laughed. "What do you mean?" Luke asked. "Well, the sea dog was going to scare my fish away, so he had to die, and the freediver was getting too close. Each time he lost a fish, he seemed to come up with another on his stringer. I think he was spearing them right off our hooks." A passenger snapped, "You shot at a freediver for spearing a fish from one of our hooks?" "Yep, and with any luck, that bleeding sea lion will attract a white shark and finish him off." Suddenly, a man on the bow who had been fishing with a heavier rod and a 2-speed reel yelled, "Deep color, and it ain't no yellow neither." Luke ran to the bow with a gaff, considered that the clear water. He looked through it and saw a fish that looked different from anything that he had seen in the past. It had a silver belly, spots on its back, and a slanted nose. Tom was clutching his smoking rifle at the time, and he looked down from the bridge. "It's a black sea bass, and a big one," Tom said. The black sea bass was now close to gaffing range. Looking to be more than 250 pounds, it was fighting hard. After pulling on it, the fish, for nearly an hour, the passenger was ready to collapse. "Is it legal to keep him here?" Tom asked himself, and then he replied again to himself, saying, "You betcha. We're fishing on the west end of the bank, which is still in Mexico, and in Mexico, everything's legal," Tom replied. Well, the crew later found out that the whole of the Cortez Bank had been handed back from Mexico to the United States in 1973, bringing the area under U.S. environmental protections and making the killing of the protected black sea bass illegal. Tom knew this, but he wanted the glory of the fish, so he gave the order to gaff it anyway. It took 4 gaffs to pull the massive grouper over the rail. The fish weighed in at 273 pounds and barely fit into the fish hold. The only time Luke had seen a fish like this was in the black and white photos that hung on the walls back in the Sandcastle restaurant in Malibu. "Okay, Luke, we're done here," Tom said abruptly. "Time to learn to pull the mother of all anchors." Luke, sure he could handle the job, made his way to the bow. By now, the wind was up to 20 knots and the swell peaking at 15 feet. The anchor was deep, set in nearly 300 feet of water, and there was many underwater ledges to hang it up on. These factors combined with the oversized anchor plus a fickle winch system all added up to one thing: danger. Tom pulled the boat forward while Luke took a few wraps of the chain around the cathead and hauled the chain in little by little, stacking it into the forecastle chute, which led to the chain locker below deck. As Luke thought, this is not so bad, I can handle this, the chain suddenly yanked him forward. Luke tried to hold on to the chain that was ripping through his hands, rusty water dripping from his elbows. It pulled him towards the cat head, threatening to tear off his fingers and the twisted links. Tom saw and yelled, "Let go, Luke!" Luke let it go. The chain flew back into the sea. Tom called Dion to the bow to fix the problem. Dion hollered to the wheelhouse, "Tom, the anchor's hung, the pucker wire's tripped, and the shear pin in the winch motor is also busted." The pucker is a special release tripwire fastened to the top of the anchor to the chain. It is designed to break under a heavy load, thus changing the angle of the hung anchor, sometimes freeing it. "Stop looking at me and fix it," Tom shot back. Replacing the shear pin was an awful job. The smallest crew member had to crawl inside the winch compartment and hammer the severed pin with a mallet and an auger back into place. The crappy electric winch motor had to be aligned just right or it didn't work. The tension had to be removed from the winch, which meant that the chain had to be removed from the cathead while remaining secure to the bow roller so it would not pay out during the fix-it job. Basically, everything had to be frozen in place. Dion ordered Luke to place a shackle forward of the bow roller and secure it to the chain. For a free beer, a few passengers helped pull the chain in a few yards. This created enough slack in the chain so that Luke could secure it to a hole in the bow roller with a shackle. Now, with the weight off, the winch motor could be spun and the severed cotter pin replaced. Now, a single-inch steel shackle had the full tension of a 99-ton vessel against it in foul weather. The boat rode up and down the swells. With each swell, the bows seemed to buckle and creak from the tension. Things looked bad. Those watching fully expected the bow to tear off at any moment. Luke saw the situation getting worse. Facing the taut chain, he yelled, "All right, everybody clear the bow. You need to stand back." A loud crack broke through the chatter. Luke thought Tom was shooting again as he felt a brief but powerfully hard blow to the left side of his neck. As he realized that the overstressed shackle had snapped and torn directly into his neck, Luke fell unconscious on the deck. He awoke a few moments later with a man slapping his face. Wake up, the man pleaded. Luke opened his eyes, focusing on a blurry image of a man's face. The man came clear as Luke tried to get up. He had lost his ability to move. He could only command his eyes and mouth. Straining to speak, Luke quietly said, "I can't get up." He paused, then murmured, "Yeah, I can't." Luke, certain that his spinal cord had been severed, thought only of a life in a wheelchair. All of his dreams dashed in a moment. The concerned man directed Luke to stay still. "You are bleeding pretty bad," he said. Bleeding, Luke thought. He had no idea he was even cut. He did not know what had hit him. It felt more like a blow with a lead-wrapped baseball bat than a slice from a broken shackle. They carried him to the galley, and in time he regained mobility. The man who had slapped him to wake him up had stuck his fingers all the way through his neck to hold his sliced carotid artery with both fingers, stopping him from bleeding out. A semi-concerned Tom approached Luke. "Tough break. Here's a cold beer. Don't drink it. Keep it on your cut." Cut, Luke thought. He looked at his wound in the mirror. It looked more like a Vietnam War wound from a hand grenade than a cut. His entire secondary jugular had been slashed. He could see the pink and white flesh of his deep tissues. He could see his windpipe. It was bad. Blood spattered on Luke's clothes, on the deck, and on the railing. It gave an impression that a gaff tuna, still hot, had thrashed around on the deck, the gaff hole squirting red blood everywhere. But instead it was Luke's blood. The deckhands would have to scrub down the decks as if it were a fish's blood. A deckhand named Zorba, because he resembled Zorba the Greek, came into the galley blubbering like a child. "Luke, I'm sorry I killed you. God forgive me. I killed you, Luke." Luke figured Zorba had chosen a shackle that was too weak for the kind of strain that the giant had put on it. Tom snapped at Zorba, who was a heavy-set man with childish mannerisms. "Zorba, shut up! You didn't kill Luke. See? He's alive. Now sit by him and make sure he doesn't go to sleep or drink that beer I gave him. That's your job for the rest of the trip, Zorba." Luke sulked. There he was, with a 3-inch hole ripped across his lacerated neck, bleeding heavily, with nothing but a cold beer to put on it, and a crying fat man by his side, 100 miles out to sea and in rough weather. Zorba pleaded with Tom to call a chopper. "Luke needs to be tough now," Tom said. "There are fish to catch and we are not going home until the morning." Luke received medical help for 20 hours, and when they finally got to the dock in San Diego, it was incredible. Looking back, Luke realized that this was quintessential Tom. Once again, Tom had broken the rules of decency and convention, but no harm came of it. Luke lived, and Tom boated a record 30 to 50-pound mossback yellowtails. In hindsight, it was the right decision to make. Upon the Giants' return to port, an ambulance with sirens blasting sped Luke to the emergency room. The idea of being rushed anywhere after 20 hours of waiting on the boat to hit the dock seemed kind of silly to Luke. By now, Luke was just pissed that he had missed all the next morning's action of more whopper yellowtail. The ear, nose, and throat doctor who examined Luke gave him a nice shot of Demerol to relax him, then proceeded to stick his finger in the hole in Luke's neck. Luke could feel him grazing his windpipe. The doctor stitched Luke up and sent him home with strict orders to stay out of the water for 6 weeks. These orders were obeyed until the water at the hut cleared up just enough so Luke could make a few dives for Corbina. Luke grew to like the nasty scar on the left side of his neck. Chicks dug it, and he liked to tell the story. Luke recovered just in time to make the last trip of the season. By now, the tuna were snapping pretty good at 87 miles southwest from Point Loma. The first thing Tom made Luke do upon his return to work was to pull the anchor at a quick bait stop that they had made at the Coronado Islands on the way to the tuna grounds. Luke, nervous yet willing, pulled the anchor and eventually mastered it and his fear. But for years to come, he would tense every time he saw or heard a rope or chain straining under tension. On this particular trip, Tom had hired a female second captain named Susie with huge breasts and a galley cook nicknamed Lerp. A lerp is a moss that hangs from the rudder of a dock lily or a boat that does not run very often, and it's hardly a compliment. Fishermen aboard the Giant hooked up on the tuna grounds at daybreak. The albacore came over the rail at a maddening pace. The passengers barked orders. "Deep color, gaff! I have a tangle, deckhand! I puked in the head! Bait my hook!" And on it went. Nothing turned ordinary fisherfolk into crazy, pushy, every man for himself rowdies like a hot albacore bite. Fistfights were common, and injuries from hooks happened almost daily. Luke once cut the wedding ring off a man who had worn it faithfully for 20 years because a hook had snagged the man's finger just forward of the ring. The finger was so swollen that cutting the ring was the only way to save the finger. He seemed more than happy to lose the ring and get back to fishing. Tom came down the stairs, still angry that Susie had rebuffed him the night before. He was not showing the slightest bit of happiness over the 150 albacore averaging 25 pounds that had already been boated. The Giant was the high boat in the fleet that day, and all Tom could think of was the night before when he was sitting up in his bunk with Susie at the wheel. Tom, no longer able to control himself, reached up with both hands and grabbed her heaving breasts. Susie slapped him on the face as hard as she could. Tom snapped in Luke's general direction. "I think we picked up a gillnet or something on the port prop. The port main is running at a lower RPM than the starboard. It's gotta be fixed. Luke, you're the new guy. You go get it out. Clear the wheel if it's hung up on something." What, Luke thought? He wants me to go in the water, dive 12 feet down, and another 5 feet under the boat on a breath hold and cut off a gillnet from a propeller? Oh, yeah. "Here is the gear to do the job," Tom added. Tom handed Luke a dull knife and a pair of 1950s-era swimming goggles, just like the ones Ron had described so many times that he used back in Hawaii in the 1950s. No fins, no wetsuit, no tanks, not even a sharp knife, just a crappy set of goggles and a dull knife to do the job. Tom smirked. "Don't worry, I'll cover you with my gun from the bridge. Not too many sharks around today anyway." Luke, with his heart in his throat, took off his clothes and donned his goggles. Knife in hand, goggles on his head, and boxer shorts for swim trunks, Luke perched on the transom. Against his will and better judgment, he plunged into the clear, bottomless water that shimmered powder blue with a purple accent. Scared to his toes, he surfaced and took a deep breath, then dove for the four-bladed bronze props, each one nearly 3 feet across. With his goggles leaking badly, he saw the props slowly turning in the 8-foot swells. This was crazy enough to kill him. He proceeded to the barnacle-encrusted rudder, grabbing the propeller shaft to steady himself. He saw the tangled mass of a monofilament gill net wrapped in the port prop and began to hack away at it with the dull knife. He slashed until he needed air. On the next dive, while holding the propeller shaft, the barnacles on the rudder scraped him as it rolled, making hamburger out of his left shoulder. Bleeding but resolute, Luke kept diving. Each time he went down, he hacked a bit more of the net. Pieces of gill net floated past his leaky goggles. Sardines with hooks in their noses fluttered in the current from the fishermen above. He couldn't stop until the shaft was clear. While Luke struggled with the tangled propeller, the anglers continued to land albacore and even one big-eye tuna. With the tuna blood in the water, mingled with Luke's blood from his shoulder, the sharks began to move in. Luke saw 2 of them circling 20 feet below. Terrified, Luke surfaced. "You got to get me out of here," he shouted to the captain. Tom motioned to the other crewmen not to let him aboard until the job was complete. After all, the boat could not move until the prop had been freed from the net. Grasping the alternatives, Luke submerged again, keeping a wary eye on the sharks below. He watched the hooked albacore spin circles below him, doing their signature death spins with their uniquely long pectoral fins fully splayed out. They looked like gliders floating in the wind. With a few bullets came whizzing downward from Tom's gun, no doubt. One shark that had been wounded by a bullet swam straight into Luke. He cut the last mesh of the net from the prop and flew toward the surface where the crew helped him aboard. Tom, impressed with Luke's spirit, let him eat first that night. Lerp did not like what he had seen and gave Tom his notice on their return to San Diego. Tom, without a cook for the next trip, which was leaving in an hour, and still fuming from being denied a grab at Susie's huge breasts, and now Lerp quitting, cocked back and slugged Lerp right in the face in front of the passengers. Lerp reeled, then managed to sneak a good connecting punch at Tom's face. The fight was soon over. Lerp stomped up the ramp, cussing like a sailor, and Tom was left with a massive, bleeding, oozing black eye. To add insult to injury, Tom would have to cook that night and for 4 more days until a replacement cook could be found. Tom hated cooking. Soon the albacore would take their leave and go. Who knew where? All the fleet knew is that the fabled albacore that provided a steady stream of anglers and income disappeared every year in the late fall. It was time to make a crew trip. On such a special trip, the best crew members and a few close friends would take the giant to whatever choice location they desired for a week or more to dive, fish, surf, shoot sea lions, and whatever else they could think of. One would think that after 100 straight days of slave-like labor with no less than 2 hours of sleep a night, angry, vomiting passengers all over the place, low pay, and Tom at the wheel, the last place any crew member would want to be was on another trip. Such was not the case. The crew was there because they loved the sea, the boat, even her captain. The crew trip was a once-a-year opportunity to do what they wanted, fish the way they wanted and with no passengers to contend with. The crew trip was the only vacation any of them could afford anyway, and it was free. That year's destination was 2 remote islands 360 miles south of Point Loma off the Mexican Baja coast. They were called Isla San Cedros and Isla San Benitos. Cedros, as it was known, is a large island a dozen or so miles from the coast with a permanent population of 1,000 or so abalone divers, lobster trappers, and workers who labored in the salt flats. San Benitos, more than 40 miles from shore, had few permanent inhabitants and was a totally different animal from Cedros. To this day, San Benitos Island is regarded as unique in the world with a near-perfect water clarity and a prolific game fish population. If the Cortez Bank was a few decades behind the times, these islands were in the last century. After the 36-hour trip to the islands, Luke's brimming with anticipation could not sleep a wink. He was a bit nervous about the half-assed excuse he had left with his school teachers back home and about why he needed 8 days off from school. No matter, he would deal with it later. The Giant pulled up to a protected cove in San Benitos, anchoring about 3 a.m. Tom turned on the powerful deck lights, illuminating the surrounding sky and water. These may have been the only lights for 100 miles and certainly much brighter than anything else the local wildlife had ever seen. Soon the boat was being bombarded by small black kamikaze birds with a drumbeat like thump, 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 thump. Luke heard the thumping from the bunk below. Not sure what to make of it, he walked up topside to find thousands of small birds smashing into the Giant. Soon there was a pile of dead birds a foot deep covering every inch of the Giant's deck. The birds continued their assault, smashing into anybody standing on the deck. This storm of birds was the largest thing anybody had ever seen. Later the crew surmised that the deck lights may have seemed like the sun and confused the poor birds. By morning the birds had to be shoveled from the deck. For the next few days the crew would find an odd rotting bird stuck in a corner or jammed in a pipe somewhere. Luke stayed up the rest of the night playing with the dead birds like a kid in his first snow. As the sun rose over the island, a scene from the Jurassic era emerged, revealing an eerily calm, glassy sea with a 4-foot rolling swell accented by the small jagged islands in the background. In between the Giant and the island was the thickest and most massive and dense kelp forest Luke, or many other people, had ever laid eyes on. The kelp grew so thick that large birds could actually walk on it like a frog on a lily pad. The kelp rolled with each swell. It would rise up and mimic the form of the waves as it passed through, then settle back down and let it lay flat again. The smell of the thick kelp, iodine-rich in the salt air, and diesel fumes from the Giant combined to create an elixir that put Luke into a primal trance. The overcast sky gave the crystal-clear water a grayish look. One could not tell where the sky stopped and the sea began. Luke, Dion, and their new buddy Josh decided to put on small bait rigs of 6 hooks with a piece of red yarn on each to catch Spanish mackerel as that day's fishing bait. Josh was the first one to drop his rig in the water. He was aggressive and always seemed to be the first at the rail in the morning. This was a trait that Luke admired. But with his dark brown hair, Josh sported a lifelong buzz cut. He loved to work out and maintain his natural athletic build. Luke would later become close friends with Josh, but for now the older Josh just saw Luke as a punk kid to be squashed at every occasion. Josh had his rig in the water for no more than a few seconds when it doubled over. His rod doubled over. "Hey, maybe there are some mackerel here," Dion said. "We can fill the bow tank with them very quickly." Over the rail, Josh pulled a full stringer of 6 wriggling calico bass, all more than 4 pounds, and flashing their distinctive brown and white calico checkered patterns. Luke, beaming, lowered his setup into the water. Fish attacked the unbaited rig, hit it instantly. The rig was full of calico bass. Then it was Dion's turn. The hits continued for an hour or so until the three friends had a deck full of bloody, toed giant calicos caught with bits of yarn. Luke had never imagined fishing like this was possible. For the first time, he had seen a glimpse at what it had been like and what had been lost off the California coast. He thought with sadness how it must have been just like this off of his native hut 100 years ago. Having caught enough calicos to last a lifetime, the three friends began to fire out surface irons. In nothing flat, all three rods went bendo. After a short fight, Josh pulled the first yellowtail into the boat, a nice fish of more than 30 pounds. Josh always fished like it was life and death and a contest. He reeled with such determination that the fight rarely lasted more than a few minutes. Luke hooked up with a nice fish that was pulling hard. The line peeled from his reel. The reel began to smoke. Luke poured water over the reel to keep it from exploding. He was babying the fish and being much more conservative than normal. He was still gun-shy from losing his last big yellowtail back at the Cortez. Josh egged Luke on. "Come on, pussy, pull on that small fish." "What are you, some sort of faggot or something?" Regarding this as antagonism, Luke pulled even harder. He could see the giant yellowtail at deep color now and yelled like a child. "Gaff, gaff, get the fucking gaff," Luke yelled. Josh slowly picked up the gaff and moseyed over to Luke. "What are you doing? Hurry up, Josh." The yellowtail was nearly spent, and now it lay on the surface dying. Josh, fearing that Luke's fish could trump his own, hesitated to help Luke boat the fish. Shots rang out. Crack, crack, crack. Shaken, Luke went white as a ghost and nearly dropped his rod into the water. He looked down at his prized mighty yellowtail. Tom, snickering like a villain and looking pleased, had shot Luke's yellowtail 3 times from the bridge, nearly obliterating the fish. Luke tried to hold back his tears at the sight of the largest yellowtail he might ever know and blown to bits, hanging dead from the end of his line. He set down his rod and started towards his dive gear. Luke donned his dive gear that he had borrowed for the trip. Holding in his anger, he said nothing at all. Feeling chastised and picked on, he knew he needed to get into the water. Josh and Dion eyed Luke, then suited up. The 3 boys untied the inflatable raft that Tom had brought on the trip. They piled their scuba gear, spear guns, knives, and abalone irons into the 12-foot little red raft that they had with a small outboard engine and headed off to the center of the mother of all kelp beds. Nobody had the slightest clue what they would find under the kelp, such as this. The boys let their imagination run wild as they motored over. They thought of the recent calico fishing and giant mossback yellowtail Tom had shot up with his .223. What would they find, Luke wondered. Perhaps huge white sea bass? 10-pound lobsters by the millions? Barn door halibut? Huge white sea bass, 10-pound lobsters by the millions. Barn door halibut maybe, or a 400-pound black sea bass, and it was legal to shoot it in Mexico. After all, this was Mexico, where everything was legal and anything was possible, or so they thought. The boys, jumping with anticipation, neared the center of the kelp forest. "Let's tie up to that chunk of kelp over there," suggested Dion. While the skiff was still moving at a good clip, Luke pulled his mast on and flipped over the side of the rail backwards and went straight down, not even pausing to let the air out of his BC flotation jacket. He quickly disappeared from sight. Josh looked at Dion as Luke disappeared. "Crazy fucker. I say we finish the dive early, motor back to the boat, and leave Luke out here," Josh laughed. As Luke spiraled downward to the bottom nearly 65 feet below, the jagged outcroppings of an amazing reef system came into focus. He landed amidst a series of rising finger reefs and ledges that came as much as 20 feet off the bottom. There were endless cracks and ledges. Luke, focusing on the bottom structure, marveled at the stark beauty of this realm. Thriving in the currents were giant Gorgonian sea fans and rigid purple and orange hard coral formations. Lobster antennae protruded from almost every crack. Swarms of giant red and black sheepheads surrounded Luke. They seemed to eye Luke and say, "Well, are you going to get to work or what?" The sheephead is the dog of the fishes. They always seem to show up from nowhere, just in time to vie for scraps of urchin, abalone, or scallops that float loose as a diver is bagging them. Every underwater setting has its own unique vibrations. A diver cannot smell underwater. So, in lieu of the olfactory sensation, a tuned-in diver feels his way through the water like a land mammal sniffs its way through the dense forest. The vibration Luke felt at San Benito's was distinctly more alive and unmolested than anywhere he had ever been. Maybe it was the many fishes that were not the slightest bit afraid of his presence, or the thickness of the kelp, or the fact that all the characters of the undersea drama were present. So often back home, the same drama would be played out with a skeleton cast. It was rare that all would attend. The environment felt more alive here and therefore more balanced. Luke sensed it deeply. This sensation of a pure, unspoiled wilderness would stay with Luke throughout his life. He created a small window in his mind for this place and would travel back to it often. Deep below the surface of this magic world, Luke thought of the Chumash Indian counterpart of his home back in Malibu, imagining and paddling and fishing every day. There was something more, something tangible that was different about this reef. He saw something that looked familiar, but he was not sure what it was. The funny-shaped rock with tentacles, like the one that he had seen at Catalina Dive Camp, triggered a realization. It's an abalone, Luke thought. A big one. As Luke pulled out his ab knife to pry it off, a hand rudely pulled his mask off and let it snap back on his face, flooding it with water. Distracted while he tipped his mask and blew out the water through his nose, Luke perceived that Josh had snuck up on him and claimed his beautiful abalone and swam off with it jauntily. Angry at Josh's insolence, not the last time, Luke was certain he put his gloves on a small rock to steady himself. The rock sucked down. He had just put his hand on another abalone. He backed off for a moment to take a closer inventory of his surroundings. He was in a field of abalone, thousands, maybe millions of them. Some were piled 3 high and 4 high, pinks, greens, and even a few reds. Abalone, once more common in California waters than starfish, have a long history interconnectedly and intertwined with the actions of mankind. Abalone are one of the largest gastropod shellfish in the sea. They suck down on the rock with a massive sucker foot as their only means of self-defense and take many years to grow to a decent size of even 7 or 8 inches. Abalone meat, the muscular foot, has been a highly cherished delicacy for centuries, first by the Native Americans who named it, and later by the Asians and the Europeans. Since the decimation of the abalone's chief predator, the sea otter, in the late 1800s, the mollusk flourished and a robust fishery ensued off of California. Fishermen reduced the number of abalone slightly, but it was the reintroduction of the voracious non-native Alaskan species of sea otter that delivered the coup de grace back in California, which killed off almost all the remaining abalone within the ever-expanding range of the sea otters. The last great stocks of abalone in Southern California region and any hidden away out of reach of divers was depleted by the extreme warm water and the El Nino events of the mid-1990s that enabled the spread of the withering foot disease. The withering foot virus, which causes the foot to shrivel like a raisin, killed nearly 100% of the abalone in some regions. In recent years, the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife had adopted a policy of expanding the sea otter range into areas supporting a few remaining abalone colonies. State biologists contend and fishermen agree that these threatened colonies will be killed off shortly by the sea otters. Abalone cannot survive in the same region as the sea otter in any real numbers. Young Luke, looking around this rich underwater world, did not know the difference between the abalone species, nor did he understand the size or bag limits. What do the rules matter anyway, he thought. This is Mexico. Still angry at the loss of his trophy yellowtail and the henpecking of older Dion and Josh, Luke began prying off abalone off the rocks like a madman. He started slowly, then admiring each animal and looking for larger ones. Unable to restrain himself in this abalone cornucopia, he snapped and went into an unstoppable feeding frenzy. Whether it was an unchecked instinct left over from the caveman days to collect as many acorns as possible in the spring to ensure survival in the winter, or eat fat in case of famine, or if he simply wanted to outdo Dion and Josh, it just did not matter. Luke was in full mental attack harvest mode. He pulled off and pried every abalone he could find, sometimes 2 and 3 at a pop. Before long, breathing heavily and working hard, he ran short of air. The sheep had moved in and started a feeding frenzy of their own. To an observer, it must have looked like a circus. He did not want to leave his glory hole. He just kept picking abalone and bagging, and soon he began to suck dry of air, straining to extract the last breath of air from his tank. He had 1 or 2 breaths left only when finally he bolted for the surface 60 feet away. The bag was so full, he had to carry it across the bottom and walk to the next reef. Swimming was out of the question. The bag must have weighed more than 200 pounds, all dead weight. He was kicking with all of his strength towards the surface. Halfway up, he glanced down at his game bag that was absolutely stuffed with abalone to the rim, some even falling out the top. The strong effort and abnormal weight caused the Dacron strap holding the bag to his weight belt to snap. The bag of abs plummeted to the sea floor like a lead weight, completely out of air, yet determined not to let his trove of abalone become a mere fish story. Luke lunged toward his sinking bag, holding his breath, kicking powerfully. He grabbed the bag with both hands and again tried to make it to the surface. 2/3 of the way up, he saw stars and was beginning to pass out. Tunnel vision set in. He was dangerously close to the shallow water blackout. Should he pass out, he would certainly sink and drown. Dazed, Luke broke the surface, gasping for air. Spotting Josh in the inflatable 75 yards away, he yelled at the top of his lungs, Josh, help me, please." Josh delayed his effort to help and slowly started towards Luke. Out of nowhere, a Mexican ponga skiff pulled up, manned by 2 men, and he chugged up behind him and startled Luke. Luke tried to appear calm. He was tangled in the thick kelp and struggled to stay afloat. The Mexicans were not friendly. It was obvious that the boys had been harvesting in their patch. Sweeping his arm in broad, angry motions, one of them spoke. "No take abalone aquí, okay? Or I call federales and they take your bota away from you, gringo." Luke, who was always trying to speak Spanish but never perfecting it, he once mistakenly asked a Mexican official, "How much do you want for your daughter?" Instead of directions to the border, the man replied in his own mangled Spanish to the furious man standing at the boat, "Yo no tocar los abalones aquí. Solo mira los pescados bien, gracias, por favor." All the while struggling to stay afloat with more than 100 pounds of abalone in his bag to conceal underneath the thick kelp. The Mexicans saw through Luke's lie, but chose not to push it. They sped off, apparently seeking reinforcements. Josh approached the raft. "Josh, here, take my bag," Luke said. Josh helped haul the overstuffed bag over the rail. "I would have let you die," Josh said, "but I did not want to let all these abalone go to waste." It was an obvious cover-up for bone-deep jealousy. They picked up Dion. The 3 tired divers returned to the giant. All had good catches of abs, but Luke's was by far the largest. Brimming with satisfaction, Luke proceeded to shuck the abalone and slice the abs, a job that would go on until 2 a.m. He did not care. He had power, he had proved himself and was ready. That night, Luke joined Josh and Dion during a break from processing his abs. Josh had a full bottle of Southern Comfort by his side. Luke asked for a drink. Josh declined. Luke kept pestering him about it. On his third attempt, Josh grew angry and threw Luke against the wall, giving him a nosebleed. Luke collected himself and went back to cutting his abalone. Tom got wind of Josh's belligerence, so the next morning he ordered Josh to be pulled from his bunk at daybreak and thrown into the ocean. Josh put up a good fight, but ended up in the chilly water anyway. Josh, fearing shark attacks, sprinted to the bow where he tried to climb up the anchor line. Just as he went about to complete the 15-foot vertical climb up the anchor chain in his wet Levi's and boots full of water, Tom, chuckling on the bow, would pay out anchor lines, splashing Josh back into the water. Tom thought that this was funny and persisted until Josh was so completely spent he could hardly move. Josh was a bit kinder to Luke for the rest of the trip, and for that matter, the rest of his life. Luke, growing ever more confident in his relationship with Tom, was summoned to the wheelhouse. Tom took off his shirt and continuously asked Luke to check his back for a sunburn. Being of Irish-German descent, Tom was as red as a tomato, glowing fiery red from his sunburn. "I don't know," Luke said, cooking up mischief. "If you can feel what I'm about to do, you may have a slight sunburn." Luke cocked back his hand and arm, with his hand open, slapped Tom with all of his force that he could muster on his bright red back, leaving a full 5-digit imprint outline. Tom let out a roar of pain, followed by laughter, as he realized that Luke had finally started to get with the program. Later in life, Tom would lament his rough treatment of the three friends, Josh, Dion, and Luke. Ironically, the boys, then men, would reflect on Tom as a father figure for the three youngsters who otherwise had none. They would be thankful for Tom's firm guiding hand. Tom's seemingly harsh regimen would instill in the boys the rare traits of an underlying ethic of hard work, fiscal responsibility, and calmness under fire. He taught them the benefits of bold risk-taking and staying drug-free. Most of all, he showed them how to have a good laugh. In short, Tom made the three boys into men. Chapter 8, Torpedoed. The present. The old slick silver truck fired right up. It had an aftermarket tachometer mounted on the dashboard and extra cush gas shocks in the rear. Luke removed the big block a few times. He revved it up. Big giant hulking engine, filling the 4-barrel carburetor with fuel. He scanned the radio channel, stopping it for a moment on Metallica, but moved on. Nothing felt quite right, so he switched it off. Not sure of where he was even going, he paused to take stock. Food, hunger, anger, revenge, hide. These thoughts ambled around in his head. He wanted to spend some time with his mother, but he was way too volatile. Plus, the 2-mile drive to his mom's house required driving by the sea, the sight of which still made Luke cringe with fear. "Where can I go? What should I do?" he said out loud. Such a mundane, basic prospect was enough to set Luke falling into despair. In better times, when Luke felt lost or was sad, a short trip to the sea, a quick dive, or even a surf session would recenter him and make him whole again. Now the idea of such a jaunt conjured up ideas of suicide and nausea. He was starting to give up, wondering why his friend, the ocean, had betrayed him. He had given up on self-reflection or trying to rationalize the event of the barge accident with a spiritual twist. Maybe Luke's anger towards the sea was just a way to mask his fear of getting back in it. Such a simple, obvious conclusion was still months off for the broken ocean warrior. Head to the mountains. Nobody will bug me there, he thought. he pondered. Nobody was bugging him anywhere anyway. But the east wind had a tight grip around Luke's shaken psyche. He put the pickup in gear, sped off the parking lot, and hung a blind right into oncoming traffic, making two cars skid to a stop. He had gone from being overtly cautious and shell-shocked to feeling reckless and abandoned any desire to protect his own life, or anybody else's for that matter. He sped up the windy canyon road and abutted his apartment complex and drove for a few miles, ripping a fast right down an overgrown dirt road with signs everywhere that read "No trespassing, no vehicles, state park," and so on. He ran over two of the signs and continued to a place he had ridden dirt motorbikes as a teenager. The kids had called it the Levels. It was an abandoned multi-tiered building site. The base area, or level 1, had whoop-de-doos and a few jumps, and there was the 100-foot near vertical climb leading to the next level. Another 100 feet above that was the very highest level, which sported a fantastic vista of the nearby mountains. Those with real stones could jump all the three of the levels and catch massive air. Luke recalled some of the wild parties he had gone to in the area, far from the prying eyes of adults. Before he had lost his spirit, Luke would find Chumash artifacts in the area and try to commune with the spirits of the Indians who had made it their home centuries before. The Levels was flanked by a river that led to a breathtaking multi-level waterfall that flowed heavily almost every spring. Orange belly newts, a favorite of Luke's, collected under the base of the falls to breed. Poison oak was everywhere. As Luke reached the perch where the Levels first came into sight, he breathed his first scent of a wildfire. The smell thrust him back to the charred hillsides and the 100 or more melted trailers that were left after the Great Fire of 1983 stormed through his community. The trees had gone up like torches, and friends' homes had melted in a viscous flowing ooze of aluminum which resembled a silver lava flow. The monarch butterflies would stop over and breed each spring in the eucalyptus trees, and they covered the trees with their fluttering wings, but they never returned again after the fire. Luke had a sense that this fire would be even worse, at least for him. The firefighters had more resources now than ever, but some blazes were still uncontrollable. His high perch allowed for a perfect wide vista of the sea. The east winds had blown the valley smog to the coast, making a thick, soupy brown layer on the horizon. The ocean was flat and calm for 100 miles. In the distance, the peaks of the Channel Islands poked through the smog. Luke vowed that no matter how bad the fire got, he would not retreat to the sea and become the beachside refugee he had been as a child. The Great Fire of '83 had forced Luke and his neighbors to flee to the beach. The flames had pushed them out of their homes and into the sea's edge. Those who could rowed small boats offshore for fear of being consumed by the flames. Luke stayed on the beach, breathing through a wet rag. The smoke had choked his young lungs. Now it appeared the first plume of smoke shone over the hillside. It won't be long now, he thought. The winds kicked up, gusting over 60 miles per hour. Tumbleweeds flew into the truck. Luke sat and waited. An hour went by. The pungent smell of burning sage, sumac, and chaparral filled the air. The truck radio announced the mandatory evacuation of all coastal residents of Malibu. Luke thought of his mom, but still he waited. The first flame flickered in the distance. With one strong gust, the flames kicked up to 20 feet. The fire continued its rapid advance, consuming everything in its path. Luke sat expressionless as the flames crept into the gully below. They stalled at the creek just until the next whooshing gust. The fire jumped the creek and started to burn uphill towards Luke. Flames burned twice as fast going uphill. Luke knew this, yet sat patiently. He knew he would be safe at the sea, but he refused to budge. In years past, Luke, Josh, and Dion rejoiced with the coming of the east winds. The fires prevented Fish and Game and other fishermen from interfering with their clandestine poaching operations. Of a poacher. The past. Luke counted the sum total of his summer's earnings on the Giant. In his hands, he held $1,623.51 in wrinkled bills. It was a grand sum, a fortune to a 14-year-old. He considered carefully how to spend it. He worked hard to earn it. He paid $1,023 for a complete set of dive gear, including his first real spear gun, a thin, narrow gun called a French arbalete. What it lacked in power, Luke made up for with his own tenacity. He named the gun Arby. It became his close friend. He would say goodnight to it on occasion. Arby was a slim barrel-style gun with two thin rubber bands and a 6mm shaft. The gun could kill a fish at 10 feet, a good improvement over the 3 or 4 feet of his Hawaiian sling. Luke sat in his room admiring his new gear. The phone rang. It was Dion on the other end. "Hey, Luke, I hear you bought a new set of dive gear." "Yeah, Scuba Pro regulator, jet fins, 1/4-inch wetsuit, weight belt, even a bitchin' spear gun. I'm ready to kill something, man." Luke replied, "You can only kill so much diving off the beach. What you need is a boat. Just so happens I found the perfect boat in the recycler, a 1958 glass bar. They're asking only $600. Do you have the cash, Luke?" Luke paused and thought about the endless possibilities of having his own boat. Never mind that he had no car to pull it with, Luke never stopped to wonder if the boat Dion was promoting would float or even if it would start. "Okay, let's do it. Pick me up in an hour. I'll have the cash in my hand." Dion and Luke pulled up to a house somewhere out in an obscure part of the San Fernando Valley. This place seemed strange to Luke, not like the coast. The man who owned the boat was pushing for a hard sell. He was talking a mile a minute and had some white powder smeared on his nose. "Hey, this is the best boat in the valley," he said. "I ran it for years. We even dove off a wreck off Catalina Island that had 100 pounds of cocaine still in the cabin. Yeah, the Coast Guard will not dive on a drug boat deeper than 120 feet, the man said. Luke was not sure how to react. He was completely naive about drugs in those days. He studied the boat carefully, trying to give the impression that he knew something, that he knew what he was doing. The glass bar was one of the first mass-produced fiberglass boats. She was 16 feet from bow to stern and had a chalky white gel coat on her exterior with peeling carpet and crackling floorboards inside. Her motor was an archaic 1963 super quiet Johnson Seahorse, 65 horsepower in all, the kind that spit out unburnt fuel as a method of cooling it. "Yep, she's a real beauty," Luke said. "Does she run?" he asked. "Sure she runs. You can use the screwdriver as a key. May need a tune-up, and be careful. The axle needs a little grease. I would not go over 45 miles an hour when towing her." "Okay, I'll take her," Luke said, standing tall, a man of decision. "I recently wanted 1,000. But today is your lucky day. I'll take $600, the seller replied. The boys hitched up the boat to a truck Dion had borrowed from his brother, paid the man, and drove straight to the harbor to try out their new dream boat. After struggling for a while to guide the boat into the water, she finally floated. "Climb in, here we go," Luke barked. Excited to hear the first purr of the engine, he twisted the screwdriver key. The starter turned over and over, groaning, anemic, then nothing. "Dion, go give it a whack." Dion hit the motor with his fist, blooding his knuckles. The blow had its desired effect. She finally turned over and started with a wheeze. Dion and Luke cheered, throwing off the dock lines of victory. Luke's spirits soared. "Okay, Dion, let's get straight to Catalina." "Yeah, I know a good cove over there with abs in it. I've been waiting to want to crack at it." "Well, speed up then," Dion replied. Catalina was a good 27 miles and 2 hours away across a major shipping lane. Fast-moving boats were prohibited in the harbor, 5 knots and no wake. That was the limit. Luke laid into the throttle just the same, spurring the boat onto a plane, disregarding the rules. The 2 excited boys sped along, throwing a large wake that made all the yachts and their slips bounce, knocking a few plants in the water. One old man came out waving a fist. "Damn it, speedboaters!" At that moment, the engine made a sound like sand being poured into a garbage disposal. It sputtered, coughed, and ground to a halt. After an hour of trying to get the engine going again, the boys gave up and asked for a tow back to the launch ramp. The 2 loaded the boat onto the trailer and headed to the repair shop, sulking as they sped along the freeway. Dion noticed a funny vibration in the truck, causing him to glance back at the boat. It was gone. Luke looked back in horror. The boat had come unhitched from the truck at 65 miles an hour on the freeway. He saw his precious new boat skipping along the freeway. Sparks flew from the trailer. Luke held his breath. The people in the passing cars looked on in amazement. Overriding the instinct to keep on driving, Dion maneuvered the truck in front of the boat, slammed on his brakes, and stopped the marauding vessel using his truck. The boat smashed full speed into the tailgate, gouging a large hole in the boat's bow. People in the passing cars got a good show. "Oh shit, the boat just rammed our tailgate," Dion yelled. Now, at the head of a massive freeway backup, the hapless duo got out, rehitched the boat, and continued to the repair shop. The mechanic suppressed a chuckle as he wiped his hands on a cloth. "Well, boys, you really did it this time. The engine's toast. You ran her without a single drop of oil, and the hole in the bow from slamming your truck, well, it's going to take some work. I'd say you're looking at 700 big ones to get this one going." $700, Luke moaned. "Where in the hell am I going to get that kind of money?" Dion, the instigator, looked on sympathetically. "I have an idea. I'll tell you on the way. Let's go back to your house, Luke." They left the boat at the shop with the instructions to complete the work. Dion and Luke proceeded over the windy canyon to Luke's house. "So what's this great plan of yours, Dion?" They pulled into the trailer park and drove to the bluff overlooking the protected bay near Luke's house, known as Paradise Cove. "Do you see the sailboat anchored about 3/4 of a mile off the beach?" Dion asked. "Yeah, so what are you going to do, steal the sailboat?" Luke replied. "No, take a closer look. What do you see?" Luke peered at the 50-foot sloop on anchor, then focused on the inflatable tethered raft attached to the transom. "With or without you, I'm going to steal that skiff. We'll do it tonight, around 10 p.m. Luke, nervous but reluctant to miss out on the adventure, followed Dion's cue. The boys set out in the dark on 2 ancient longboards that were stowed at the hut. There was a bright full moon, no wind, calm glassy seas, and condensed phosphorescence in the water. With each stroke they took, they agitated plankton, which lit up the water to become a bright purple. They wore all black wetsuits, painted their faces black, and paddled quietly. As they reached the stern of the sloop, they could hear people talking on the deck just above the heads. Luke, trying not to burst out into laughter, pulled out his 12-inch fillet knife from his belt. Quietly, he sliced the line that secured the 14-foot Avon dinghy with a 25-horsepower motor. The miscreants held on to the dinghy, letting the current take them 20 yards away. They threw their boards into the raft, pulled the ripcord to start the engine, and they sped off. The boat owner must have had quite a look on his face the next day. Back at the beach, Dion and Luke threw the raft into the truck and took off. Nervous laughter and victory screams filled the cab. The next night, the boys launched the ill-gotten skiff and headed out of the harbor. The little boat was full of dive gear, 4 tanks, an ice chest, and weight belts. Luke perched at the top of the gear. "So, what's this great plan of yours, Dion? I mean, how are we going to get the $700 to get my boat out of the shop? Are we going to sell the skiff or something?" "No, the skiff is just an ends to a means. We are going to run back up the coast off the hut and make a few night dives. I'm sure we can catch a shitload of lobster and find a few abalone.
I have a rich teacher at school who promised to buy anything we bring him. That's how we're going to make our money." Again, disregarding the law, the boys did not bother to put proper running lights on the skiff. Just as they were clearing the breakwall, a flashing blue light sped up on them. "Oh shit, it's the water cops," Dion said. "Remember, we bought the skiff from a guy named Fred in San Diego last week for $600. Remember, Fred." The red sheriff's boat pulled alongside, securing the dinghy. "Okay, boys, where'd you get the raft?" an obviously perturbed sheriff deputy demanded. One might guess that the raft had looked just a little too new and expensive for two young hoodlums to own. "We bought it from Fred in San Diego," Dion said. "Yeah, Fred, $600, Luke echoed. With white fear in their faces, Luke could see himself calling his mom, explaining why they were in jail. Dion, sucking his teeth at the deputy, protested and said, "So what's the big deal? We have BCs for life jackets and dive lights for navigation." The youngest deputy snapped back, "Look, punk, I know this is not your boat. It's hot, so I suggest you shut your fat mouth before I make you shut it." The water cops were always angry and abusive. Luke figured they must have been pulled off the street for night sticking too many colored folks and put on the water beat as some sort of punishment. They did not want to be there. Luke, now about to shit his pants, butted in. "Officer, I'm really sorry my friends have a bad attitude here. He's just had his wisdom teeth out and has a terrible reaction to medication. Makes him a bit dizzy and crazy, you know. I promise if you let us go, I'll take him right home," Luke said with coy resolve. These were the days before computers were available to confirm if a vehicle had been stolen. The deputy paused. "Okay, turn this boat around. Nobody's going diving tonight." Luke, trying to conceal his glee about not having to spend the night with Bubba in an LA jail cell, started the motor and headed back to the launch ramp. "Fuck," Dion said. "How are we going to make any money now? Let's just wait an hour and sneak back out past the sheriff's dock. Maybe wait until they go out on another call or something." The boys waited an hour and slipped out past the sheriff's undetected. They set a course for the hut a few miles to the north. They arrived there after midnight. Dion slowed the engine. Luke dropped the anchor. While suiting up for the first dive, they agreed to stay together. It was Luke's first night dive and their first attempt to capture lobster by hand. Dion and Luke rolled over the side and headed down. The water was clear. Their underwater dive lights accentuated all the color of the ecosystem. Everything glowed brightly. The greens and reds became almost iridescent. The boys, excited yet uneasy in the stark nighttime water, stayed side by side. They inspected each hole and packet of eelgrass. A lobster appeared a few feet in front of them. It sat calmly with its tail wrapped underneath its belly. It should have been an easy grab. Both boys lunged for the bug at the same time. The lobster slipped out between their grip. It hit Luke in the mask with a thud and swam off. The boys then went in separate directions. The hunt was on. Luke went into his killer mode. He kicked to the north and glided over the finger reefs, which he was so familiar with. Luke could close his eyes and see a mental map of each reef and each hole. Pumped by the near miss, he was eager to bag a lobster. He wanted Dion to see and beat him. Luke continued swimming and soon crossed paths with Dion. At first, he could see Dion's light flickering in the distance. At the time, the only dive light available was a cumbersome aluminum-housed apparatus called a Darrell Allen. The big yellow light used 12 D-cell batteries, and the bright beam lasted for only 1 or 2 dives. The batteries were replaced by moving the faceplate that was secured by 15 tiny screws. Luke swam up on Dion to discover that he had his game bag open. Lobster, Luke thought. As Dion moved slowly, a giant green cabezon of about 10 pounds cruised a few feet in front of him. The cabezon, or cabby, is an amazing fish with a master disguise. It sports a camouflage pattern that changes with its surroundings by the minute. The head is that of a reptile. The fish's small eyelashes imitate seaweed. Once separated, once speared, the cabezon makes a terrible grinding sound with its powerful jaws. The tasty meat is often an iridescent green or blue color that turns bright white when placed on a hot skillet. Dion opened his game bag, placing it just in front of the cabezon. The fish seemed not to take much notice and was likely hoping Dion was a seal and would just swim by him. Dion then tickled the cabezon in hopes of tricking the fish into swimming into the game bag. The fish arced a hard right and bolted off into the blackness. Luke disappeared, disappointed that his friend had missed the fish, swam a few feet to find an even larger cabbie sitting in some eelgrass. Luke then struck the same pose that Dion had, slowly opening his bag, except that he placed it a bit closer to the fish's head before touching the tail. He flicked the tail and the massive reptilian fish swam directly into his bag. Luke, ecstatic at catching a fish, swam over to show Dion, who had moved on. Luke kicked to the next set of finger reefs, and there they were, rows and rows of lobster lined up at the edge of a massive rising ledge. The lobsters stood vigil with their antennas raised in defiance. Lobsters are by nature nocturnal animals, venturing further from their holes at night in search of food. Luke opened his game bag and started grabbing lobsters like a kid scrambling to collect candies from a broken piñata. Lobsters shot off in every direction. Luke clutched 6 lobsters at once, one in each hand, one under his armpit, 2 between his legs. Getting them into the bag was going to be a challenge. 4 escaped in the process. No matter. The frenzied Luke, elated that he had caught his first bug by hand, rocketed from hole to hole. He grabbed and bagged the bugs as fast as he could. About half of them escaped Luke's rookie lobster hands and novice bagging techniques. He continued until his air ran low. Luke swam back to the skiff. Dion had finished early and sat waiting. He handed his bag to Dion, who dumped its contents on the beach. There on the deck appeared a writhing mass of lobsters, 25 in all, accented by one very angry cabezon. Dion and Luke gave high fives and hunkered down and marveled at their catch. Think about it, Luke. These are the good old days. Days that we'll tell our kids about. Dion paused and looked a bit concerned. I'm not sure what the size limit is, though, but they look seriously small to me. They laughed nervously. Oh well, who gives a shit? We caught them, and that makes them ours. Why don't we head up the coast a ways to the spot the old man attending bar in the sandcastle told us about? You mean the finger reefs that supposedly have scallops on one side and abalone on the other? Luke replied, There are no abs left on the coast. Let's make another dive here. It's just an old man telling stories. Dion, knowing the high monetary value of abalone, paid no attention to Luke and headed up to the abalone spot. 10 minutes later, they slowed the boat as they approached the dive spot. With no warning, Luke flipped into the water from the moving skiff. His action startled Dion, but gave Luke a head start, or so he thought. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, Luke descended. He listened to his breath. He liked the sound of breathing underwater. It was a feeling of freedom. He could not get enough of it. As he kicked downward, he heard a sharp pinging noise. The noise grew louder. Ping, ping, ping. He felt the noises vibrate in his chest rather than hearing them. Just then, his dive light went out. It was pitch black underwater still. He continued dropping into the darkness. The noises and vibrations became stronger. From the blackness emerged a great purple image that swam up and spun circles around Luke. It's a dolphin, Luke registered. The creature Luke felt certain had sensed him and had come by just to say hello. The dolphin churned up phosphorescence, creating a swirl of fluorescent purple surrounding both of them. The fantastic purple haze seemed to bind Luke and the dolphin momentarily. He was sure the animal was trying to speak to him telepathically. Luke tried to speak back to the dolphin by thanking him and saying hello over and over in his head. He wondered if a magical creature such as a dolphin could somehow have switched off his dive light just by thinking about it. Luke hit the bottom face first. The dolphin sped off. Luke's light turned back on. Luke cherished his encounters with sea creatures, which were always accompanied by a strong sense of humility and awe. He felt lucky to have seen the dolphin. Luke began to patrol the reef. He pulled himself along the bottom and saw huge rock scallops. The rock scallops of California are embedded firmly on the rock. It requires a good deal of wrenching to break them free. The scallops have a bright orange and sometimes brown lips that make it possible to discern the scallop from the rock to which it is attached. As Luke pried off a few scallops, placing them in his bag, he remembered that the old bartender had said, "One side of the reef is covered with big scallops and the other is coated with nice abalone of all species." Luke swam over the top of the reef to the other side. "Eureka!" he shouted in his head. There lay a colorful, prodigious bed of abalone. Pinks, greens, reds, whites, even a few blacks. A real motherlode. Luke, hardly believing his good fortune, launched into a feeding frenzy mode. He collected the abs just as he had done in San Benito Island. Working hard, Luke burned up his air quickly and, running short, decided it was time to head back to the boat. Luke hated to swim on the surface at night. It was too eerie. Swimmers were vulnerable on the surface at night, so he plodded along the bottom as far as he could, following his compass. He dragged the heavy bag of abs behind him, leaving a trail in the sand. The wavy sand formation on the bottom, the result of water surges, began to hypnotize Luke. He came up upon a pair of eyes protruding from the sand. He looked closer, careful not to spook it. He made out the eyes, then the head, then the fins. The whole fish now came into view. "Man, is that a halibut?" he cheered to himself. Without a spear handy, he was not sure what to do. Luke resorted to instinct. He went for his dive knife. He held it over the fish and plunged the knife through the mighty halibut. He could feel every detail of the knife as it pierced through the fish's flesh. It felt kind of gross. He imagined stabbing a human would feel the same. Luke reached around and grabbed the leading end of the dive knife to keep the fish from wriggling off. Good thing the knife had been dulled by working on the scallops, Luke thought. Then all hell broke loose. The fish made a break for freedom, dragging Luke through the water. As a result, the knife cut a gaping hole down the length of the halibut's back. Sucking dry for air, Luke would not let go. The force of the pull was dislodging his mask from his face, filling it with water. Luke finally won the battle, subduing the big fish. He made it back to the skiff and flung the 25-pound flatfish into the boat. It flopped violently the way only a halibut can. Luke climbed into the boat, a happy hunter, with all 4 tanks spent and a healthy night's catch. Dion and Luke paused to think about their next move. "We can't go back to the harbor. The deputies will probably have noticed that our truck is still there without a boat attached to it," Dion said. "They will be waiting and fishing game to assist, no doubt." "Let's haul the skiff into the hut beach. Leave it there and walk up the trail towards my house," Luke replied. "What about the catch? We can't take 35 short lobsters, 30 out-of-season abalone, a life cabezon, and a bleeding halibut to your trailer. Besides, it's 3:30 in the morning anyway," Dion said. Luke pondered his options. "You're right, Dion. I know there's a better place. Yeah, the trailer park laundromat. We can remove the panels from the windows and sneak in that way." "Sounds like our best option. Okay, let's get going, Luke." After an arduous slog up the 1-mile dirt trail with all their scuba gear and their hefty catch, the boys broke into the laundromat. They laid out their catch on the center clothes folding table. They marveled at the beautiful abalone, bugs, and fish and got to work. They filleted the fish, sliced and pounded all the abalone, tore the tails off the lobsters. They were still working 2 hours later. "Well, we better hurry up," Dion said. "That sun's almost all the way up now, and we need to get going." "What do you want to do with the guts?" "Throw them into one of the drying machines," Luke said. Dion then put 100 pounds of stinky, smelly, slimy guts into 2 of the larger clothes dryers. "Well, I hope my mom doesn't dry my clothes in that one," Luke said. The boys had a good laugh and made haste. They headed to Luke's trailer, planning to call Dion's teacher buyer and have him pick them up pay them cash for the goods, and then drive them back to the truck and trailer at the harbor. The boys strolled joyfully, conversing about their killer catch of lobster, not one of which was legal size. Just then, they passed a trailer that had a small patch of grass in the front yard. In the yard lay a dozen lobster heads. Each head appeared to be from a lobster of more than 10 pounds. Their jaws dropped. Suddenly, their mighty catch seemed insignificant. They asked each other, "Who lives there? Where did he catch those monsters?" Out of the trailer walked a heavyset man wearing a white t-shirt, heavy-rimmed square glasses, and a full mouth of chew. He introduced himself as Mike. "What'd you boys catch?" "Just a few bugs," they replied in concert. "Hey, where did you catch those giant lobsters?" Luke asked. Mike stood silent for a moment, looking cagey. "Well, I can't tell you, but if you have a good boat, I can take you there. After you've sworn to secrecy, of course." "Of course," Luke said. "We'll come by in a few weeks. We have a really good boat, and we can go diving." Mike waved to the boys. Luke and Dion looked back. They could see from his face that Mike was sure that no punk kids could come up with a working boat. Later that day, Dion and Luke sold their catch for $900, just the amount they needed to get their boat back and a little extra for some upgrades. For the next few weeks, the boys went to bed each night, dreaming of massive piles of 10-pound lobsters like the ones that they saw in Mike's front yard. They could hardly wait to get their boat back and have Mike take them to what they were sure was to be the mother of all glory holes. Scorched earth, burning soul. The present. The rapidly approaching flames offered Luke the opportunity to purify his dirty and lifeless soul. Luke finally found a suitable song on the radio. "Let it burn. Let the motherfucker burn. We don't need no water." He laughed like a crazy person. He was willing to let the flames meet his flesh if it would kill the sadness in his heart. His identity, his religion, his center had been beaten and taken from him. Nothing mattered now. He paused to offer recognition to the Indians who had come before him. He knew how they felt when the Europeans took from them their culture and their identity. Their spirits must have been sad and broken, just like Luke's. Luke was parked on a dirt road in a fire break at the top of the last major hill before the downward slope to the ocean a mile away. The fire would need to make a huge jump to cross the 20-foot wide break. But once it did, nothing could stop its advance to the beach. The flames approached Luke in the truck. Still he sat, tempting fate. Waiting for his purification by fire, the first flame approached the edge of the break, reaching out like a long finger to the undercarriage of Josh's pickup. Then it appeared to have used up its fuel and abated. But wildfires makes its own wind and its own rules. Luke knew this to be true. Whoosh! A gust near 70 miles per hour rocked the truck. The flames, reinvigorated, rushed the trail, made the leap, and surrounded Luke on all sides and the truck, which he had promised to take good care of for Josh. The fire burned ever hotter. Luke choked and gagged on the smoke. He could smell the tires starting to melt. Visibility was now near zero. The sky was orange. Luke knew two things. He would soon be dead if he did not run, and the fire would soon approach his mother's home to the south. He stayed put. The truck's paint blistered, and the plastic grill guard gradually melted away. The fumes from the popping paint blisters brought back vivid memories of when Luke renovated his first love, the Mistos. Chapter 11, The Mistos. The past. Luke cajoled his mother into taking him over to the boat repair shop and towing the rig home. When they pulled up to the repair shop, he got out and headed through the door, strutting up to the counter inside the shop. Scores of ancient engines dressed the walls. The world's oldest mechanic worked hard on his engine in the back, throwing wrenches, smoking over a barrel of diesel, and cussing at everything that moved. The musty smell of the place made Luke eager to lay down his cash and get out of there. "Yep, $700. It's all there. You can count it," Luke said with pride. They hitched up the boat and they were off. Tina, driving at the pace of a turtle in fear of the rig snapping off, driving over the canyon and might kill somebody, stacked up 100 cars behind her while traversing the windy Malibu Canyon. "I'm not pulling over," she announced. "I'm not going to be rushed by speeders." A CHP officer soon pulled her over. He let her off with a warning for blocking the traffic. Back at the beach, they unhitched the boat in a vacant lot near the trailer park. For the next 6 weeks, Luke lived and breathed his boat. It was the gateway to the glory hole Mike had promised them. Luke worked tirelessly to get the boat ready. Every now and then, Mike would walk by to check on Luke's progress and prime him with some new lobster story. "Last week we got limits of 10-pounders again. I know a spot where the lobsters stand around in rings of 20 or more. The largest one, usually a male, will charge out of the ring and point his antennas at you as if to say, 'Bring it on.' We call these bull rings. That makes us the bull ring kings, man. We also make our own reefs out of pipes and stuff. But I'm not supposed to tell you that." As proof, Mike produced pictures of these underwater lobster orgies, pipes full of large lobsters, even the ring of lobsters just like the ones he had described. It was real, and Luke was frothing at the mouth to see it. Mike's stories drove Luke to complete his boat fast, working like the east wind drives the fires. Luke ditched school nearly every day to work on the boat. He learned about the best repair techniques for the boat. 2 coats of monopoxy paint over primer. Be sure to sand in between coats and use a roller in combination with an expensive coarse hair brush, the man at the chandlery said to Luke. Be sure to add the right amount of thinner too, or you will get brush strokes. Luke painted the outside boatworks jet black and her hull glossy white. To finish the outside, he placed a red stripe at the waterline. Inside the boat, Luke tore out the old carpet and replaced it with a new, tougher material. He painted and sanded, and then painted and sanded some more. He breathed in the noxious fumes and enjoyed the smell of the dust in his lungs when he sanded. With the boat nearly complete, Dion finally came over for a visit. "She sure looks nice, Luke. We should be diving in no time. What about the electronics?" "Electronics? You need a Loran, a VHF, and of course a paper graph to find the fish." "I have no money for those," Luke replied. Dion produced a brown paper bag from his truck that he handed to Luke. Luke opened the bag to find state-of-the-art electronics, an ICOM VHF radio, Lowrance paper fish finder, and the latest Loran C, even a decent Alpine stereo with speakers. "Dion, I did not even ask. Where'd you get these?" "They fell off a truck," Dion said. "Never mind that now. We need to get this thing going," Dion replied. Luke completed his boat repairs just in time for the end of the year's lobster season. They had a launching ceremony complete with champagne over the bow. She was christened the Mistos in honor of the best local surf spot. Luke had no idea what the name meant or even if he had spelled it right. Now it was time to do some diving. The boys made plans with Mike to go out the following week. Again, Mike said, "You boys swear on your mothers and all that is holy in the world that you will keep this place a secret and never ever come back without me?" "Yes, Mike." "Yes, we do, Mike," the boys nodded. Around 5 o'clock the next morning, Mike hitched up the Mistos to his van. They launched from the Long Beach harbor and motored to a place south of Palos Verdes known as the Flats. The Flats would become an integral part of their lives, of Dion and Luke's lives, and later Josh's, as the seagoing triad. The Mistos cruised along a mile or so off the coast. Mike, driving the boat and staring at the shoreline, said abruptly, "Okay, here we are. Now drop the anchor." Luke was amazed that Mike could find a spot so far from shore without the use of the Loran. No one suspected finding a shallow ocean bottom so far out or that there would even be good lobsters down there. "Yep," Mike said, "landmarks are the best way to find a spot. Just triangulate these 3 prominent structures on the beach, line them up, and voila, You'll be dead on, not an inch off every time. All three quickly suited up and rolled off into the water. Dion and Luke decided to stay together while Mike headed off in a different direction. The boys, preoccupied, paid no attention to what Mike was doing. They started their descent. The water, for the first time, showed 20 feet of visibility or so, and there was a red-crimson layer on the surface caused by a bunch of dead plankton and other sea junk. A few feet deeper, the water became dark and the boys started to breathe harder out of fear, now descending into almost complete darkness. Luke grew scared and had to fight his urge to surface. He kept checking his depth gauge as a means to stay cool. "Where's the fucking bottom?" his brain cried. They finally touched bottom in 73 feet of water. The visibility was a murky 4 feet. The only way they could see each other was from their bright yellow game bags that they carried on their hips. They found small ledges, but no lobsters. Luke set his hand on the bottom, and in the silty sludge that was the sea floor, and it swallowed his arm up like quicksand. Disgusted, the boys gave each other the signal to surface and powered their way up. Dion and Luke climbed into the mistos and sat there disappointed, waiting for Mike to return. They were certain he had made a mistake with the navigation and had dropped the anchor in the wrong place. He surfaced to produce 10 of the largest lobster they had ever seen. "Mike, where in the hell did you get those?" "You need to have flat eyes, boys. They are thick down there. I can't believe you couldn't find a single one." Mike rubbed it in. Luke said nothing. He helped Mike and the lobsters aboard. Luke and Dion later discovered that Mike had intentionally anchored the boat 50 yards from the actual spot. They swam directly to where he knew the small reef was, leaving Dion and Luke to play in the barren mud. It was a nasty trick. On the ride back to port, Mike asked to make one more dive. "Where do you want to jump?" Luke asked. "You pick the spot," Mike replied. Luke, trying to make Mike eat his words, pulled the boat out of gear and said, "All right here, Mike." Mike, not skipping a beat, rolled over the side. Barely 5 minutes later, he emerged with a 30-pound halibut, the largest Dion and Luke had ever seen. "I am my own hero," Mike announced. If he had been an ape, he would have beaten his chest. Thoroughly schooled, Luke and Dion and the gloating Mike headed back to the harbor. The boys wore the look of a defeated army, disappointed in knowing that they would never get to see any of these great spots that Mike spoke of. Speeding along at 20 knots, Mike indicated an object bobbing in the water and said, "What's that?" Closer inspection revealed that it was a lobster trap buoy. "There should not be any corks in this area," Mike said. "It's been closed to all forms of commercial fishing since 1932. "Let's pull it up and see what we got," Luke said. The three pulled. After a few minutes, their hands bled. Mike, his raw palms in pain, let go of the line. Luke and Dion picked up the slack and kept pulling. "Pull like there's no tomorrow," Dion shouted. Luke was closest to the rail. Looking down, he saw a large square form arising from the depths. "I think it's a lobster trap," but Mike said, "There's no traps allowed in the flats, Dion." "I guess," Mike said, "somebody didn't get the memo." The trap neared the surface. Luke reached over and grabbed it. "What's all that red stuff in it?" Mike and Luke grabbed the trap and hauled it over the rail. Click, 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 click. With water splashing everywhere, they paused for a moment and stared at the trap in disbelief. The massive 4x4 foot trap was chock full of gargantuan lobsters. One could not have stuffed another lobster into the trap with a pry bar. 2 giant lobsters, too large to fit through the chutes, clung to the outside of the cage. Luke pried one of the massive lobsters off the cage. They looked at it, and it seemed to be close to 18 pounds. They were so large that they did not even look real. Luke thought back at the pinky lobsters they had poached off the hut a few months earlier, feeling embarrassed for having killed such small ones. They pulled the trap over the rail, and The fantastic lobsters continued to struggle. Thrashing and clicking their tails, exhausted, the three men sat panting. "What is this cord attached to the trap?" Luke asked. The tight cord descended into the water. "It might be another trap." Let's pull on it and find out," Dion said. Tired but not finished, they hauled in a second trap as full as the first. "My God, Dion, there's a third trap a few feet down." They pulled the third trap up and began the joyous job of unloading the pots. Angry that somebody would try to trap in the sanctuary, they tore the doors from the traps, cut the lines, and tossed them back in. The lobsters they kept. The Mistos, still on our maiden voyage, held more than 300 giant lobsters in the belly. The boat was sitting low in the water with all the weight. The lobsters were piled up to the gunwales. The men were forced to sit on the rails as there was no more room left in the boat. Chapter 12, Rivers of Aluminum. The Present. With a penchant for drama, Luke was determined to outlast the inferno that now surrounded him. His soul may have the opportunity to be purified by fire, but it was his flesh who would not be around to tell the story. Bolted from the burning brush, as if to offer one last reminder for Luke to get out of Dodge. His feelings were mixed. They ran from fear of the flames to settled gratitude for at last being able to feel something again. The intense situation had jump-started Luke's comatose nervous system. Now with the fire on both sides of him and on either side of the trail, smoke was so thick that you could cut it with a knife, and burning vegetation whipped around in the firestorm. Luke finally turned the key of the truck. Come on, you stupid piece of shit. Start! Josh is gonna kill me. He loves this truck. Vroom! The engine came to life. Luke slammed the shifter into reverse, peeled out, and then spun the tires hard forward. With the entire hillside on both sides of the highway engulfed in flames, he had no choice but to barrel down the hill, cutting through the fire and burning vegetation. Flaming branches and brushes flew in every direction as Luke floored the throttle. He held on for dear life and kamikazed all the way to the bottom of the hill. Unable to see the dirt road or anything else in front of him, he went on faith. Stopping, he would have to invite death for sure. Luke bumped towards the paved road a mile down the hill, pulling hard to the right and leaning onto the gas. Debris flew everywhere, but he pressed on. Mom's house is going to be up in tinderbox soon, he thought. Luke approached the coast highway. Soon fire trucks and police cars from every direction for 100 miles lined the shoulder lanes. An officer signaled for Luke to stop. He did not so much think, so he had to keep moving, shrugging, "I'm sorry," as he broke through the makeshift roadblock. As he approached the mobile home park that was his mother's home and the home of many of his old-time friends, he knew the situation was bad. The welcome sign had already melted up in front of the park. Eucalyptus and pine trees were exploding with a bang, fireballs that roared brightly and then sparkled until they were embers. One of the trees went up in flames a few feet from Luke as he rushed down the windy paved road to his mother's house. Luke could tell that he was already too late. The melted aluminum reminded Luke of a boat made from the same material. It was named for a great white whale. Chapter 13. The Beluga. In the past. As the laden Mistos chugged low in the water back to the harbor, the three occupants sat vigil. They looked at every nearby vessel through binoculars. They were jumpy, as one of those boats could be fishing game or worse, the lobster trapper who owned the illegal pots that they had just emptied. They were sitting on the bugs and sacks full of lobsters. But the greed had a hold firm on them. They saw huge dollar signs and were not about to jettison their Comstock load of lobsters. A strange boat seemed to be making a beeline directly toward them as they neared the harbor entrance. The boat was a dark gray bow picker, designed with a wheelhouse aft. She looked much like the cod boats of old, but with modern power and construction, made of aluminum. It sped towards Luke rapidly on the mistos, closing the distance. Dion was the first to realize that the situation was now out of their hands. "Oh shit, it's the trapper," Dion yelled. "Oh, there is no way that's him this close to the harbor," Luke said. "It's just a day fisherman. The trapper is poaching anyway. They should steer clear of the water cops." "They're coming up fast," Dion replied. Without another word, the three started flinging the bloated lobster bags into the water. Dion hucked 4 game bags that were still pinned closed back into the water. Mike threw them as fast as he could. Luke feared that he could lose his boat if he was caught by the law. He gained momentum and superhuman strength and picked up a 250-quart ice chest stuffed with bugs. He tossed the entire thing into the sea. By now, the boats were still inside the harbor in full view of the sheriff's dock. The occupants of the mistos figured they were safe. The boat that followed him was named the Beluga, and it pulled alongside the mistos. Out came an angry skipper. His name was Cronin, a formidable man, nearly 7 feet tall and bearded. He looked like he could crack a coconut with one finger. Mike and the boys, their bravado fading fast, were individually considering the wisdom of what they had just done. "I know you guys are robbing my traps," Cronin bellowed, holding up one of the buoys that they had cut from his trap. "You see this buoy? If I ever see you near one of these again, you're going to get one of these in your face." Cronin held up what looked like an AK-47 assault rifle. "And I ain't afraid to sink that puny boat of yours, neither." None of the characters in this drama wanted to attract the attention of the water cops. Cronin turned his boat out to sea. Luke guided the mistos back to the launch ramp. Luke broke the silence. "Do you think he was serious about that gun thing?" "He looked pretty damn mean," Dion said. "He looked real mean," Luke said. "He is real mean," Mike said. "I think I'll lay off the poaching for a while," Dion replied. The suggestion lay heavily on them, like an elephant squatting on their heads. Luke weighed his options. "Mike, is it okay if we drop you off at the ramp? I think Dion and I better disappear for a few days and let things cool down." "You're overreacting," Mike replied. "No," Dion said. "Luke is right. Think about it. That guy is trapping in a reserve in broad daylight, then pulling out an illegal assault rifle next to the sheriff's dock. He is either paying off Fish and Game, the cops, or both. Or he's just plain crazy. I do not want to stick around to find out which. Plus, if he's trapping this area, there are big bucks involved, and that means mafia. I do not need the LA mafia after me." Dion, being of Sicilian descent, liked to be dramatic and say everybody was working for the mafia. "Okay, have it your way," Mike said. "Where will you go?" Dion and Luke looked at each other. "Catalina, of course." They dropped Mike at the ramp, did an about face, and again passed the sheriff's dock on their way out of the harbor. It was night by now. The boys did not have a proper navigation lights for the 27-mile channel crossing. "Okay, where do you want to go?" Dion asked. "I know a little cove on the front side that I have been meaning to visit," Luke said. "I know the bearing, 003 magnetic." They cleared the break wall and lined up their compass. Luke laid on the throttle, bringing the mistos quickly onto a plane. Soon the illumination of the city gave way to the blackness of the nighttime sea. The water grew choppy, and a light fog set in. Still shaken from the run-in with Cronin, the boys continued to run the boat faster than was safe in the prevailing conditions. The boat pounded roughly against the waves. Slam, slam, slam. The fog thickened and visibility shrank to a small corona around the boat. Dion took the wheel while Luke dozed off. Suddenly the boat arced a hard right, throwing Luke onto the floor. He opened his eyes to see the heaving bow of a supertanker just a few feet ahead of the mistos. The massive black steel bow threw a wake, drenching the boys. The seawall of water generated by the swiftly moving tanker swept the mistos out of the way as if it were a toy. The small boat, its gunnels awash, swung from one side to the other and finally righted itself. Dion pulled the boat out of gear. He sat shaking in the driver's seat. The tanker disappeared into the fog. Damn, Dion said, that was a close one. I've had nightmares just like that, Luke replied. Are we okay? I mean, is anything broken? Just my ego, Dion answered. Guess I'll have to take it a bit slower the rest of the way. Luke took over the wheel. Dion stayed up and kept a steady lookout for the other tankers. Just before dawn, the Mistos neared the small protected cove around the corner from the dive camp Luke had attended 2 years before. Now, in the lee of the island, the water slacked out, giving way to dead calm. The boat raced across the smooth water as first light broke. What is so special about this place anyway? Dion asked. Huge abs. I went to camp here. They wouldn't let me take anything out of the cove, of course. It's not an official reserve, and I deserve to get my dinner from this place, damn it, Luke said with a contrary smile. Dion and Luke had one full dive bottle left each. Both 80 cubic inch aluminum bottles held 3,300 psi, enough air for an hour underwater. After a quick survey of the cove, Luke killed the engine and flung the anchor over. The sun was up. The boys decided to make a dive. Why sleep when you can dive, Luke pronounced. The two geared up and rolled backward off the boat. Dion headed west. Luke went to the east. Luke encountered clouds of nice calico bass. He speared a few calico and a sheephead that he swore was the same fish he had chased with a knife during the scuba class 2 years before. Sheephead are extremely territorial. Once they find a good reef, they stick to it. Luke finished his dive and swam back to the boat. He was pleased with his catch, but eager to find some abalone or bugs. Dion had returned to the boat and was standing proudly on the deck in his boxer shorts. How'd you do? Dion asked. Killed the calicos. How about you? Nothing, really, Dion said casually. Luke, happy that he'd beat Dion once again, crawled into the boat to find a mess of large 8 to 9 inch green abalone lying on the deck. Dion gloated. Piece of cake. Just go over to that point and look between the cracks in 3 to 4 feet of water. They are thick, man. Luke removed his tank and jumped in the water with a knife and a mask. He looked for 20 minutes but came up empty. Dion pointed out the abs to Luke. They were deep in the cracks between the eelgrass and the shallow water. Once Luke caught on, the sky was the limit. The boys reaped another mega harvest. What are we going to do with all these abs? Dion said when they were finished diving. We need some rich people. And where are we going to find rich people out here? What about Avalon Harbor? Luke said, referring to the 1 mile square town on the east end of Catalina. The harbor is stuffed with richies just sitting on their yachts. Let's go boat to boat and sell them. $10 an ab. Shoot high. That's the best idea you've had all day, Dion said. They pulled anchor and zipped 10 miles down the island to the gleaming harbor town of Avalon. Dion drove the boat. Luke stood on the bow. Abs for sale, $10 apiece. Shucked and trimmed. Come and get 'em. The small harbor was patrolled by harbor police, who doubled as fish and game wardens. This poach and sell activity was truly dancing in the lion's den. After a few minutes, an elderly gentleman sipping a martini on his 90-foot yacht waved the boys over. Okay, I'll take 3 abs. Shells, too, please, he said eagerly. Luke handed up the abs in exchange for $30. The man paused, holding a big abalone in his hands. He turned it over several times, examining it. I remember before World War II, he said, when we ate abalone for lunch, it was $1.50 for all you can eat. Luke realized that he was selling not just a shellfish or a meal, but a tangible, edible piece of nostalgia for the old-timers who had seen abalone harvest in its heyday, when it wasn't every man's food. Luke and Dion sold their 40 abs. They now had $400. They were rich. I guess we have enough money now to buy some gas and get home, Dion said. The boys marched around Avalon like drunken sailors. I'll take 2 of those, 1 of those, 3 of those, and a large pizza, please. Satisfied and well-heeled, the boys headed back to their cove to make camp. They drove the Mistos onto the beach to unload their food and newly purchased supplies, including 2 sleeping bags. Luke anchored the Mistos offshore and swam in. Exhausted, they lit a fire, told a few stories, ate a big lobster they found hidden under the dash left over from the beluga encounter, and fell fast asleep. They left the butter, lobster guts, peanut butter, and jelly near them on the ground. Much of it was smeared over their faces as well. Luke dreamt that a hefty woman was trying to kiss him. He could feel slimy lips on his face. In his sleep, he tried to brush her away, saying, "No, no, get away!" The wet lips persisted. Luke woke up to find a 350-pound wild boar licking the scraps right off his face. The boar's ugly, hairy snout and large, curled tusks filled his vision. Luke screamed, "Ah!" The startled boar let out a screaming pig sound. "Ree!" The boar snorted and ran into the bush. Dion saw the tail end of the incident and almost pissed in his pants with laughter. "Dion, don't laugh. It's not funny," Luke retorted, wiping pig slobber off his face. The next morning, they awoke to a beautiful sunrise and a serene sea. "We had better get back," Luke said. "My mom's going to have the Coast Guard out looking for us soon." Dion was not in a hurry to face another possible clash with Cronin, the angry lobster poacher. "We really should lay low for another day," Dion said. "Let's wait at least until dark." They spent the remainder of the day sunbathing and resting like well-fed sea lions on a warm beach. An hour or so before dark, Dion said, "Okay, let's get going." They pulled anchor, fired up the ancient outboard, and headed towards home. Dion never wanted to miss an opportunity. He said, "Hey, it's dark. Let's look for some more of those traps back in the bay near the flats." "Don't be foolish," Luke replied. "If that guy catches us again, we are literally dead, man." "Yeah, but if he doesn't, we're rich. Think about it. $5 a pound." "Okay, just a few traps," Luke said reluctantly. "That guy is a criminal, but he's not stupid. He must know all the glory lobster spots that Mike knows. His traps must mark all the best reefs. Let's be sure to store the spots in our Loran." "Good idea," Luke responded. The two made the Catalina Channel crossing without incident. After reaching the coast, they searched for more illegal lobster traps. Luke was at the helm, Dion on the lookout. With the help of the full moon, they could make out the bobbing trap buoys. The fish finder told them the seafloor was 60 feet below. There's one! Hard port!" Dion exclaimed. Luke turned the boat to port and pulled it out of gear. Dion leaned over the rail and grabbed the buoy. I've got it! Now help me pull! And pull with all your strength like there's no tomorrow!" Dion exclaimed. Luke was fantasizing about the last traps that they had pulled. If this trap had half the lobsters of the one they had pulled 2 days before, he could buy a badly needed new engine for his boat. Hand over hand, inch by inch, they hauled away. Luke was lost in delusions of grandeur. The cage rising from the depths showed a greenish purple. The lobsters were kicking and churning in the phosphorescence glow. It was full! Again, as the trap came over the side, click, 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 the struggling, splashing lobsters confirmed the bounty of their haul. They pulled the traps until the mistos could hold no more. About 2:30 a.m. they headed in. "This is going to be tough," Dion said. "We have to make it past the sheriff's at night with 400 lobsters and illegal navigation lights." "Are you a man or a mouse?" Luke asked. "I'm a mouse. A man would not be this stupid as to try this." As they approached the sheriff's dock, the boys held their collective breath. A sheriff's boat was headed their way. "Oh shit, Dion. They have us. We're dead." "No, stay cool. On course. Don't turn away." "They can sense fear," Luke whispered. The mistos passed the sheriff's boat's bow to bow very closely by a margin of just a few feet. The sheriff's boat kept on going. The two boys bit their tongues to restrain their glee. After safely returning to the launch ramp, Dion called a friend to come pick them up. They loaded the mistos onto the trailer with the lobsters still loose in the boat in a giant pile, and off they went. Luke cranked up Metallica in the stereo and reveled in the glory of their catch and the thrill of evading both the law and the trapping poacher. "I can try to sell the lobsters to the restaurant I know," Luke said. "I'm friends with the chef, and he can make a fake receipt in case Fish and Game checks him." Luke and Dion sold their bugs that day for $3,200. They were riding high, and they knew it. With a clear mission in life now, and no compunction about breaking the law, Luke, Dion, and Josh later continued to pull every illegal beluga trap that they could get their hands on. By the start of the next season, Luke had mapped out and explored the entire region of the flats. Every pipe, every man-made piece of junk, every ledge, every toilet bowl and cement slab. During the summer, Luke and his buddies went back and dove on every set of the Loran numbers where they had pulled the traps during the season. They found amazing concentrations of lobster, just like the pictures Mike had shown them. They speared a few nice halibut during the process of scouting. Luke and Josh decided to contribute and create a reef of their own. The reef that they had borrowed was made of construction materials that they liberated in the middle of the night near Luke's trailer park. Heavy sewage pipes worked well. They dumped it into a carefully selected spot far offshore, right where nobody would suspect, over hard bottom. Proud of their creation, they named it LJ's, for Luke and Josh's reef. The reef would become a lobster magnet and provides good catches to this day and holds many fish. It created an entirely new ecosystem out of nothing. There is something about creating a reef that in turn provides you with catches and sustenance that's deeply gratifying. It's a way of giving back more than you take. It is like having a child who later takes care of the parent. Oddly enough, California Fish and Game strictly prohibits the construction of any private reef structures, no matter how benign the material may be or how massive the benefit to the ecosystem. With all this diving and exploring, Luke and Josh and Dion began to feel a sense of stewardship over the flats. They vowed to end the beluga's illegal reign of trapping. The lobster season opened the following October. They reported the beluga's activities many times to Fish and Game. Fish and Game ignored the complaints and allowed the beluga to rape the seafloor. Frustrated, the boys decided to take matters into their own hands. By now, the beluga had grown bolder and placed more than 300 traps in the reserve area. They had to stop the slaughter. The three vowed to wage an all-out war. They pulled the traps every night that they could, ripped the doors from the traps, and cut off the buoys. They kept whatever lobsters were in the traps. The boys considered it compensation for doing the job of Fish and Game. One night, the boys decided to put some sport back into lobster catching. They anchored on their best self-made spot, LJ's. Luke and Dion suited up and flipped into the water. Josh stayed on board with Anna, a girl he had talked into coming with him that night. Luke waited until he had reached the bottom to turn on his dive light. Off in the distance, a lobster the size of his leg seemed to be running straight towards him. Luke was out for an evening jog. Luke went for the giant bug. Oh man, it was too big to tackle. The bug escaped and crawled into a deep crevice. Luke, skinny as a toothpick in those days, followed the bug and squeezed himself into the hole. He cornered and grabbed the massive lobster by the horns. He was pinned in the hole. The only way to get out was to free the lobster. He was not about to do that. He felt like a monkey grabbing a banana through a chain-link fence. Low on air and resigned to dying with the trophy lobster in his clutches, Luke felt a strong tugging on his fins. The tugging turned to pulling, which extracted him from the cave. It was Dion to the rescue. Upon seeing the massive lobster, he gave Luke the thumbs up and a high five. They surfaced next to the mistos, Luke heaving the giant bug into the boat. Meanwhile, Josh and Anna were stark naked and going at it like Adam and Eve. The giant lobster thrashed around in between their naked bodies. Anna screamed bloody murder. That would be their last date. A few weeks later, late at night, while pulling a trap close to shore, out of nowhere the gray bow of a metal boat emerged from the darkness. The boat had no lights, and it was bearing down on the mistos at a full clip. Dion yelled, "Oh fuck, it's the beluga!" The beluga committed to scaring the boys, but it was too late to abort. It careened off the misto with a hard thud. Luke fell on his knees. Dion banged his head on the windshield. Luke grabbed his knife to cut the line that was holding the trap that they were hauling. "Oh shit, he's coming back around. Hurry the fuck up and cut the rope," Dion screamed. Luke cut the rope and slammed the motor into gear, revving the Mistos up to full speed. The beluga gave chase but could not catch the boys. Gleeful in their escape once again, it sunk in that they couldn't get away with poaching from the poacher much longer. Dion, always the schemer, came up with a possible solution. Maybe, Dion said, if we robbed his traps during the day, we might be safer. You don't know when you're licked, do you, Dion? I mean, that was the second time that man almost killed us. I'm not sticking around for number 3, Luke said. A few weeks passed. The knowledge of the beluga was recklessly killing off the lobster's great stocks in the flats really started to work on Luke, and the prospect of easy dollars until the beluga was out of business spurred Luke into action. He decided to take Dion's nutty suggestion once again and scout out the situation during the daytime. If all looked safe, he would return with Dion to wreak havoc on the illegal traps. With his freshly minted California state driver's license and his mother's Suburban, Luke launched the Mistos at midday and headed up the coast to see if he could find any sign of the beluga. After running for an hour with no sign of the poacher, Luke determined that Dion was correct. Daytime was a safer bet. The beluga was forced to conceal its nefarious activities by operating only at night, just like Count Dracula. His recon mission accomplished, Luke decided to spend the rest of the day drifting for halibut off the famed Malibu colony. Home to movie stars and other wealthy types, Luke rounded Palos Verdes Peninsula. As he drove the long 40 miles north, the seas grew rougher and the wind kicked up. The Mistos was listing hard to starboard and losing speed for unknown reasons. Luke caught a few feet of air running over a 6-foot-tall swell. The boat came down hard with a loud thud. Slam! Water poured into the bilge. Luke had a problem. He spotted a yacht up ahead. He pulled up alongside a 60-foot Hatteras. Hey, is there anybody home? My boat's having problems and I could use a hand. A sleepy-looking man emerged from the cabin. He wore a red smoking jacket. Can I help you? Yeah, my boat is about to sink. It seems to have a big leak in it. Do you think you could follow me back or tow me back to port? Luke begged. The man shrugged. Sounds like you have a real problem, but I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Good luck, though. He disappeared back into the cabin. Luke stared at the empty space where the man had just been, incredulous that anyone would refuse to respond to his dire situation. He shrugged and plowed on towards the waters off the colony. On arrival, he threw the anchor over the side and made an assessment. It was a worst-case scenario. Removal of the bow floorboards revealed that the Mistos had a cracked hull that split wider with each coming swell. The idling engine quit, a sure sign that seawater had covered the battery. The water approached the railings. The Mistos was foundering, and there was nothing that Luke could do about it. Luke said goodbye to his beloved Mistos. Well, old girl, we had a good run, as he caressed the boat, and then petted the hull like it was an old friend about to die, with tears welling up in his eyes. To add to the drama, Luke donned his only life preserver and stood on the bow of the Mistos as it went deeper with each passing surge. As the sinking boat drifted away from the stricken boy, Luke touched her one last time. The water was warm and the beach not far off. Luke took time to swim onto the beach. As he emerged from the surf onto the dry sand, 2 surfers passed by and asked him what had happened. Luke said that he had just sunk his boat. Man, your dad's going to kill you, the boys replied. Luke just smiled and walked off. The next morning, Luke stayed home from school to nurse his bruised body and tattered ego. The phone rang. Luke answered. Hello, may I speak with the owner of the boat that sank off the Malibu colony yesterday? The serious voice asked. Yeah, that would be me. How can I help you? The unpleasant man barked. I'm an attorney for Mr. John McEnroe. Your boat was washed up in front of his residence and is threatening to break apart and damage Mr. McEnroe's front porch and landscaping. I suggest you remove the carcass of the boat before we suffer any losses and are forced to sue you. Okay, I'll be there in the morning. Luke was pretty well pissed off with the whole thing. He borrowed a chainsaw from Ron. The next morning, Luke showed up at 4 a.m., fired up the noisy chainsaw, and cut what was left of his beloved mistos into chunks. It was like having to embalm his own grandmother. He made as much noise as possible, waking all the beach dwellers from their deep money-ridden dreams. Luke finished cutting just after dawn. He dragged the pieces one by one through McEnroe's beach access, scraping the side of his house and damaging his plants and paint job. He placed the oversized pieces in the house's dumpster and drove off in time to make his morning class at school. Chapter 14. All dead. Back to the present. The secondary road leading the quarter mile to his mom's house was completely choked with debris. Flaming trees fell on the road as panicked homeowners navigated the gauntlet in an attempt to make it to the seaside and save their lives. But where's Mom? Luke wondered out loud. Stubborn as she was, Tina would not stay until it was too late, he thought. With no regard for his personal safety, Luke exited the truck and trudged head-on into the flying embers. His rubber sole shoes melted under his feet. He picked up the pace. To his left was a mobile home in mid-meltdown, the aluminum siding a silvery lava flow. The smell was noxious. One more block and Luke would be at his mom's. Through the swirling orange toxin-filled smoke, Luke could make out the silhouette of his mother's stout 5'2" frame. She was standing at her front door of her only home in the world, fighting the flames with a garden hose. She fought the fire like it was a looter during a riot to steal her valuables. She might as well have been spitting into the 60-knot east wind. Her home was the last one standing on the block, but not for long. Luke knew better than to try to reason with her. He simply grabbed her hand, said nothing, and started to run. She tried to pull away, but Luke's grip was firm. Come on, Mom, you gotta come with me. You're gonna die if you stay here. She suppressed her hysteria and let Luke take them both to safety. Luke headed to the beach. It was the only safe place. Luke held fast to his anger of the sea the whole time. He couldn't go there, but he said out loud, I'll be okay. I'm gonna go. I'll be okay. You go sit on the beach, Mom. Everybody else will take care of you. Luke continued back down the road with his mom towards what remained of Josh's truck. After 10 minutes of hell dodging the cinders, flowing and melting aluminum, thick smoke, and exploding trees, they made it to the truck. My house, it's gone. It's all gone. What am I going to do now? Luke's mom cried. Luke hugged her and told her everything would be okay, although he knew it was a lie if he'd ever told one. Still angry at the sea, Luke left his mom on the beach with some friends and headed back to see if his apartment had made it through the blaze. Luke dug deep into his mental reservoir to find a place of his own past that could help him move forward. Rio, he thought. That put something close to a smile on his face. Chapter 15, Shame on Rio, in the past. A few weeks later, still distraught over the loss of his boat, Luke received a $3,000 insurance check for the mistos and his lost dive gear. He quickly cashed the check into $100 bills. He liked the feel of money in his hand. He kept his stash under his mattress. Determined to finish out the year's lobster season, he headed for a local dive shop to buy a new set of dive gear. He spent hours picking out all the best equipment. When he had amassed just the right combination of the gear he had only dreamed of owning just a few short years before, he reached for his wallet. He dug around in his pocket and came up empty. Oh shit, I left my wallet at home, Luke said. All I have is $13 in my sock. I'll go home and get my wallet, then come back to pay, okay? The owner of the dive shop thought for sure that Luke didn't have the cash to buy the gear, and he was simply fantasizing by picking it out. $13, said the proprietor. We have a new book in stock for just that amount. It's over there. What kind of book, Luke asked. Well, it's right there. Have a look for yourself. The book was titled The Last of the Great Freedivers by Nikos Mandalis. On the cover was a picture of a man underwater holding a giant white sea bass. The diver had no tanks on or other scuba gear, just basic snorkeling gear and extremely long fins. He held an amazing-looking spear gun, the likes of which Luke had never seen. Okay, I'll take it. He laid down the $13, grabbed the book, and headed for home. At home, Luke went for his cash. To his horror, he found no money under his bed. In its place, there was a note from his mom. "Luke, we need to talk," said the note. Confused, Luke emerged from his room. His mom was making dinner. "Mom, where's my money?" Tina turned off the stove and sat Luke down. "Luke," Tina said, "I hate to be in your business, but I was cleaning in your room and I came across your grand stash of hundreds. I need to know where that money came from. And I know it's not from selling greeting cards. Is it drugs?" Luke knew he had to come clean or else he might get a bum rap from his loving mother for selling dope. "Mom, look, there's a real bad man poaching a protected area for lobsters. Dion and I did our best to stop him by pulling the traps, then cutting the lines. We figured it was okay to keep the lobsters and sell them. The money kept us going. A good deed." Tina gave Luke a penetrating gaze as if to say, "Good deed for profit?" She said, "It all adds up now. Your well-funded boating hobby, a sunken boat, an insurance check. I guess you're more like your dad than I thought. Crime is crime, no matter how well you justify it in your head. Mom, most of it was from the insurance check anyway." "Yes, but not all of it. I'm frightened that the jerk who slammed into your boat is for real. You stole thousands of dollars of his, and if he is connected to the mafia, there is going to come a day when they're going to find you. I think you should go to Brazil for the rest of the school year." "Brazil?" "Your dad had a good friend down there named Pastor. He produced the Rio Song Festival in '73 with him when your dad had the winning act that year. Pastor is now a famous talk show host. He's like the David Letterman of Brazil and will take good care of you. Why don't you buy a plane ticket? The rest we'll save in the bank account for you." Tina stared at the stack of money. Luke stared at the stack of money. Sulking, Luke returned to his room without answering. His mom was sharp and rarely wrong about much in life. She had made a good point. He analyzed the data. He pondered. A new set of scuba gear and possible retaliations from the mob or a swinging summer in Brazil. He was weighing his options. Luke recalled a beautiful Brazilian girl that he had lusted after in school. He had never had the nerve to ask her out. She was way beyond his dreams. He picked up his new book and read, "The white sea bass is a special fish. It hears your every move, no matter how subtle. It seems to be able to read a diver's mind. This is why free diving, rather than scuba diving, is the best way to spear a white sea bass. It's not so much the absence of sound of not using scuba gear that attracts the fish. Rather, it is the uncluttered mental state of the freediver that helps the sea bass come at ease and is more approachable." "It can read your mind," Luke mused. He recalled spooking a fish while using scuba gear, wishing he had the ability to get closer. Mandalis's words struck a chord. Luke believed that what he read was true. His new scuba gear, waiting in the shop, faded in importance. This new point of view, combined with his natural Gemini wanderlust and boyish hormones, inspired Luke to acquiesce to his mother's wishes. Luke emerged from his room. "Okay, Mom, I'll go. When do we leave?" Luke proudly received his first U.S. passport and left town a few weeks later, connecting with Brazil's Varig Airline in Miami. The airline had oversold coach, so they bumped him to first class. He figured this was a common occurrence. It was his first international trip. He was bewildered and anxious. With no good entertainment available, Luke pulled out his new book. Skipping to the center pages with the pictures, he saw images of men holding lobsters the size of a small dog. He saw rows of giant white sea bass and yellowtail, all taken by breath-hold divers with the most primitive of gear, including handcrafted wooden spear guns. He saw pictures of men with stacks of abalone that had been taken from the shallow tide pools. He marveled over pictures of men who had speared tuna in excess of 300 pounds and black sea bass the size of a barn door. All the pictures were in black and white and mostly taken just after World War II. They showed the fathers, as the book called them, the men who dared to enter the ocean with only a mask, a woolen suit, and a homemade spear gun. They scorned self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, or scuba, the new technology of the time. They saw the use of scuba more as a form of cheating than a legitimate use of technology. Such technology denied the fish a fighting chance. But more importantly, the book explained how diving without tanks allowed the diver to feel more at peace with the sea. Mandalas opened new doors of understanding and revealed that it is possible to feel like a fish and less like an intruder. The fathers gave birth to the modern freedive spearfishing. Luke gazed at each picture as if it were a Playboy centerfold. He tried to journey in his mind back to the era of the photos. The pictures became his dreams. He could not believe how overflowing with life the sea once was. Luke fantasized about joining the men on some of their dives. The book told of a time when the life in the sea was as abundant as the stars in the sky. Mandalas wrote in mystical terms of freediving, describing the ocean as an interconnected web of energy into which a true spirit could tap into. Spearing, fishing, and diving were more than a hobby or a way to procure dinner. It was a religion and a conduit for spirituality. Luke read on, becoming more interested in this enigmatic sport. With each page, one chapter jumped out at him. It spoke of traveling back in time, not to hunt, but to see and feel the teeming life that existed at the islands and along the coast. Mandala's descriptions of the undersea world before man ever set foot in it struck Luke in the heart. It was the same mental image that he had conjured up while dreaming of his Chumash Indian friends who had lived in harmony at the hut 500 years ago. By the time he landed in Rio de Janeiro, 13 hours later, Luke was transformed. He swore never to use scuba again. He wanted to freedive and feel the spirit of the sea as Mandalas had described it so eloquently. He wanted to meet the author. He had questions. On his Walkman, Luke listened to the Beatles' song Back in the USSR as the jet landed. Still dreaming about his freediving for giant fish, Luke prepared to switch gears. He deplaned to find Pastor and his two daughters, gorgeous, brown-skinned, blue-eyed Brazilian daughters waiting for him. Pastor was a bearish, energetic man who sported a full salt and pepper beard. Luke could see right away why Pastor and his dad had formed a friendship. Pastor seemed almost to be the Brazilian version of his own father. Pastor and his daughters, Rosina and Gloria, hugged and kissed Luke on both cheeks. He was startled at the sudden affection from people he had just met. "Luke, welcome to Brazil," Pastor enthusiastically said. "It is our custom to hug and kiss every time we see each other." Girls give him another hug, just so he knows that he's not dreaming. I think I can get used to this," Luke said as he smiled. "You must be tired from your long trip," Pastor said. "Would you like to rest? I mean, the women playing volleyball on Copacabana and Ipanema, they can wait until tomorrow, huh?" This got Luke's undivided attention. He paused while taking in his surroundings. He could tell that Brazil was a different kind of place. The extra humid air combined with the noticeable free spirit of the Brazilians and the samba music that filled the air on every street corner were infectious. After only 30 minutes on the ground, Luke began to sense the intensity of energy in Brazil. "Ah," Luke responded, trying to act cool. "I sat in first class and I'm pretty rested. Let's go to the beach." The daughters agreed. "Vamos a la playa." The four drove in Pastor's red Jaguar to Ipanema. a long white sand beach that stretches for miles along the Rio waterfront. The other cars careened along at excessive speeds and honked constantly. Nobody seemed to notice. Settled on the beach, Pastor grew solemn and spoke to Luke. Luke, you know, your father and I were very close. In fact, I loved him like a brother. Did you know I was in the maternity ward in Los Angeles when you were born? The distraction of throngs of red-hot girls bouncing about topless and sporting the hallmark Brazilian G-strings was almost too much to bear for Luke. With some difficulty, he focused on Pastor's voice. I had no idea. Yes, we put on a great song festival. We had some really big names in that competition. Your dad's artist took first prize. Pastor grew even more serious. He took some time lighting a Cuban cigar. That was a long time ago. He puffed an aromatic cloud into the air. I spoke with your mom. She wanted me to be very direct with you about your father. He loved life and was brilliant. Really. We all knew he was a rising star in the entertainment business. Luke loved to hear the accolades about his dad. No matter how bad a father may be, a son will always idolize him, at least for a while. Pastor inspected the glowing tobacco at the end of his cigar, and then he looked at Luke. It would not serve you to sugarcoat the hard truth. He did use drugs. He would reach out into his coat pocket, grab and eat a handful of uppers, then later downers like they were jelly beans. One time we had a conference with the president of Brazil, and he fell asleep flat on his face right in the middle of the conference table in front of El Presidente himself. Luke's expression turned to sadness. He spoke often of his dreams he held for you. He had your Ivy League colleges all picked out. He loved to dream of your future. But most of all, he wanted you to stay away from drugs, not to steal and stay out of jail. In short, not to make the same mistakes that he did. The word startled Luke. Jail? Pastor replied, yes, your dad believed he could outsmart the system and everyone in it. He loved to test the limits of all things worldly. He loved the adrenaline rush, but he was finally convicted on airline ticket fraud. Luke had suspected his mother was keeping this sordid history of his father's a secret. He knew instinctively that the pain connected to his father's true life history was lurking close to the surface of his mother's heart. She was hoping to bury the past, but now, at his mother's behest, Pastor was telling him the truth about Larry. Luke thought back to the rush he enjoyed after each successful poaching run, when he avoided arrest or escaped the vengeful hand of Cronin. He also sensed that this same rush was something that ultimately led to his father's undoing. Pastor changed tunes. That's enough of that, he said, with a hearty clap on Luke's back. Let's have some fun. Just then a volleyball landed a few feet from Luke. He looked up to behold a group of teenage giggling girls. I think they want to play with you, Pastor said. Luke joined the volleyball game. He tried not to be distracted by the stunning women surrounding him on every side. Autograph seekers inundated Pastor, who was a local celebrity. It was time to go. Pastor had to get to work. I have to take my leave now. I've arranged for my close friend Lulu to show you around Rio tonight. Do not get into too much trouble. Pastor, with Luke riding in the front seat and getting a grand tour, dropped off his daughters at home. At Pastor's office, he handed Luke off to Lulu, who took Luke to the Intercontinental Hotel. Luke, get some rest, take a shower, and I'll be back about 9 o'clock to pick you up. Lulu, a short man with slick back hair and a John Lennon-style glasses, returned to pick Luke up for his first night in Rio. He drove a blue Fiat. So, Luke, what do you like to do? He said in his thick Brazilian accent. He paused and answered the question rhetorically to himself. We are going to a club called Zoom, Lulu said. They pulled up in front of a club that looked like a VIP-only type place. Luke saw well-dressed men with young ladies going in. The doorman was quick to greet Lulu by name and open the door. They entered. Luke couldn't say why, but it felt like class inside there, as far as he knew. "Wow, this place is nice," Luke exclaimed. "Am I allowed even to be here? What's the drinking age?" "You're in Rio. You're under my personal care." "I'm a person of influence. You have nothing to worry about," Lulu bragged. Lulu brought them both straight shots of the national drink, cachaça. "It tastes like sour grapes," Luke gasped. "Burns, too," as he sipped it. "Only for the first few shots," Lulu replied. "Then cachaça becomes your best friend and maybe your worst enemy at the same time." The stage lights went on and the music kicked in. "For one night only," said the announcer, "it's our pleasure to introduce to you our very own troupe of Russian dancing girls. Moscow meets Rio. And here they are." 6 stunningly beautiful Russian girls strutted to the stage center and began to dance. This was no ordinary dance. They bent over, giggled, and gestured in highly provocative ways. Luke, loose from the cachaça drinks, applauded loudly. The girls picked him out of the crowd and motioned him onto stage. They made him dance. Luke looked like a fool. The spectacle amused Lulu. "You represent your country well, Luke," he told Luke when he returned to Earth. Lulu prepared to abandon the boy. "I've got to go to work in the morning. I have to go take my leave now. Here's some money for the taxi. You are staying at the Intercontinental, don't forget." "Okie dokie," Luke replied. One of the dancers, hanging on to Luke, overheard the conversation. "We too are staying at Intercontinental," she said in a Russian accent. "Would you like to join us back at hotel?" "All of you?" Luke asked, with an unsophisticated, unworldly reply of a virgin. "My name is Svetlana. Our room 403. Meet us there at 1:30 a.m. when we get off." In those days, all things Western appealed to those from Eastern communist countries. The Russian girls were curious. Luke Dodge was as Western as they came. An hour later, Luke went outside and hailed a taxi. "Intercontinental, please." As the taxi zoomed towards the destination, Luke, queasy and drunk, asked, "Why do you drive so fast in Rio?" "If you don't, you'll never get anywhere," the driver replied. "You look like you need another drink," the cabbie said. The cab driver furnished Luke with one more shot of cachaça from his own flask. Luke was lost in anticipation. The taxi skidded to a halt. Luke paid the driver and bolted for the elevator, repeating the room number over and over as not to forget it. 403, 403, room 403. Luke composed himself before knocking on the door. Trying to bottle his excitement, he hoped he had not been the victim of a practical joke. Maybe a fat, bald man would answer. Maybe he was dreaming. Svetlana answered the door. She leaned against the door jamb in a sultry manner, wearing only a tiny G-string and a see-through bra. "Come in, Yankee. Come in." She gestured with her index finger. Luke followed like a mummy in a trance. He entered to find that the 5 other girls were also dressed in similar scanty garb. Then entered Vlado, their manager. He was wearing a tiger-patterned Speedo, accessorized with a heavy set of fake gold chains around his hairy chest. He strutted around the room with a gorilla-like posture. "You want to join us for drink, Yankee?" "Sure," Luke said, with a high-pitched voice. Vlado opened a suitcase that had no less than 20 bottles of the finest Russian vodka. He opened a bottle, poured around, and then the crew toasted, "Na zdravie!" They drank and toasted several more times. Luke gained liquid courage. Vlado, drinking faster than Luke and the girls, stated that he had had enough and left for his room to sleep for the night. Slurring in a heavy accent, he said, "Luke, I want to say that you are a great guy. I think you great guy. These are my women. You can borrow them for one night. No charge. God bless America. God bless Luke Dodge." He stumbled out the door and into the adjoining room. Luke left the next move up to the girls. They acted in a way he had never encountered. They seemed to be more like liberated sexual predators than the timid girls he was used to back home. Wow, if Russia is like this, then maybe communism isn't such a bad thing, Luke thought. Not 5 seconds passed before all the girls had stripped naked and thrown their panties around Luke's neck. The young man was now about to explode. He tried to act cavalier, to no avail. The girls approached Luke like vampires moving in for the kill. Svetlana snapped something in Russian, and the other girls backed off. "He's mine," she said. Svetlana grabbed Luke and firmly escorted him into the bed. She laid him down, then held her panties tight around his neck and said in broken English, "Just do as I say and nobody get hurt." Luke had been warned of the Reds under the bed, but the Reds in the bed? He was just overwhelmed. Svetlana took the reins and made a man out of Luke that night. Maybe it was the vodka mixed with the cachaça. Maybe it was the powerful aphrodisiac of a beautiful foreign woman in a beautiful land, or simply Luke's youth. But the two stayed up all night making love like wild animals. It continued into the next morning. She moaned with pleasure while Luke performed his manly duty. The next morning, the two sat on the patio and shared a good Cuban cigar. Luke looked at his watch. "Oh shit, I'd better get going," Luke said. He stumbled for words. "I'll call you. Can we keep in touch? Maybe we can go out again sometime." Svetlana just smiled and gave Luke one last sensual kiss as a goodbye and helped him to the door. Luke walked the street gathering his wits and smiling. He showed the cab driver Pastor's business card. "Please take me here," he said, pointing to the address on the card. The taxi arrived outside the TV studio. Somewhere Pastor's personal assistant found him almost by his sixth sense. He was rushed. "Follow me," he commanded. Luke, trying to manage his hangover, watched the taping of that day's show from backstage. When it was over, Pastor greeted Luke heartily, noting the wariness coupled with his new swagger. "Looks like you had a good night, Luke. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Say, what sort of things do you like to do? You know, activities. I want you to have some fun and to really see my country." That's good, son, because I own a river rafting company up at a place called Petropolis at the confluence of Tres Rios. You can go there for a few weeks before you start attending school. You'll love it. The oarsmen are all from the local Indian tribe and will treat you like family. The next day, after a short flight and a long bus ride, Luke found himself in a small outpost near the roaring rapids of Tres Rios. The adventurous tourists, mostly Europeans, would come for 5 days to float down the rivers. Luke stood at the water's edge and gazed at the vast waterway. Its muddy water transformed from a glassy, smooth, meandering stream with a few eddies to a violent Class 5 rapid within a few feet of where Luke was standing. The humid air smelled heavy and musty. Luke drank in the moisture with each breath. The surrounding forest was a vibrant emerald green, a color he had never really seen before. High in the tree canopy sat toucans and noisy parrots. Even the mud in which he was sinking felt alive. The place seemed to be like an old sleeping bear, better to be left alone. The forest had many secrets he had undiscovered. Luke felt at home there somehow. The leader of the oarsmen of the Indian tribe was a man named Shaleko. He was taller than the rest of the tribe and spoke decent English, as he had studied with the American missionaries for a year. Shaleko had a pet monkey named Chico. Chico liked to hop onto Luke's shoulder, then quietly urinate in his ear. When Luke would catch Chico in the act, the monkey would let out a loud scream, then run and hide. Chico derived pleasure from peeing in Luke's ear 5 times a day. Shaleko was quick to love Luke and treat him like a son. The Indians did not allow fear to stop them from loving a person. In fact, love seemed to radiate from the Indians. This was, Luke decided, in stark contrast to the protective isolationism that people back in the U.S. practiced when it came to loving one another. Luke grew attached to Chico very quickly, Shaleko. Luke loved all the Indian oarsmen. The notion of hurtfulness, hatred, and greed and corruption seemed to be alien concepts in this isolated part of the world. The oarsmen were real Indians and allowed some insights into what Luke imagined the Chumash tribe would have been like and acted like. They had smooth features, never wore shoes, and always spoke in a soft tone. They loved to sing and dance and were quick with a smile. They seemed to be free from the negativity that was so common in the outside world. Shaleko taught Luke about the potent medicinal qualities of 100 types of plants and herbs that grew wild in the local forest. He showed Luke how to construct several types of hunting bows and spears and encouraged him to practice by aiming at tree branches. Luke's natural hand-eye coordination, honed by his spearfishing, impressed the tribe. One afternoon, Shaleko and Luke were in the forest a few miles from camp. They had been picking herbs. See this one, Luke? You use it for bladder infections. And this one can be rubbed on a cut to prevent swelling. Can you show me which one makes the girls go crazy? Luke asked. Yes, I can. But you are better off doing it on your own, using your own charm and skill, Luke, Shaleko said with a smile. In the distance, they could hear the sound of tractors tearing down the forest. Farmers were lighting the fields on fire. Luke felt immense sadness at such destruction of this treasure that the Indians depended on to sustain themselves. Looking at the falling trees, Shaleko shook his head and peered into the beyond. Those are ignorant men, he said. They do not even know what they were losing by burning the forest. The forest is a balance. If man allows the forest to live, he will live. That is the way that God's made things for us. If we destroy the harmony that the Great Spirit has already given us and unbalanced nature, then it is man who will pay the highest price in the end. Man will run his course, Shaleko continued, pushing Earth's limits, expecting the planet to operate by his order, an artificial order. This will create a great imbalance in the Earth's systems and will bring about a great change for all of humanity one day. As a result, man will decrease in numbers back to sustainable populations, its nature's way, and nothing to fear. After learning the hard way, man, I hope, will begin to make all decisions from a higher place of consciousness and love. All bad things always go this way in the end. There will be a few people to create a new beginning after the great change. In this, it is these people, the first fruits, who will lead humanity to a new and better place, a sustainable place. It is their job, their purpose on earth, to rebuild the human race and show the people that if they let their way go and operate by God's natural principles, then all can live in a paradise right here on earth, Shaleko said and then paused. Shaleko was a tall man for an Indian. He stood proudly in defiance as the tractors continued their assault on the forest, his emerald home. He turned away everything, and he appeared to be praying. Luke could tell that Shaleko felt the pain as each tree fell. Luke thought about the destruction that they were seeing and related it to the development back home that muddied his coastal waters. Luke asked, Shaleko, can you feel the trees? Luke, try to see through the eyes of your soul. Steady yourself and try to feel the energy and the love in each tree. Luke closed his eyes, then he opened them. I can't see it. Give it time, Luke. Shaleko added with some Shaleko then added some dietary advice. A good diet helps. When you eat only vegetables and starch, Nothing that moves of its own volition, your body will become a better conductor for the universal energy field that connects all things. Although fish is okay to eat too. Luke, an avid meat eater, decided he could not see the energy and that no change in his diet would make any kind of difference. What can we do to prevent the destruction, Luke asked. Man has his destiny. Nothing can change that, Luke. After the great change comes, then people like you and me and the tribe, we will be left to rebuild. At least some of us anyway. When will this great change come about, Luke asked. It's already begun. But exactly when, Luke insisted. You are impatient as I once was. As we grow closer to the great change, there will be signs, very distinct signs. I think that is all you should know for now. For the next 3 months, Luke worked with the oarsmen. He became an expert at navigating the rough rapids of the great Brazilian River. They treated him like a brother and a son. Luke picked up their dialect as well as some essential Portuguese. He often asked Chaleco more questions about the fate of humanity. Each time Chaleco answered with only small clues with mixed ambiguity. Chaleco offered up as much as he thought Luke could responsibly handle at the time. Luke's stay in Brazil drew to an end soon, and now, at 16 years old, he returned home, a new man. Chapter 16. Absolute horror back to the present. The fire raged for another 2 days and a night. The blaze was so brilliant that it could be seen from outer space. After all the available fuel, both natural and man-made, was converted to charred nothingness, the smoke lifted, and the long process of healing and rebuilding began. Luke made sure that his mom was situated in his sister's guest house in the valley, but he had spent what was left of his beleaguered emotional capital just to do that. The fire left nearly 200 of the 240 mobile homes burned to the ground. Nearly all coastal acreage for 20 miles was torched. 2 dogs dead, 6 cats missing, and 1 very unfortunate fire truck crew had died. The crew had been working on a fire break not far from where Luke had been hiding out in the mountains. They were taken off guard when, in a raging upslope flash, flames attacked from both sides and the rear. They quickly spent their water supply. By the time help arrived, all hands were burned to death. The city of Malibu erected a memorial in their honor. Luke's spirit had been so eroded by his accident with the barge that not even the catastrophic fire did much to shake him from his dark mental place. Before long, the insurance replaced Tina's trailer, a double-wide with an A-frame and a large living room, quite an improvement. The new home made her feel well again. She was happy, in a way, that she had a new dwelling, but lamented the loss of so many pictures and memorabilia. Luke, not yet ready to move on, ignored the new homes of his mom and his friends. He would sit in Josh's flame-baked pickup truck for hours, listening to Metallica blasting it at full volume. The adolescent angry music spoke to him on a deep basis. All that I see, all that I do, absolute horror surrounding me, the tiny stereo blurted out. Luke needed some spiritual food, and he missed his friends, the harbor seals, the focas. Chapter 7. A Higher Meaning. Back in the past. After the long flight home from Rio de Janeiro, Luke lumbered through the door of the trailer that was his home. All that he could think about was taking a nice long rest. All the way to his bedroom, he noticed a note by the telephone on his way to the bedroom. His mother had left it. The note read, "Dion called. He's getting married at 4 on Tuesday in Morro Bay." Luke looked at his watch. Oh crap, it's 2:30. It's already 2:30 on Tuesday, he thought. Morro Bay is 3 hours away. Oh, what the hell. It's important. I'll go. Still jet lagged, Luke sighed. It was typical Dion to give him such short notice. Luke jumped in his mom's car and headed north. He pondered Who is Dion marrying anyway, and why is he suddenly living in Morro Bay? A few hours later, after swerving perilously close to the oncoming traffic several times, a sleep-deprived Luke pulled up in front of a small house a stone's throw from the beach in a modest community. Dion came out sporting his grandfather's 1970s pastel blue tuxedo and oversized ruffles on the shirt. Josh, with a shaved swimmer's head, stood in the background. "What took you so long?" Dion asked. "You missed the ceremony 30 minutes ago." "Luke, I want you to meet my new wife, Jennifer." Luke looked down at her pregnant belly and could see why Dion was getting married in such a rush. He asked no further questions. "Hey, Luke, you want to go for a dive in front of my house?" Dion asked. "Bird's been diving on bait all day. Must be some huge flatties out there." I don't have any gear." "You can use mine," Dion replied. Luke, after reading the last of the great freedivers, was determined never to use scuba again. He spurned the tanks and the other scuba gear in Dion's garage. He grabbed only a mask, a wetsuit, fins, snorkel, weight belt, and a small spear gun. He strode down towards the beach. Dion followed with a surfboard under his arm and his new wife in tow. As he entered the water, Luke recalled what he had read in Nikos' poetic book, and he remembered the words of Shaleko too, which sounded almost the same. Balance. Man must find balance in the natural world. Only then will he find balance within himself. He swam out 30 yards, relaxed, took a few deep breaths, held his breath, and glided towards the bottom. He could feel his heartbeat. He tried to envision his blood circulating around his heart and lungs. He imagined that the air in his lungs was a cool blue color. He closed his eyes and began to feel his way through the water. Once on the bottom, 30 feet below, Luke felt highly relaxed and let himself sway with the surging eelgrass. He glided and drifted rather than swam. He felt and sensed rather than saw. With this ease of movement, free from the restrictive gear of scuba, Luke felt a great sense of freedom as well as stealth. Luke detected a creature watching him from behind. He turned to see a gray and black speckled seal. The harbor seal is a smart and playful creature. He called this one foca, the Portuguese word for seal. Foca reminded Luke of his red-headed childhood friend named Jeremiah, who would play all day long, then go home and play some more, never letting the seriousness of life creep in. Luke wished he were a foca. The seal swam up to Luke and nudged him on the wrist next to his spear gun handle, seemingly indicating, "Hey, follow me." Luke followed the seal for a few feet. The seal headed for a sandy patch on the bottom, then headed off sharply to the right. Luke looked on in amazement. The seal had led Luke to a giant halibut more than 30 pounds. The fish was so large it could not fully cover itself with the clean white sand that surrounded it. He could see the protruding eyes and the fish's distinctive jawline. The wide tail and skirt-like fins surrounding the fat body of the fish came into clear view. The fish seemed to eye Luke, hovering over him, who was in turn trying to conceal his glee. Luke marveled at the bright, psychedelic, speckled-colored pattern of the halibut. The fish was lit up, and so was Luke. Luke took careful aim and shot the massive fish dead center in the back. He figured this would be the best shot, as there would be more meat to secure the spear when the flatty went wild. The fish bolted with lightning speed, using all of its might. The fight ensued. Luke held on for dear life. The halibut dragged Luke toward the surface. Luke held onto the gun as the fish powered through thick kelp, nearly tearing off his mask. Dion, surfing above, was treated to the comical scene of Luke being pulled along by the whopper halibut. "You can get him, Luke!" Dion cheered. The halibut eventually settled on the bottom, where Luke quickly dispatched him with a firm knife stab to the brain. "Thank you for the good fight," Luke said as he caressed his trophy catch. Luke attached the fish to a stringer, but left the spear shaft in the fish for extra protection against any escape attempts. He started towards shore. The seal popped up beside him. "Okay, I showed you the fish. Now how about attacks?" Luke swore he heard the focus say. Luke cut a nice chunk from the fish of meat and fed it to the happy seal. "Thanks for the tip," Luke told the seal. Luke's comprehension of the harbor seal behavior would grow over time. He and the seal seemed to understand each other. Because of Luke's natural fluid agility in the sea, the seals treated him as a fellow marine mammal and often led him to prize game fish. All for a small tax, of course. He hauled the heavy fish up the street towards Dion's house. As he strutted, Luke passed a middle-aged, dark-complexioned man with long hair sitting on the hood of a car in front of his house. "Hey, nice flatty," the man said. "Next time you need to go for the stone shot. It's better for you, less fight, and the meat quality of the fish is better. Less stress on the fish means better meat when you eat it." Luke paused. "Stone shot, huh? What's that?" "It's when you hit the fish dead on in the spine. It stops the fish in its tracks cold. Not a single tail wag or kick after that." "Hi, my name's Luke. Luke Dodge." "Nikos Mandalas. Pleased to meet you." Luke processed this information. "The writer?" "Yep, that's me." "I take it you've read The Last of the Great Freedivers," he replied. Luke was amazed at his good fortune. "I need to ask you some questions," he said excitedly. "I mean, gosh, is it all true?" "My door's always open. I live right here," Nikos replied. "Oh, okay, thanks. I have to go to my buddy's reception now. I'll come over in the morning if that's all right." Luke did his best not to imbibe too much at the party. He wanted to be clear-minded for his questions in the morning for Nikos. Dion, Josh, and Luke, and Dion's new wife and their other close friends cooked up the mighty halibut, and the friends wished the newlyweds all the best. The next morning, Nikos welcomed Luke in for a cup of tea. Starstruck, Luke launched right into his barrage of questions. "How long can you hold your breath? Can you really hear the white sea bass making those croaking sounds you talk about? What's the largest fish you have ever speared? Can you show me your spear guns?" Luke asked all the questions he thought of. "Okay, son, take a breath. Come on, see my guns." They walked into the adjoining room. Nikos gingerly lifted the weapons from a case and offered them to Luke one at a time. "This is my small reef gun. This is my sea bass gun. And this bad boy is my tuna gun." The tuna gun was nearly as tall as Luke, with 6 power bands, expensive slip tip, and beautifully crafted zebra wood for the stock. It was an awesome piece of equipment. Luke could not imagine cocking, let alone firing such a massive gun. He caressed and held each gun as if it were a woman. Why are there no lines attaching the spear shaft to the gun?" Luke asked. "Won't you lose the shaft and the fish?" That's where the stone shot comes in handy. If you break the fish's spine, no matter how big it is, it will flutter to the bottom like a leaf in the breeze. It's what I call the Star Wars approach to diving. There is no try, only do or do not." Nikos chuckled. He studied Luke for a moment. "I can see you have a desire to learn more about this way of life." Luke noted that Nikos did not call it a hobby or a sport. "I tell you what, take my sea bass gun, Luke. Be sure to attach a shooting line so you don't lose my shaft. Get comfortable with the gun in the water. Call me when you think you are ready and we can go diving together. I'll show you everything I know." Luke choked up. "Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Mandalas." He reverently picked up the gun and headed back to Dion's house. This was an opportunity he could never have imagined. It was tantamount to being taught football by Joe Namath, or baseball by Babe Ruth, or basketball by Magic Johnson, or breaststroke by Mark Spitz. Luke decided to go practice. For the next 6 weeks, Luke dove nearly every day. In all conditions, the gun weighed 22 pounds. It felt weightless in the water, though, and floated well once the shaft had been discharged. He struggled each time to load the gun. It was a large weapon. It was tough stringing back the 4 9/16" rubber power bands. It took all of his strength. The gun had so much kick that when he fired it, if he held it wrong, it could break his wrist or knock his teeth out. The wooden stock was hand-carved, elegantly engineered hardwood. Zebra wood and Purple Heart made just such a beautiful mix. It must have taken Nikos months to craft such a work of art, Luke thought. The shaft was forged from 3/8" heat-treated steel, finished off with a detachable spearhead. The head was designed to penetrate a fish and then slip off, still attached to the main shaft by a short cable, kind of like a giant whaling harpoon. This allowed the fish to struggle against the cable rather than against the entire weight of the shaft. With a slip tip, soft-fleshed fish like the white sea bass were less likely to tear off when speared by traditional fixed-mounted tips. Luke practiced all the techniques he had read about in the book. Feel the water. Glide, don't swim. Cut holes in your booties and a hood so as not to trap air bubbles lest they escape during a critical moment and spook the fish. Listen for the unique croaking sounds emitted by the sea bass. Dive at dawn and dusk. And so on went the advice from the book. Luke practiced until the gun became an extension of his body. This enabled him to remove the gun from his thought process and meld with the sea. The gun was to Luke as jaws are to a white shark or pinchers to a crab. After 6 weeks of relentless practice with the gun and his new specialized freedive gear, extra long fins, camouflage wetsuit, sharp kill knife, and a low-volume mask, Luke felt he was ready to dive with Nikos. One day, Josh asked Luke to join him on a deep Baja run for some diving, fishing, surfing, and general relaxing. Luke invited Nikos on the trip. Nikos accepted. Love and a Bullet, Chapter 18, The Present. Several months passed after the fire. Luke walked in the local hills, inhaling the pungent smell of young, budding sage. Already the sign of regrowth was everywhere. Trees that had been blackened sprouted new shoots. Deer roamed and grasses rose from the soil. The fire had brought about a type of plant renaissance. In the chaparral environment, certain seeds germinate only after an intense heat of fire. The brush fires of Southern California are an integral part of the cycle of life. The ecosystems there have evolved to rely on periodic complete burnings. Such events did not suit man's needs for stability, status quo, and control. Luke sat day after day near newly exposed Indian middens filled with piles of ancient garbage, broken artifacts and shells. He tried to commune with his Shumash spirit friends. Perhaps they could help him understand why the Great Spirit dealt him such an inexplicable hand with the barge accident. He gazed down the canyon and looked at the sea. Sailboats from Marina del Rey tacked in the onshore breezes as several massive cargo ships moved majestically along the horizon. Eastbound for Los Angeles or Long Beach harbors and westbound towards Asia or perhaps to the northern lumber and wheat ports in the northwest and then on to Asia. To the south, Catalina Island emerged saucily from the ocean, its distinctive outline teasing mainlanders with promise of peace and seclusion. Another hump of land to the left of Catalina seemed to be an island also, but the Palos Verdes Peninsula had not managed to shake or pull or break away from the continent and remained attached to the mainland for the time being. Back in his fire-damaged flat, the phone rang. Luke ignored it. The phone rang again. He grabbed it. "What? Hello, this is Raja from India. Do you receive my fax?" The voice was young and energetic, with a thick East Indian accent. The melodic, lilting words were tough to decipher. Luke looked at the 100 or so faxes piling into into his garbage can. Yeah, I received your fax. Who is this again? I am Raja from Gandhi Seashell Mart in Tamil Nadu, India. I have sent you money. Did you receive the money? Luke paused. What money? I have sent you nearly $47,000 for the gold-lipped conch seashell. What conch? Luke thought. He vaguely remembered promising the Indians that he would procure a special gold-lipped conch for them. Such shells had been used for centuries in India for a Hindu ritual. Something about the gold hue at the opening of the shell was of special significance to the Hindus. It was nearing Hindu festival time, and the Indians needed their goods in a hurry. I found a supply of the gold-lipped conch shells in Haiti, Raja said. I do not have a visa for Haiti, so I need you to go and procure the goods. Just inspect them and arrange payment and logistics for export to India. I will fax you all the contact information. Now please go right away. Goodbye. Haiti, Luke thought. Life is like ice cream. You need to enjoy it before it melts. Now please be going now. Raja hung up the phone. I'll have to think about it, Luke replied in his mind. Luke had a few more beers and went over to Simeon's house. What the hell, Haiti? Does this guy think I'm nuts? I'm not going anywhere. You need to get past this, Simeon said. Get out of here for a while. Get a new perspective on things, Simeon encouraged. Luke was still highly depressed and drinking way too much. He did not care about Haiti or the Indians or the shells that they wanted him to buy. He just wanted the barge accident nightmares to stop. Begrudgingly taking Simeon's advice, he packed his bags and bought a round-trip ticket to Port-au-Prince, Haiti. A few days later, he headed for the airport. On the drive, Luke read the fax from the Indians explaining the terms of the deal, which read, Fly to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, check into the Hotel Montana, then proceed to 72 Rue de la Maison. Your contact there, his name is Serge. He has the goods ready to go. You just need to inspect them and arrange payment and logistics. Luke arrived in Haiti less than 72 hours after he had spoken with Raja. As the airplane descended, he looked out the window to see a barren landscape. No tropical forest or lush gardens. Just miles of huts and squalor. He sat next to a well-dressed man who warned him of the dangers lurking everywhere in Haiti. He mentioned voodoo. It's not a place for the faint of heart, said the man. After negotiating the confusing hot airport, Luke arrived at Hotel Montana, the one and only supposedly safe hotel in the entire country. Wasting no time, he checked in, washed up, and summoned a taxi. 72 Rue de la Maison. S'il vous plaît. The cab driver looked at Luke through the rearview mirror. You American, no? Yes, I am, Luke replied. Then I suggest you do not go to this address. Many bad things happen in that part of town, the cabbie replied. This is Haiti, isn't it? Isn't the whole place bad? Please just take me there. I have work to do, Luke insisted. Okay, the driver put the SUV taxi into gear and off they went. Haiti lacked any kind of real road system. The ride was long and bumpy and slow, impeded by people, animals, mud, and malfunctioning intersection lights that no one paid much attention to anyway. Everything was confusing and difficult. They drove through the outskirts of Port-au-Prince, then into the slums. Luke spied one particularly scary-looking man. The man had a blank stare. He held his eyes wide open like light bulbs set against his black skin. The man rocked back and forth, muttering to himself. He looks dead but alive, Luke said quietly. The person looks like a zombie. He most certainly is, the driver replied. You in Haiti now, brother. The driver seemed way too calm. His name was Luis. He was strange. Are zombies real? Luke asked. I always thought they were just made up in movies. The driver paused. Yes, they are, my boy. They are as real as you and me. Do you want to know how one is made? He asked. Luke gave in to morbid curiosity. Yes, I do. What happens is most terrible, Louise continued. First, somebody who wants to settle a score or take revenge on somebody or simply doesn't like another person will go to a voodoo priest who is usually a Catholic priest by day.
The vengeance seeker pays the priest a large sum of money, 2 months' pay at a minimum, and brings him a picture and other personal effects of the future victim. In the night, the victim is then kidnapped, handcuffed, and taken to a special voodoo place where the priest dances and acts real crazy. This usually scares the victim into submission. Then come da powder. Da powder, Luke asked. Some sort of special drug. Each priest makes theirs a little bit different. It's basically a nerve agent that renders the victim 95% dead. They blow it into their face, then take them to a graveyard and bury them while chanting evil voodoo prayers. A day or two later, people gather to dig up the body. By now, the drug, the dancing, and being buried alive has made the person into a zombie, the living dead. What happens to the zombie, Luke asked. It's given as a gift either to the priest or the one who paid, replied the driver. The zombie then spends his life working on somebody's garden, usually the priest's. But sometimes the zombie runs away, the cabbie said with a smile. Luke went sober. I hope I don't get zombified, he replied. Louis pulled up in front of a walled compound. Okay, we're here. Are you sure you want to get out? Luke was a bit nervous after the zombie story. Yeah, but stay here and keep the engine running, please. As Luke approached the large steel door to the compound, he got a little tinge in his stomach. He knocked on the door, yelling, Surge! Surge! Are you here? A tall, thin, elegant black man emerged. He was exquisitely dressed and spoke with deep assurance. Yes, I am Surge. Do you have the money, Mr. Dodge? I guess you are not one for small talk, Luke said. Yes, I have the money, but first I need to see the shells. Forgive my rudeness, the man replied. My name is Surge, the only honest businessman in all of Haiti. What is your name again, son? Luke Dodge. Oh, that's right. You're the one Raja sent. These shells are hard to come by. I have many competitors that would love to kill me to take these shells. I spoke with your Indian friend Raja. He wants these shells soon. Okay, we can get right to business. Come in off the street, son. Before they could pass through the metal door, a car came by, speeding down the narrowing road. Surge saw it first. Luke, duck! Surge yelled. He grabbed Luke, forcing him to the ground. As the car sped by, automatic machine gun fire filled the air. Bullets ricocheted noisily off the steel gate. Luke felt Surge's grip loosen. Luke spun around as the bullet struck him right in the thigh. He saw Louis nervously back up and turn around, preparing to flee. Close to panic, Luke looked down. Surge lay at his feet, gurgling in a pool of blood. The elegant Haitian man made horrible convulsing sounds, spitting up wads of coagulating blood and mucus. The shooters disappeared. The drive-by confirmed Luke's theory about life being transient or tenuous, or both. Luke grabbed Surge by the arm and tried to drag him into the departing taxi, which he had blocked with his body. Wait! I need you! Help, please don't go! The man's dying! Surge went quite limp. A woman emerged from the compound. She came screaming towards Luke. Surge! Surge! In a state of hysteria, she pushed Luke away and grabbed Surge's limp arm. She started to pull him into the compound. Several others came from the house and joined the effort. Go, she commanded Luke. Go now. Luke limped to the slowly creeping taxi with its agitated driver and dove in. They tore out of there as Louis floored the throttle. I told you this place was not for Americans, Louis said. Now take me to the hospital, Luke replied, grimacing in pain while holding his thigh. He clutched his thigh and watched the blood seep through his fingers and shorts. No hospitals. This is Haiti. Even if the shooters don't finish you off, the dirty infected needles will. What do we do then? Luke, drifting into shock, fell sick. His face turned white. It's obvious that Luis wanted to stay as far away from the authorities as possible, especially with a dying American in the back of his taxi. I know I know an American hospital tent, or at least it's international, up near the airport, Louis said. I can take you there. Okay, Luke said, but please hurry. Luke found himself in a waiting room with 100 other patients who all looked like they were also dying. The facility was a temporary MASH-type hospital set up by the Coalition of Humanitarian Groups. It had been temporary now for 10 years. Finally, a cot became available. Luke plopped down, exhausted. A native health worker leaned over, handed him a bottle of water, and said, "The doctor, she come quick." Luke moaned. His thigh was burning. "What seems to be the problem?" an angelic voice inquired. Luke looked up to focus on the single most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. She had long blonde hair, perfect lips, and deep blue eyes. Her name tag identified her as Dr. Zadravek. She sat down next to Luke. He noticed her perfect posture. "Hello, my name is Dr. Nikki. You call me Nikki." Magically, Luke's pain began to abate. Luke floundered around for words. You're the woman from my vision," Luke said. Nikki figured he was hallucinating. She gave him a shot of painkiller and cleaned and dressed his wound. Luke was lucky that the bullet had gone straight through his leg. Her hands were gentle. "Yes, I saw you underwater with a seal in the Indian. Who are you? Why did I see you? The love I felt, it was so much love." Nikki politely ignored Luke as she probed his leg. "You're lucky the bullet's not buried in your leg anymore. It seems to have missed all the vital parts. Be sure to keep it clean. You'll need to take Cipro antibiotics daily for a full week. Be sure to take further medical attention back in the States. I would like to stay and talk, but I have many patients to see who are much worse off than you. I must go now. Good luck." Nikki went to the next patient. Luke paused to take one last look at her. Everywhere under the medical tent was suffering and pain. Nikki, the woman from his vision, seemed to rise above it like an embracing spirit. She went from patient to patient. They seemed to get better as she talked to them. Luke saw an aura around her. It was warm yellow in color, and even had tinges of red in it. She transferred her energy to each patient, never losing her composure. It was true. My vision was real, Luke thought. For the first time since the barge collision, the life force of old Luke Dodge fought its way to the surface. He felt hopeful once again, even a bit lighthearted. "Pardon, monsieur. If you are able to leave, we need the bed. Merci." A harried attendant politely kicked him out. He was still loopy from the painkillers, but managed to hail a taxi. "Porao? Where to?" Good question. Luke needed to recalibrate himself. "Take me to the beach." After a short taxi drive, the taxi deposited him near a sandy beach. He limped a few yards and sat down to rest. The beach was not intended for tourists, if there were any in Haiti. It had a few palm trees and a freshwater creek flowing into the sea. Luke observed the fishermen and how they would pull their roughly built wood skiffs under the trees by the river where they cleaned their ocean catches of conch and fish. Luke was too spent to be fearful of the sea any further, leaned on a fisherman's boat. The pain returned to his leg. Each time the pain came back, he thought of his savior, Dr. Nikki, and it would go away. He was obsessed with her. His brief encounter with her had opened a door. Luke was standing next to the ocean without fear once again. The revulsion and anger was gone. He gazed towards the horizon. He was liberated. Who was she really? Luke was confused. A wild-looking Rastafarian man with a serious face approached. The man sported well-managed dreadlocks nearly 3 feet long and stood 6 feet 3 inches tall. He wore a t-shirt that appeared to have been torn deliberately and cut off Levi's. He strode towards Luke with speed and purpose. "Hey, man! What you doing, man? What you doing on me boaty?" "Sorry, I didn't know it was your boat." "Nay be it to worry. What's your name, little man?" "Luke."
Luke dodged. What's yours, sir? Really, my name be Leroy, the Rasta man answered. But I am known in these parts just as Snapper. You look sad, man. What be on your mind? Well, I just got shot in my leg. Met a woman I'm sure I'm in love with. Months ago, I sank on a boat. Me and 5 friends almost drowned. And I saw a man die in the street this morning who I was trying to do business with. Second occasion, we need Bob. Bob Marley, he said. Snapper produced a joint so big it looked like it had been rolled in a sock. Snapper lit the massive spleef, took a deep drag, and continued. He leaned back against a tree and spoke. Yeah, man, I knew Bob Marley. Good man, Bob. I also fought with Fidel Castro in the revolution. Good man, Fidel. Do you know any record producers? I can really sing, you know. Well, if you're a true Rasta man, how come you're not in Jamaica? Luke inquired. Snapper drew a serious face and contemplated his answer. Just came to Haiti to spread the good word about Ali Selassie. Ire! Snapper then sang a few verses of I Shot the Sheriff. He blew this pot smoke towards Luke, giving him a strong second-hand high. Luke confided in Snapper about his vision and how he felt so let down and baffled by recent events. You lost, man. I know some folks in the woods that can help you find your way. They bringing back you direction in life. They holy men. They can explain your vision. If you want to come, I take you there tonight, say 7 o'clock, Snapper said calmly. Luke agreed and offered Snapper his hotel address. Snapper burned up his joint and began to sing and dance. Luke joined in. He looked like an idiot. Later that evening, Snapper pulled up in a black Mercedes SUV. The car seemed just a little too nice for Haiti and for Snapper for that matter. You ready, man? Luke was suspicious of the car but kept to the program. Sure. He got in the car. The men drove up to the remnant of a forest that had not yet been clear-cut by the peasants for use as charcoal. The wood was the only available source of cooking for fuel in Haiti. As a result, most of the trees on the island had been cut down. The consequent erosion produced rivers of mud and landslides during heavy rains. The car skidded to a stop. This is the end of the line for me. Now go in that house and my friends there, they be waiting for you. I told them, you are coming. Don't worry. They are my friends. They will help you. Snapper seemed pushy and in a hurry. His demeanor all of a sudden changed and his Rastafarian accent seemed to be more American now. He helped Luke from the car and drove off. Apprehensively, Luke knocked on the door. A dark-skinned black woman wearing a long, beaded black dress and several heavy gold necklaces answered the door. Her hair was braided in cornrows. She said nothing, leading him to a room that was lit with 1,000 candles placed in concentric circles. 2 large men quietly flanked Luke from behind, subtly letting him know that he was being guarded. Similar guards led 2 other young men into the room. They stood opposite Luke. The men seemed to be in an altered state of mind. Luke thought he could see handcuffs on them. A man was outfitted in scary garb and entered. His black priestly gown was embellished with feathers and mysterious scribbles in Creole. He held dead chickens in his hands and opened his eyes wide to expose their whites. He screamed and sang and danced around in circles like a possessed person. He approached the 2 men standing on the opposite side of the room from Luke. He yelled something in Creole, held his palm up to one of the man's face, and blew a white powder in their eyes. He did the same to the next man. The 2 men shook violently and vomited on themselves, collapsing and pulsating as if they were being electrocuted. Luke thought of one thing. Zombies. Time to get the fuck out of here, Luke said quietly to himself. He broke away from the men guarding them, pushed them through the door, and ran as fast as he could. The men gave chase. His heart pounded, forcing his bullet wound to bleed through his bandages. Disoriented and afraid, Luke ran 2 blocks and fell into a ravine. He careened down the muddy hillside, rolling and sliding until he came to a street below. He ran until the man chasing him finally gave up. His leg throbbed with pain. He made his way to what appeared to be some sort of main street lined with little ramshackle houses. His eyes peered from porch steps and from behind windows. "Where can I go?" "Gotta think," Luke said. "Calm down, Luke. Think, damn it, think," he said to himself. "Not the hospital. Maybe Surge's killers will be there looking for me. Not the airport or the hotel. Snapper, that asshole, will be watching. He must have sold me to those goons as zombie bait or something like that." He paused. "Doctors, that's it. I'll go to the Coalition Health tent. Dr. Nicky will hide me. My angel," he thought. Luke walked through the night, asking directions and trying to read the French road signs. He finally used the juice from a red fruit to draw a large red cross on his white t-shirt. He approached a peasant, pointed to the shirt, and said, "Où est la Red Cross?" The villagers led Luke to the Red Cross tent a few miles away. "I must see Dr. Nicky at once," Luke pleaded with the receptionist. "It's a matter of life and death." The clerk replied, "You in a humanitarian tent, sir. Everybody here is life or death." Just then Nicky appeared, wearing bloody doctor scrubs. "It's you," Luke exclaimed. "Oh, Luke, the American, back so soon? Did I mess up or something?" "Rastaman, zombie, Snapper. I must get out of the country." Nicky knew about Snapper. She knew that he traded in humans, selling them for fresh zombie raw material. She had treated his victims in the past and right away knew what special danger was posed to Luke. To Luke's surprise, she said, "If Snapper's after you, we got to get you out of Haiti. Better not go back to your hotel or to the airport. Snapper has eyes everywhere." She strode around the room. "I'm leaving on a C-130 transport in the morning. We're evacuating some special critical patients to the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. I'll make arrangements to get you on the plane." "Are you sure?" Luke said. "Thank you, I'm grateful." Luke spent the remainder of the night curled up on a cot next to a woman suffering from some sort of flesh-eating disease. The next morning, Luke, attired in Coalition distinctive jacket, boarded the airplane with Dr. Zadravek. As the plane took off, Luke looked back at the wretched, denuded hills of Haiti, the sad slums and the mansions of the rich, then down at his wounded leg. "Now I know why Roger wanted me coming instead of himself," he thought. With Haiti well behind him, Nicky remained busy tending to her patients. Luke was still amazed that the woman from his vision had appeared not only in the flesh but also saved his life, twice. He gazed at Nicky like a puppy dog. Luke could not believe how her kind spirit permeated her being. She seemed to be pure love. He was drawn to her like no other human on earth. Luke felt about Nicky like he felt about Baja, tranquil and at home. Luke's thoughts momentarily shifted towards the latter. Baja. 19. Baja, a kilo of mota, and a grouper. The past. Josh's invitation had come at just the right time. Luke yearned to go to Baja California, a place he had grown to love and respect. Luke managed to get some free time from his studies. The three men, Josh, Luke, and Nikos, headed south of the U.S.-Mexican border to a spot shown to Luke a few years earlier to him by his close friend Simeon, whose father had shown it to him. Simeon's dad, Steve, first discovered the spot when fishing legend Ronnie Rock before the main road was even paved in 1975. The treacherous, windy, pothole-filled road called Mexico 1 would claim the lives of many Baja adventure seekers, including Ronnie Rock himself. The toughest part of any Baja trip was finding the poorly marked turnoff signs to the dirt roads left the year before. Often the winter storms washed away road markers and obliterated entire road networks. But no matter how bad a situation one might find themselves in Baja, eventually somebody always came along with just
enough of what you needed to get moving again. Be it a soccer ball pump to inflate a car tire, a liter of gas, or a jump start, the Mexican motorist or passerby had what you needed to get on the road again. After a full day of drinking warm Tecate beer and flipping through cheap porn mags that Josh had brought along, the three men neared the turnoff point. Luke peered intently out the window, trying to remember exactly where the washboard dirt road was supposed to begin. The turnoff road was tough to get to. It took 15 hours of driving on the narrow, pothole-ridden Mexico 1 and dodging near death from the marauding Mexican big-rig drivers just to get there. Once the turnoff was found, there was another 4 hours of negotiating the rough dirt road that required a good 4x4. Josh and Luke knew their destination spot only as Mario's. The name came from a sign embossed on the hillside made with white rocks that simply read, Mario. Luke loved Baja. It was the only place on earth that smelled and felt like, well, Baja. The landscape was a throwback in time to when man had not yet made such a mess of things. There were miles of giant 200-year-old saguaro cactuses that looked like they belonged in a cartoon, with mule deer and dog-sized jackrabbits running about. Luke would not have been surprised to see a dinosaur run across the road. The place known as the Rock Desert particularly fascinated Luke. The desert changed from a mud-flat lunar landscape to a gorgeous masses of white rounded stones that piled 500 feet into the air. Luke imagined such piles of rocks would make great fishing reefs if they were underwater. The rocks, he had been told, concealed hidden artwork made by the natives who once roamed the Baja Peninsula. In Baja, each trip is unique. The road to your best spot might have been washed out during the winter, or a gas station you had relied on the past trip was closed or out of gas, or maybe the military had set up a series of ominous-looking roadblocks that would interrupt your trip. Things often went wrong, but nothing that could not be overcome. Whether it was two flat tires, a broken axle, a sunken skiff, or diarrhea, remote Baja had a way of reducing visitors to their essence. Baja is more than an adventure and more than just memories. It is the chance to find out what you are made of. The more difficult it was to get to the spot, the better it seemed to be when you got there. With its travel challenges, lack of water, and political corruption, Baja seemed to have avoided the onslaught of development that had brought the natural environment of Alta California to its knees, leaving Baja, its land, and its people unchanged for decades. Luke loved the Mexican people of deep Baja. They are proud and generous. Most of the pongueros, or skiff fishermen, work in cooperativos of 15 to 25 boats. Known as a co-op, the fishermen collectively own and operate the fish plant. A fleet of ponga skiffs, fishing gear, fuel, and the logistics to export the catch and purchase bait were all collectivized. The cooperatives were the essence of ecological balance. The resource was protected by the self-imposed restrictions of the limited vessel sizes that in turn limited the number of lobster traps that could be soaked and worked on any given day. The system seemed to be vastly superior to the conflagration of difficult-to-understand California fish and game regulations that Luke so reviled at times. The Mexican ponga fishermen always had smiles on their faces and offered a helping hand when you needed it. Luke knew that any development to Baja would certainly alter the pongueros' harmonious way of life. Luke felt that the pongero villages were as close as one could get to a self-sufficient existence in today's world. This was the way life was supposed to be, he figured. After a dusty, arduous 18-hour journey, Baja rewarded the faithful with their first view of sparkling blue water of the sea. It was a moment for celebration, renewal, and joy. Every trip held unlimited possibilities. One might discover a new surf spot or a reef that nobody had ever laid eyes on. When in a remote bay or estuary of Baja, Luke thought of John Steinbeck in his famed book, The Law of the Sea of Cortez. Baja was timeless. Steinbeck must have felt it, just as Luke did. Passing 2 miles of bright white rolling sand dunes, glistening with broken pismo
clamshells, they arrived at a suitable campsite. The beach was an endless carpet of broken shells. Nikos disappeared. Some time passed. Hey, Josh said. Where'd Nikos go? Not sure, Luke replied. Nikos materialized later as Luke ignited the first campfire with a dry, hollow cactus husk and diesel fuel. Hey guys, I managed to find a local pongero named Mario. He has agreed to take us out in the morning at 4 a.m. The Mexicans like to get an early start, he said. Oh yeah? There will be no money needed. They just want one small favor, Nico said. Favor? Luke asked. They say there's a family of black sea bass they call miro. Frequently, they see them at their best abalone spot. The divers say they have been pinned against the reef and almost killed by one particular black they call El Diablo. They want us to hookah dive with them to catch some abalone for them, but to keep our guns with us in case El Diablo comes to harass. They want us to shoot and capture the fish for them. They can eat the fish for weeks. It will not go to waste, and I'm sure they'll give us some too. Luke and Josh looked at each other skeptically. They glanced down at their undersized spear guns. The idea was irresistible. Luke, always up for a challenge, went to bed excited about the coming day. He imagined himself being pulled far to sea by a fleeing angry black sea bass. The next day, Josh and Luke found themselves diving at the end of a double-rigged 100-foot-long hookah hose fed air by a rickety, converted, and sputtering paint compressor on board the skiff. In this system, the compressor fills a low-pressure air cylinder from which the divers draw their air. It was originated by the Japanese who dove with brass hats and 200 pounds of lead. The system was improved, made more flexible and user-friendly by commercial divers of all types. Hookah is used by abalone, sea urchin, and giant clam divers, even wildcat diamond divers in Namibia. The safety and efficacy of each hookah system depends on its builders. Kindly Mario, for whom the spot was named, steered his 90-horsepower outboard engine towards the reef. He wore a red and green flannel shirt, the aviator sunglasses, a neck scarf, a big Stetson cowboy hat, and designer jeans. Years of abalone diving had been good to him, except for a debilitating case of the bends that he contracted. He left the diving now to his sons, who would know when they were finished, when they too got the bends one day. Gran mira aquí. Usa tu pistola con mucho cuidado. Vaya con Dios, Mario said, gesturing a good luck fist as the two boys prepared to dive. Luke told Josh, he said he does not carry any insurance. We're on our own. Luke grinned. Luke and Josh descended to about 50 feet. The boulder-strewn bottom was a replica of the boulder-covered desert above they had seen in the rock desert. They picked abs with extra long irons that the Mexicans had loaned them for the day. In the U.S., abalone divers were restricted in the length of their abalone irons that could be used. This restriction helped preserve the abalone hidden deep in crevices that were not reachable with the shorter irons. His sack filling with abalone, Luke looked warily for El Diablo swimming in the distance. He was armed only with a small reef gun and was scared of what might happen should he spear a fish as massive as the one the locals had described. Suddenly, Luke couldn't breathe. His air supply had dwindled to nearly nothing. With empty lungs, he sucked hard on the mouthpiece. He figured the two divers drawing on the single compressor created the diminished airflow. When he felt a tingle in his fingers and a nasty metal taste in his mouth, Luke suppressed his panic and surfaced. He found Mario pulling on the air compressor's ripcord, kicking the compressor and muttering, "Un momento, por favor." "I think the compressor's done. You guys should come in," Nico shouted from the skiff. The air compressor had died, with Josh and Luke on the bottom hunting for El Diablo. They never did find out if the big fish was just a story. With the day's abalone diving over, the air compressor on the fritz had no sign of El Diablo. It was time to catch a few yellowtail. Mario steered the skiff to a reef marked by lobster traps. Luke and Josh raced to be the first to drop their blue and white tatty 45 yellowtail jigs into the water. Josh's was the first to hit the bottom. He flipped his reel into gear and cranked the handle at full speed. A moment later, a massive yellowtail swallowed his jig, and the line peeled from the reel. Zzz. "Oh, fresh one!" Josh exclaimed while setting the hook hard. Luke hooked up as well. The two pulled on their fish in unison. Nothing compares to the feeling of the line screaming from your reel when you first hook up into a big fish. Luke and Josh landed their fish, both near 30 pounds. Nico sat back and relaxed as the two boys pulled away on big fish all afternoon. These fish had made the trip and the effort worth it. At last, Nico slabbed out one of the smaller yellowtails and pinned a tail portion on the largest hook that he could find. As soon as the 10-ounce weight hit the bottom, something grabbed the bait. Nikos paid out the line from his reel and free spool, counted to 5, flipped it into gear, and set the hook hard. The fish fought for 20 minutes. As it neared the surface, they could see it was a 40-pound juvenile black sea bass. In his head, Luke was already cooking the fish on the campfire when Mario smiled, "Diablito." Nikos brought it up, popped the inflated air bladder sticking out of its mouth and behind its pectoral fin, and then helped the fish back to life and released it back to the sea. "It'll be okay," Nikos said. "It'll live to become a true Diablo." They fished until the bottom of the boat was full of flopping 30-pound yellowtail and bull calico bass. They were making ready to return when Mario spied a package floating next to the boat. Luke leaned over and scooped up the package. It was a rectangle-shaped block wrapped in cellophane that was marked with a big letter N in the center. "Mota," Mario said with a smile. "What does N mean?" Luke said. "It means not yours," Josh replied. Josh exclaimed, "My God, there's another bag, and another one over there. Don't touch them. We'll be thrown in Mexican prisons for 100 years, Josh replied. Nikos just smiled. Mario said, "Si captura todos los motas. Collect the bags, man. I get 200 pesos per kilo reward." "Okay," Luke said. "He wants us to collect the weed. We better do it." The men scrambled to collect the floating bricks and were strung out across the waters like Christmas trees lights. Soon, more than 50 kilograms of Mexico's finest marijuana lay in the belly of the panga, jumbled amongst the struggling, bleeding yellowtail and calico bass. The men laughed at their find and took pictures, a kilo in one hand, a fish in another. Luke figured that a drug runner had dumped his stash while being chased by the authorities, hoping that fishing boats or other Mexican military personnel might find him and turn him in. Characteristically, the drug runners would show up then later that day and buy the goods back from the collectors. The Mexicans referred to such a find as the lottery of the sea. Josh looked up. To his dismay, he saw a military police boat speeding down towards them. "Shit, how did these guys know so fast?" Josh yelled. "Dump the weed! We're dead! Dump the weed!" Luke cried. Before they could jettison the pot, the high-speed military inflatable had pulled up to Mario's panga. The police said hello to Mario, collected the pot, gave Mario a cash reward, and drove off as if it was no big deal. The three gringos breathed a collective sigh of relief. The ways of Mexico occasionally were a mystery. Luke returned to the village years later to fish with Mario once again. He found that the marijuana incident, which he had assumed was a commonplace occurrence, was in fact unique and had become local folklore. The photos taken in the boat that day hung in local bars. Luke asked what had become of the dope the local police had collected. Mario explained that no narcotraficos had come to collect the pot, so the villagers and soldiers had gotten stoned for weeks after the find. Bricks of pot were thrown on the campfire. The villagers called Luke and his friends the Mota Men. Back at the small cove where they had launched that morning, everybody jumped into the surf to push the boat up onto the beach. The Pongueros had managed just fine over the years without the aid of expensive marinas or docks or even paved roads. Luke and his friends cleaned the yellowtail, giving most of the meat to Mario. They thanked Mario, their new friend. They said goodbye and returned to their campground off in the dunes. Following a fine yellowtail meal and abundant cervezas, Luke, Josh, and Nikos had lapsed contentedly into an afternoon siesta when armed soldiers suddenly showed up. 18 soldiers and 3 camouflage military Humvees mounted with 30 caliber machine guns on tripods sped up the beach, barked to halt near the fire, piled out of the vehicles, cocked and pointed their hefty German-made guns, and ordered, "Manos arriba!" Luke, Josh, and Nikos put their hands up fast, watching as the irritated commander instructed the men to search the Americans and their vehicle. The soldiers removed the engine hoses and interior side panels of Luke's blue Blazer. They found nothing and went on their way. Where did those guys come from? Luke wondered. Many of them seemed overly nervous. Nervous people shouldn't have machine guns, Josh said. They obviously thought we helped ourselves to the Mota stash. We're probably the only Americans in Baja without a stash, Nikos replied. After that experience, Luke and Josh decided to fish for white sea bass off the 60-foot-high cliffs a mile to the south. Simeon's dad and Ronnie Rock had told enticing tales about giant white sea bass they would catch from the shore and the cliffs. Nikos stayed behind. He liked his alone time. Be careful, you guys, Nikos waved them off. By now, the wind was blowing 30 knots out of the west. The sea had picked up to a heaving 10-foot groundswell, smashing against the jutting cliffs. The sun was dropping on the horizon. Perched atop the high cliffs, Josh and Luke pinned on whole squids and cast out into the pounding surf. Luke's rod went off. Zzz, the clickers went crazy. He picked up the rod and set the hook firmly and let out a loud yahoo. The fish took a steady long run, pulling against the drag for about 30 seconds, a sure sign of a white sea bass. Luke turned the reel handle to gain inch by inch on the fish. A long first run is a sure sign of a white sea bass, Josh yelled at Luke. Soon, Luke saw that the 4-foot-long silver fish's shimmering body was reflecting just a few feet below the sea surface. A large wave rose, hanging in time before smashing against the rocks. Luke saw the fish swimming perfectly inside the wave, an image that burned into his memory forever. He was transfixed by the sea bass. It appeared to be close to 50 pounds. Driven by the desire to impress Nikos, and against his better judgment, Luke tucked his fishing pole into his pants and scaled down the jagged vertical cliffs, all the while the sea bass fighting on the other end of the line. Josh, a professional lifeguard and expert swimmer, was alarmed. "Luke, you moron, don't go down there. It's just a fish. It's not worth your life." Luke ignored Josh's warning and kept going. The waves continued to bombard the rocks and the human. Luke made his way out onto a small finger of rock. The fish was just a few feet from his grasp. He could almost reach it. Holding onto a clump of mussels with his left hand, he extended his right arm and reached out into the surging water, and he tried to grab the fish. He tried. It just barely touched his fingertips. "I've almost got her," Luke gasped as he extended his long, skinny arms to reach the struggling fish. Sensing Luke's presence, the fish turned and darted in concert with the sucking retreat of the next swell, pulling Luke into the water. He held onto the fishing pole and let the sea pull him around. "Luke, let the rod go, damn it! It's just a rod, let it go!" Josh yelled from the cliff. His focus was off the fish for the first time. Luke realized he was in real trouble. He looked up at Josh, seeing real fear in his eyes. The rock finger had gone underwater with the rising tide. 12-foot breakers smashed against the 60-foot cliffs that extended for a mile on either side of the men. It was getting dark fast. Reluctantly, he let the rod go, and his mighty fish along with it. He tried to swim parallel to the rocks, but made no headway against the rapacious current and swell. The powerful waves tossed him about like a toy, slamming him against the rocks, pulling him away before he could gain a hand or foothold. To lessen the drag, he tore off his clothes. He lunged and grabbed against the rock, only to be torn away once again. For half an hour he fought the rocks and the barnacles and mussels scraping in the swell and the tide, cutting and bruising his naked body. Every time Luke came close to saving himself, A wave yanked him back into the churning surf. Try as he might, he could not get a firm grip on a rock. With each attempt, Luke grew closer to collapse. His well of adrenaline was dry. His muscles were achingly toxic. His lungs gasped in short, unsatisfying, oxygen-poor breaths. The relentless effort took its toll. He felt life draining away from his body. It was a comfortable feeling. He wanted to let go. He wanted to give in, but something stirred inside him as if to say, "No, man, it's not your time yet." He made one last desperate try for high ground. As the swell sucked back, he gathered what was left of his power, gave a furious kick, stretched and lunged for a cluster of barnacles cemented onto a rock. For a few seconds, his grip held. Just as his grip started to give way, Josh's hand appeared like a miracle. Josh realized that the both of them in the water could be a disaster. So he had not dived in, but he made his way down as far as the rocks as he could. Josh hauled his bloody buddy up the barnacles to safety. Luke stood atop the cliff, naked, bleeding, and freezing. He thanked Josh and then knelt and thanked God. Back at camp, Nikos listened to Luke's story as they sat around the fire eating yellowtail burritos. They could see every star in the sky, every passing satellite in the pollution-free Baja nighttime sky. The only illumination came from the bonfire itself. The warm glow reflected on a tattered Luke as he gnawed on the last of his yellowtail. Salt water cleansed the lacerations on his body. The Baja ambience softened the trauma of the day. Baja at night provided a sense of warmth and comfort and jubilance about what was to come the next day. The sea is a very cruel mistress for those who push her boundaries, Nikos said to Luke. You got lucky this time. Better be more careful the next. The next morning, the first day of the rest of his life, Luke woke with the trio, and he grabbed his longboard for a surf session, for some clean, hollow, left-handed waves at the break in front of Mario's fishing shack. The waves were beautiful. The sky was beautiful. The whole world was shining and sparkling and new. After breakfast, they broke camp and headed far north in search of the great schools of white sea bass that frequented the kelp beds near San Quintin and the surrounding islands, Isla Geronimo and San Martin. At the new spot, Luke would finally see Nikos in action. Nikos and Luke went out on an afternoon kelp dive. Josh stayed behind to build the camp. After a 45-minute swim to another kelp bed, the two patrolled the outer edge of the waving underwater forest. Luke above him observed Nikos' diving technique. Nikos could stay under for 3 minutes. He moved in a fluid motion without making a single sound or splash. He took a few deep breaths and then calmed himself before each descent. Luke sensed that Nikos' entire being was in rhythm with the sea. This made Nikos difficult to see even for a human just a few feet away. He seemed to blend into the ocean background. Nikos glided, never kicking. Nothing about his movements was contrary to the movements of the ocean. He leveled off at 65 feet next to a single kelp stringer, hovered and waited. He raised his gun slowly, taking aim. Luke hung near 30 feet as he watched. He could not see at what Nikos was aiming. Nikos pulled the trigger. In the clear water, Luke saw like a shark about to attack, and Nikos had closed his eyes prior to pulling off. Luke heard only two sounds: the snap of the trigger release, a slight pause, and a distinct crack. Nikos slowly kicked to the surface. Luke asked, "What did you shoot at? Where's your shaft? Is this a trick or something?" "Luke, I want you to go to the bottom in the direction that my shaft traveled." Luke hyperventilated, took a deep breath, and then descended to nearly 80 feet. There, lying on the bottom, was a white sea bass near 45 pounds. The fish lay motionless. All color had left the body of the fish behind the point at which the shaft had struck. Stone shot, Luke thought. The crack he had heard was the snap of the fish's spine. How far was that shot, he wondered. Must have been at least 30 feet. Luke grabbed the fish and returned to the surface. Jesus, Nikos, Luke said. You must have some sort of godlike powers or something. Show me how to do that, please. Nikos looked at him quietly. They hauled the fish to the pebbly shore and sat overlooking the water. I can't show you, Luke, Nikos said. It comes from within. We each have our own way. The sea is not just a place to shoot fish. It's my church. It's my holy place. My wife and my children are all in the ocean. This is where I come to connect with the Great Spirit, the universal energy that binds all things. Nikos said in somber words. Luke remembers Shaleko's words back in Brazil. They were almost identical. With practice and a pure heart, Nikos said, you will learn to go underwater and become one with the web of energy that connects us to it. If you can become the fish, your gun becomes an extension of your connection with the fish. This way your energy guides the spear to its mark. Is that why you're able to close your eyes before shooting? Luke asked. I was not even aware that I closed my eyes. Maybe I'm related to Fernando Valenzuela or something. Remember the Mexican pitcher? They both laughed. Luke, now it's your turn. Nikos could tell that for all of his spiritual reconnaissance, at this stage, Luke just wanted to shoot a big fish. After resting on the beach for 20 minutes, the two headed back to work a smaller kelp bed closer to shore. Luke swam on the surface for a few minutes, scanning the water column for fish signs. He calmed himself, took a deep breath, and glided downward. He tried to relax and feel the energy of which Nikos had spoken. Luke felt a tinge in his spine. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. To his amazement, he felt a strong connection with everything around him. He no longer had a sense of self apart from the sea and the fish, and kelp and rocks, and the swarms of baitfish that surrounded him. All was one. Perhaps his near-death experience the day before had opened a way of thinking and feeling previously closed to him. It was as if the clouds had parted and the trumpets began to play. Once again, a harbor seal emerged. The seal led him to a fish. Up ahead awaited the mother of all white sea bass, nearly 60 pounds. It was too far away to take a shot with his small gun. To draw the fish into him, he strummed his bands on his gun to imitate the deep guttural croaking sounds that a white sea bass makes during spawning season. A distinctive sound that gives their nickname, the croaker, to the fish. The white sea bass produces the sound by rubbing special muscles along its air bladder, much like a child rubs a balloon to annoy adults. Tooth-like ear bones, called odorless, amplify this sound, enabling the sea bass to hear the croaking over long distances. The pearly white bones make excellent trophies and gifts for girlfriends. The white sea bass showed interest and meandered over. Luke, imitating Nikos, paused 15 feet from his target and aimed at the lateral line, making the fish's spine. He shot. He saw the spear shaft traveling through the water as if time had slowed. It connected with the fish, but there was no snapping sound. It missed the spine. To his chagrin, it was a miserable gut shot, a shot that damaged the creature but didn't kill it. The fish went ballistic. It bolted, taking Luke with it. Struggling to keep his mask on, Luke held onto the big fish that towed him out into open deep water. The duo reached a dangerous depth of 90 feet, but Luke refused to let go of the fish. He began to see stars, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a spear shaft came flying over his shoulder. It struck the fish in the spine, killing it instantly. Nikos appeared and helped Luke to the surface. I forgot to mention, Nikos said, while Luke gasped for air. Those really big white sea bass, they have a special energy, different from other fish. It makes them especially difficult to hit. It's as if they can deflect your spear with a force field of energy. Luke studied the sea bass, so recently fighting for its life. Yes, Luke thought, Yes, a force field makes perfect sense. Nikos broke the mood. That's all the fish we need for a full week. So let's head in, Luke. Comes together. The present. As the fat aircraft roared through the jet stream, Nicky took a break and sat next to Luke. He tried to be cool, but it was difficult. Sitting straight and looking clinical, Nicky maintained the doctor-patient barrier. Luke sought a way to open dialogue. How long have you been with Doctors Without Borders? Whoever you work for, Luke said. I'm still in my last year of residency. I work with the Humanitarian Coalition through the Centers of Disease Control in Atlanta. I go to Haiti on an as-needed basis. Seems to be most of the time. Well, what do you do when you finish? Luke asked. I go where I'm needed most. Maybe Africa, Afghanistan, wherever the trouble is. Why are you so committed? I mean, low pay, high danger level. What's in it for you? Luke asked. Nicky looked thoughtful. My village just outside Zagreb, Yugoslavia, was attacked first by the Serbs, then came the NATO bombs. I lost many of my family there. Nobody came to help, and the wounded, it was too late for them. I had to watch everybody die. I felt so helpless. I did what I could. At first I blamed Clinton, your president, and then the Serbs. My feelings went from vengeance and anger to just wanting to prevent such tragedies. If we had at least some medical help, just some, then many of them would have lived. Since I wanted to make sure that everybody who suffered in this world had at least some sort of critical help. Nicky spoke with a soft determination that captivated Luke. Did you grow up in the village? My mother was Slovenian and my dad was Croatian, but I have been schooled mostly in Germany and France. Recently, I have been training with the Americans. Luke continued to make small talk. So how many languages do you speak? Counting on her fingertips, Nicky replied, German, Croatian, Slovenian, Spanish, and English. I was learning some Creole in Haiti. You're a regular one-girl United Nations, Luke said. From the side, Luke gazed at Nicky's sea-blue eyes. She turned to face him. He was amazed he finally had a private audience with her. She spoke in a soft voice. Her accent was a mixture of Croatian, German, and British-tinted English, but all that Luke heard was angels singing when she spoke. He was caught between love at first sight and outright lust. Nicky spoke about her idealistic view of the way things should be, while Luke admired her exquisite slim body, blonde hair, pouty lips, perfectly shaped breasts, smooth skin that seemed to glow, and her nicely rounded derriere packaged in a camouflage green set of army shorts. Her beauty was natural and radiant. She wore not a single smudge of makeup and probably had not showered in a week. For Luke, it was that much better. He could feel no more pain in his leg now. His troubles melted further away with each word that she spoke. He felt the same sense of happiness and balance that he had experienced during his vision. Luke's reverie ended abruptly. Nicky leaned closer. She looked at him intently. When I was treating your legs, she said, you had seen me in a vision with a seal, along with 12 people around a campfire or something. Nicky paused, looked out the window, and turned to him. Tell me about that. She had taken Luke off guard by this sudden reciprocation. He was impressed that she remembered such an obscure statement in all that confusion back at the medical tent. Yes, Luke answered. It was a few months ago when I was sleeping on a friend's boat. We were run over and demolished by a 300-foot petroleum barge a few miles off the coast of California. 5 of us nearly died that night. It was terrible. After I jumped off the boat, it sank and I was pinned under the barge. First I saw my life flash in front of my eyes. I made it to the surface where I took a breath and dove back down to try to avoid the propellers.
That's when I saw you sitting next to a campfire with the seal and Jesus." Luke explained the rest of his vision to her. "I know it sounds crazy, but it was truly you. I know it." Nikki listened. "Yeah, I can't figure out why I'm still alive. It's like the ocean wanted me dead." "Damn ocean," Luke dropped his head. When Luke got to the part about the 12 shadowy figures looking at the fire, her entire demeanor softened. She warmed up to the unusual young man. His story resonated in her heart. She had had a similar vision after she had survived a terrible bombing raid as a girl. She knew what the twin visions had meant. Luke seeing himself as one of the 12 people near the campfire, she said, could only mean one thing. "Luke," she said, "you have a job to do, and you must not let anything deter you from your mission." Not sure exactly what she was implied, Luke finished listening. "You have had quite an experience, Luke. Have you ever considered that the ocean, or the energy that controls the ocean, wants you alive for some special purpose?" Luke recalled his mother saying the same thing, but now that Nikki, the eternal, ethereal creature of his dreams, had said so, it seemed more relevant. Luke suspected this was the truth. It was a big truth. The near-death experiences were simply a way of getting his attention. Luke gently put his hand on hers. Nikki did not pull away. Their shared visions pulled them together like magnets. They were quiet for a moment, awash in wonder. Nikki broke the pleasant silence alone. "Tell me, Luke, about when you were under that barge. What did your deepest instinct tell you?" Before answering, Luke savored this moment. He had started to feel alive again. He recollected his accident. He recalled the barge, the grinding sounds, the chains, the jumping into the cold black water. Then came the memories of his vision. For the first time since the accident, Luke allowed himself to touch the emotions of that fateful day. He closed his eyes and saw himself floating in the abyss. He saw the campfire, the Shumash Indian, the circle of people, Jesus, and himself. It was as if he were experiencing a vision right there on the airplane. Luke was able to pick up right where he had left off that night. Only now he could see the faces of the people. He recognized no one, but somehow he knew they meant him no harm. The figures were looking at him, and then looking at something afar. Luke, the observer, shifted his gaze in the same direction that the figures were looking in the vision. There he saw a white barrier. He looked closer and saw a small pinhole in the barrier. He peered through the hole and saw the reason why he had been spared that night. He woke to find that Nikki had been caressing his hand. "Well, what did you see, Luke?" "Wow, I cannot say for sure, but I think I was allowed to go right to the edge of our existence. I was able to see through to the other side." What did you see?" "I saw the future. People were happy," Luke said. "Why were they happy?" Nikki asked. "I'm not 100% sure, but I think it had to do with balance of some sort. We will reach some sort of sustainable existence with our planet and have a good relationship with other people, no matter how different they may be." "Ah," Nikki said. "I believe that too. Perhaps people in the future will reap the blissful rewards of happiness by right actions. Maybe we are born with innate morals that compel us not to destroy our environment or kill each other, but we suppress these morals to get by in the everyday world." Nikki went somber. Luke was excited, however. His words tumbled out. "I have thought about that a lot. Darwin said animals that are more physically adapted are the ones who survive. Maybe the same is true for human morals. Maybe we will evolve so our morals will simply not allow us
to destroy or unbalance the ecosystem. We will learn that by creating balance in our world, we will feel a high level of bliss as a result. In the future, our evolved moral sense will make it impossible for humans to destroy the ecosystem. For vineyards or dump pollution into the rivers and so on, happiness will derive from harmony. We will be born with the instinct to create balance in our environment, and this becomes the overriding factor in our lives. We will evolve. It is a matter of survival of our species. We will move past this transitional time. The primal instinct to conquer and take more than we need served our caveman ancestors well, but we don't need to think like that anymore. It will be part of the past. Yes, Nikki said. Luke, don't you see? That is why you were spared. You saw beyond. You have been given a glimpse of the way things can be. Maybe it is your duty to start living now, like the people will in the future. Maybe you are a first fruit of the plant that will eventually grow to encompass all of humanity. Luke laughed. Somehow when you say it, I begin to understand. I've had friends who have hinted at this in the past. There was an Indian in Brazil, my diving mentor, even my mother. But coming from you, it all makes sense now. I can see where I fit in, Luke said somberly. Luke was overwhelmed to have met such a gifted and compassionate, sexy woman. Head spinning from metaphysical inputs, he shifted gears to the physical. Being a possible first fruit, as he thought of it, was a huge concept to grasp. He needed to touch down. Well, I guess the loneliness of being a field doctor must take its toll. Is there anything I can do to help? Luke said with a smile, and then continued. After all, you saved my life twice, and probably my sanity. Luke put his arms around her and tipped her face towards him. He kissed her. They kissed joyfully and long. The heavy vibrations of the military aircraft reverberated in their collective bodies. Ahem! A nurse cleared her throat. Dr. Zuderbeck, I'm sorry to bother you, but Mr. Timbau is asking for you up front. Yes, Nikki said professionally, standing and grabbing her clipboard, which had fallen to the floor. I'm coming. Comparing this blissful moment to others like it in his life, Luke recalled when he first began to really feel it underwater. Chapter 21. Luke feels it back in the past. Luke and Nikos became close friends, bound together as only true hunters can be. Nikos was a hunter in the pure primal sense of the word. He spoke of the balance of the planet just as Shaleko had. He emphasized that it was vital never to take more than you need, never to stockpile fish in the freezer, to keep it fresh, and never be greedy with your catch. Share it with all those who will appreciate it for the gift that it is, he was known to say. Nikos detested most types of modern spearfishing competitions. When diving becomes about ego, he said, then you are out of your church and it is lost in its meaning. Those competitions serve only to boost the egos of the winners. The fish pay the final price. Spearfishing is the single most environmentally friendly and fair way a human can extract food from the ocean. A good diver takes only what he needs to eat. He risks his life each and every time he does so. The competitions with their barrels stuffed with fish give the sport a bad name. This causes governments to ban all spearfishing in some cases, a real tragedy if you ask me. Luke adopted a similar disdain for spearfishing competitions and vowed never to compete in one. A few days later, Nikos surprised Luke with a ticket aboard the dive boat The Peace out of Ventura Harbor. A week later, the trip departed, and both men were giddy as the boat powered out to the Cortez Bank for 3 days of pure freediving fun. Luke had not been back to the Cortez since the giant's anchor chain had snapped and slashed his throat open years before. The next morning, the Peace anchored close to the bank's high spot known as Bishop Rock, where a steamer named the Bishop had met its end in the 1870s. The kelp bed at the Cortez hangs in straighter, neater columns than those of the inner islands or on the coast, making the kelp much easier for a freediver to navigate and fish easier to approach. At daybreak, Luke and Nikos were the first divers in the water. They swam together for a few yards, then parted ways. They preferred to dive or worship alone, as they like to say. Nikos patrolled the edge of the kelp, letting many large sea bass and yellowtail pass by. He wanted something bigger, a bluefin tuna. Luke went to the interior of the kelp bed. He worked the kelp rooms, which are voids in the otherwise dense kelp beds. Luke found that certain rooms produced better than others. The fish followed underwater pathways caused by subtle temperature and current variations. Luke came across one of these pathways. The game and bait fish flowed by. It seemed more like a marine expressway than a pathway. He marveled at the plentiful sardines and Spanish mackerel schools that created figure eights around the kelp stalks. The bait flowed in multiple levels like rivers on top of each other. The sardines ran on the bottom. Layered above them were the baby camouflaged greenback mackerel, flanked by the less numerous Spanish mackerel, with their beautiful blue and green sides and yellow fins. Inside the freeways of bait fish, even tighter balls of full-grown greenback mackerel spun so tightly in circles and so fast that they resembled a mini little tornado. It was as if the entire bait network operated in lockstep with some unseen conductor. The Cortez was alive, and Luke could feel the energy. The energy of this place gave Luke a buzz, a literal buzz like a B-12 shot in the arm. Over the course of the morning, Luke shot several of the game fish that crossed his path. 2 yellowtail and a white sea bass, all over 30 pounds. Luke had made 3 nice shots, but none of them perfect stone shots. The shots hit the fish in the gut or the shoulder. Luke managed to subdue each fish, but not until much of the flesh had been ruined by the fight. He had to make a perfect stone shot. This would stop the fish cold in its tracks and preserve the meat and make it more usable and delicious when they ate it later. After he had boated enough fish to satisfy himself, Luke took a food break on board and then returned to the ocean. At this point, the pressure to get food for fish was off, giving Luke the leeway to let the ordinary game fish pass by and look for something more substantial and to work his technique. He dove to 80 feet, closing his eyes, trying to feel the energy web becoming part of it. He sought to lose his sense of self, his sense of apartness. Nikos advised Luke to curb his reactionary impulse to kill more than he needed. It was tough to withhold shots on so many beautiful game fish swimming around him. Luke remembered, let go of the ego thing. That's when you get the big one. He heard Nikos' voice in his mind. For the next 2 days, Luke gradually let go of the need to shoot a plethora of sea bass, slug calico bass, and yellowtail that he saw on almost every dive. On the evening of the last dive day, Luke hovered motionless in 80 feet of water with his eyes closed. He sensed a strong energy field approaching him from the left side. He kept his eyes closed and felt the energy as it grew stronger and closer. The tingle in his spine let him know this was a big one. Is it a shark? Is it a whale? He thought. The force was unlike anything that he had felt in the water before. He turned cautiously and opened his eyes. More than 35 feet away swam a bluefin tuna, as beautiful as those in any of the photos in Nikos' book. It swam in a mechanical manner, its brilliant electric color patterns connected with Luke's eyes. At first, he thought there would be no way to subdue such a fish. He heard Nico say, "Stone shot, Luke. Stone shot." Luke assessed his 58-inch gun with the shooting line still attached. It had a range of 22 feet from his eye. The tuna was still at least 30 feet away. He had to close the gap without spooking the wary fish. His gun was built for white sea bass and yellowtail, not tuna. Definitely not this tuna. Taking aim at the gliding fish, he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger. Luke kept his eyes closed before he fired so that he could hear the outcome of his shot. A loud crack pulsed through the water, jolting Luke's eyes open. He stared at the quivering, sinking tuna. "Stone shot! Finally!" Luke had to resist the urge to scream underwater, so he did it in his mind instead. It had been the clean, swift, perfect shot, or so he thought. Luke let his guard down, let go of his gun, and swam to collect his prize. All of a sudden, the tuna leapt to life and bolted for the open ocean, leaving a train of greenish blood in its wake. Luke was able to capture the shooting line and his gun as it whizzed by with lightning speed. Luke held on to the fleeing tuna for dear life. The fish kept up its bid for its life to escape to the open, deep waters. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the fish slowed and began to tire. Luke surfaced, gulped gallons of air, and tried to calm himself. Oh, he panted and breathed hard. Nikos appeared out of the blue and slid up beside Luke, removed his snorkel, and offered Luke a big smile as if to say, "You know what to do." Luke took the time to breathe up, 10 full inhales followed by a complete exhale, meditating the entire time. He descended, pulling himself down the shooting line to the tired but still fighting bluefin. Luke was careful on his approach. He was nearly a quarter mile away from the boat by now, which was already 100 miles offshore. He did not want the fish to pull him any further out to sea. He unsheathed his dive knife, said a quick prayer and a thank you to the fish and the fish gods, then quickly and forcibly plunged the knife into the tuna's head. Luke removed a few gills to ensure that the fish had been properly dispatched. Moments later, Luke and Nikos hovered on the surface, clutching their breath. They dove in tandem to meet the fish hanging 90 feet below. Luke had let the bluefin sink almost to the bottom, using most of his 100-foot float line that trailed behind the gun. Nikos and Luke each grabbed a gill plate and headed for the surface. With his other hand, Luke held the spear shaft that was protruding from the fish. He stuck his index finger into the wound and felt the fish's nearly severed spinal cord where the shaft had impacted it. Barely able to keep it afloat, they swam the tuna back to the piece 100 yards away. As they swam back, Luke asked Nikos, Why did the shot not stop the fish cold? After all, it hit its spine." "Well, it's not a stone shot unless the spine is 100% severed. You'll get your stone shot. Just takes time. Be proud. This is a real nice fish, and it'll feed us for weeks, Luke." Back at the boat, everybody cheered as they hauled the fish aboard. The tuna weighed in at 110.25 pounds, a real Pacific Ocean prize, and the biggest brought in on the piece for many years. The skipper, a tall dive boat veteran named Eric, came down to perform an age-old ritual. He reached down the tuna's throat, ripped out the still-beating heart, and handed the pulsating mess to Luke. "Kid, this is your first tuna, right? If you want to ever catch another one, you better eat this heart." The other divers looked on squeamishly as Luke gobbled down the 3-pound heart. Dark red blood smeared on his face and ran down his chin, staining his shirt and pants. It was a primitive Stone Age hunter's superstition, an offering to the gods, a hedge against bad luck. homage to the spirit of the brave fish. Luke, a bloody Luke, a powerful Luke, was deliriously happy. He cleaned the fish, ceremoniously eating small bits of raw flesh as he removed every ounce of usable meat from the carcass. He saved the fatty belly meat for a nighttime sushi feast. The belly is the fattest part of the tuna. The Japanese call the pinkish marble delight toro and spare no expense to obtain it. "Thank you for the good fish," he said to the sea as he threw the massive carcass back to its maker. Luke made sure that everybody on the boat went home with a healthy portion of his extraordinary catch. On deck, during the ride home, sitting as two men beneath the stars, drinking beer and listening to the rumble of the big diesel engines, Nikos turned to Luke. "Looks like you're starting to feel it, Luke." Luke replied, "I sure am, Nikos." 22. Nikki, the present. Before meeting Luke, Nikki had been a vagabond, traveling from Atlanta to D.C. to Haiti and back again. She rarely spent more than a few days under the same roof. Eventually, she moved her few permanent possessions into Luke's Malibu flat. She added a few feminine touches to the place: a duvet cover on the bed, a clean sink, candles, and plants. She spent most of her shore leave with Luke. She was frequently on the road. They made their time together count, though. Nikki believed that he had been spared in the barge accident because he had a message and a mandate to help teach humanity to become sustainable and, as a direct result, peaceful. Could it be true? He questioned the legitimacy of her theory. Yet, he had had a real, true vision. It had a meaning. And against all odds, he and others had survived the barge accident. It was all too much. He threw himself into his work, dealing only on sustainable products now. When he grew despondent, a long stroll on the beach, holding Nikki's hand and looking into her eyes, brought back his new, yet fragile faith in the ocean and in life in general. They looked at the sea and climbed on the rocks. "I miss diving. I miss spearfishing," Luke would say. "What do you miss the most?" Nikki asked. "You can do stuff in the water that you just can only think about doing on land. The seals tell you secrets. I can feed myself, and I can leave in a balanced habitat." "Go back then," Nikki said. "No, not yet. You know how when there's something you trust with your life, like your mom or your brother, and that person does something so terrible that the bond can never be the same?" "Yes," she said. "That's how I feel about the ocean. It betrayed me too many times." Nikki made a good substitute for what he had to give up. When Nikki spoke to Luke, no matter what she said, the love flowed. Her love kept Luke on his path of spiritual discovery. Never one for half measures, Luke took his newfound ideology all the way. He adjusted his important import-export business to market only seaweed now. He sold his gas-guzzling pickup truck and bought a bicycle to ride around town. For longer distances, he took the bus, chatting up the day laborers and students who were his fellow passengers. It took him 3 hours to get to a meeting across town on the bus. Done in by the distances, he finally relented on the wheels and bought an electric gas hybrid, 60 miles to the gallon, and access to carpool lanes on the freeway. He made meals that consisted only of brown rice, tofu, and miso soup. He let his hair grow, and he took every opportunity to preach his new ideas about the future of mankind to his buddies. Luke was morphing into an obnoxious hippies type that he had shared classes with when he went to school back at Humboldt State. "Yeah, Sim, you need to stop eating meat and try walking to work sometime, will you? It's only a few miles. Think about your carbon footprint. Don't you want to hurry? Do you want to hurry global warming, or do you want to stop it?" Luke would ask. Sim rolled his eyes, knowing that, like many people who had suffered a great tragedy, Luke had latched onto an ideology
that helped him make sense of things to cope with what happened to him. And like most born-again believers, he was taking it too far. "Dion, you need to stop fishing. Those fish didn't hurt you. Leave them alone. Let them live." And on Luke went. "Luke, how are you making a living?" Dion asked him. "I have pretty much let the seafood part of my business go. I trade only in seaweed now," he said. "You're losing it, Luke." Luke's apartment in Malibu was not eco-friendly enough with its artificial insulation and nylon carpet. He bought a small piece of land in the mountains to erect a straw, bale, and adobe house. He figured people of the future would live in similar dwellings, and he had to set an example. Luke labored away, doing his best to follow the construction directions he downloaded off a Earth First website. He mixed the soil and water to make primitive adobe bricks. He molded the mud into bricks and set them out to dry. They mostly crumbled before they could be used. Luke collected wild wheat to be used as interior installation for his dwelling. A few weeks into this valiant attempt to build his straw and mud house, Nikki arrived from a stint in Haiti. At their apartment, she found a note. "I've gone to the hills next to the river, 3 miles up the canyon. Come see me when you can." Nikki found the place eventually. She approached him from behind, giving him a sneak tickle attack. Luke jumped and turned to give her a big hug and a kiss. He was dirty from head to toe. "Hey Luke, nice hut. When are we moving in?" Nikki asked. "As soon as I finish the insulation," Luke replied. The hut would surely wash away in the next rain, though. "I think, Luke, that you were more in your element in the water. What do you think?" "What?" Luke said. "Listen, I think you're taking this too far," Nikki said. "I mean, I share the vision of the future that man will be balanced with nature someday. And you do have a destiny to help change come. But we live in the present. We live in the real world. We have to do the best we can with what we have. You can eat fish. You love fish. You can eat sustainably caught fish that you catch. It won't kill off the species. You are taking yourself way too seriously. That, in and itself, is its own kind of imbalance. Don't you see?" Luke dropped the adobe brick he had in his hand. It disintegrated on landing. "I thought I had this great destiny and all." He was embarrassed. "Just do the little changes that are possible. You are like a recovering alcoholic. Take baby steps. The important thing is that you are conscientious. Take the fate of the world really does not rest on your shoulders. Only your fate." Luke returned to their apartment and he redoubled his dedication to work, launching a whole new sustainable seafood business, the first of its kind in the entire world. And he actually pioneered for real the concept of sustainable seafood. The days melted away when Luke and Nikki were together. Luke asked her, "What can I do to help everybody feel and live the love that we feel for each other?" Luke would ask. "Your desire that everybody share in this bliss makes you the angel that you are," she replied. She always had a way to make him feel special. "Yes, I think that's it." Luke asked his lady, "So where are you off to next, Nick?" "Looks like the Sudan. It's bad over there." Luke hid his fear and sadness. He could not keep Nikki from going into the danger zone. He knew she wouldn't tell him how bad it really was, nor would she dwell on it when she returned. "Nikki, babe, please don't go. I have a real bad feeling about this one. They kill the press, aid workers, and even doctors. They don't care if you're there to help them or not." Luke pleaded with her. "Yeah, but if I don't go, who will? Back in my village in Croatia, nobody came after the bombs, so the children died. I'm not going to let that happen again to anybody." Luke embraced Nikki, happy that she was so idealistic and realistic at the same time, happy that she was compassionate and angry at the same time. They kissed and walked back up the trail towards home. After saying goodbye one more time to the woman he loved, Luke knelt. "Pops, I promise if you deliver Nikki back to me safely this time, I will make her my wife, and I will do what is asked of me in this earth age and the next. Please bring her home. Let me..." And repeated it one more time. "Please bring her home to me, Pops. Please bring her home." Several months later, she did come back. And in one piece, no less. Nikki and Luke continued their relationship for another year until she was 29. Nikki would spend a month with Luke and 6 weeks in the field. And so it went. Luke had not set foot in the ocean for nearly 2 years by then. Maturing, his face became more angled, his voice deeper, and often he now sported a goatee beard with a sprinkle of gray towards the chin. He had ignored pleas from his buddies to dive or to surf, to return to the source. Like a spurned lover, he refused to take that first steps towards reconciliation with the sea. He occasionally visited Dr. Hauser, but he had no need for medication. His fears had subsided as he immersed himself in establishing sustainable markets all over the world with his new network of comrades and business associates. Nikki noticed one day that Tina looked ill and recommended that she get some tests. Tina, Luke's mom, never a sick woman, followed Nikki's advice. The tests revealed that she was suffering from a weakening heart muscle. The condition was less than optimal, but appeared not to be terminal. She was given a fistful of prescriptions and advised to come in weekly for checkups. When Nikki returned from a particularly harsh stint in Afghanistan, Luke dropped to one knee and proposed to his lady. He had chosen to the beach at the hut to pop the question. He looked into her eyes. Again, Nikki's presence easing his lingering fear of the ocean. "Nikki, my dearest love, this beach is a sacred place for me. It helped me grow and heal and become a better person, and you have done the same. You have matured my soul and showed that true love does exist, and I want you to be my wife." He placed a ring made of seaweed around her finger. "You bet I will, Luke Dodd," she replied. They embraced in the breaking surf and kissed, with Nikki holding him and the ocean water swirling around him. Luke was half happy and safe once more. 23. Towboat from hell. In the past. At 19, Luke earned his 100-ton captain's license. He had enrolled in a test prep school in San Diego, staying for a month with a friend who lived in the Navy housing. It was the first time he had wanted to actually study. He wanted to pass the exam. As he isolated himself to memorize safety and crew regulations and the rules of navigation, red right returning, red over white fishing at night, red over red means the captain's dead, red over green sailing machine. He discovered that he had a brain geared towards academics, a brain that worked well when he applied himself. All he needed was peace and quiet, a place he could properly learn all the lessons he had missed while skipping classes in high school for a good dive or to work on his boat, the Mistos. His dedicated government teacher, Mr. Leonard Vincent, who quietly persevered in his goal of imparting knowledge to distracted urban high school students, would be pleased to know that Luke was so resolute in his studies. The day of the exam finally arrived. Luke held his breath as he walked into the cold, formal Coast Guard testing facility in Long Beach. He scanned the room to find that he was the youngest of the 50-odd men by at least 2 full decades. He took a seat next to a bearded man who grumbled that this was the third and final try at what he called the mother of all tests. A Coast Guard petty officer handed out the first of 3 exams that would challenge Luke that day. He regurgitated with near perfection the material he had studied so intensely, but he doubted the outcome. Later that afternoon, the test scores were tallied and the test takers were called into the room
with the commandant one by one. Luke sat in the waiting room, biting his nails to the quick, pacing like an expectant father outside of a delivery room door. He watched as one test taker after another emerged from the small room, trying to swallow defeat. So far, none of them had passed, and Luke feared the worst about his results. Next, dodge. Luke, dodge, the commandant said. Luke collected himself, took a deep breath, and said quietly, "Here we go." He walked into the room. "Mr. Dodge," the man said. "Yes," Luke replied politely. "You may now call yourself Captain Dodge." Your scores were exemplary. The commandant signed the license and handed it over to Luke ceremoniously. Luke was speechless. Through tears of joy, he read the official license that was printed on heavy paper and appeared to be a product of a U.S. mint. The license read, "Luke Dodge is hereby awarded the title of U.S. Merchant Marine Officer. Near coastal steam or motor vessels of not more than 100 gross tons, not more than 200 miles offshore. Also authorized to engage in commercial towing." Bursting with happiness, Luke drove to the fishing landing and proudly showed Captain Tom his 100-ton license. Tom welcomed Luke to the ranks of captaincy by ordering his crew to throw him into the oily, nasty harbor water. He grabbed a cleat on the dock and hauled himself out, laughing. It was a brand new day for him. He had a way to earn a good living, but there was the issue of college. His parents and grandparents were college graduates. The same was expected of him. He expected it of him. But he was also eager to put his new license to use. He was offered what sounded like a good opportunity to operate a towboat in Everett, Washington for an organization called Vessel Assistant, an AAA on the water of sorts. After long thought and discussion with his mom, Luke decided to put his higher education on hold. Luke had responded to the Vessel Assistant advertisement, which read, "Towboat operator needed, good salary, flexible hours, many other perks." He called the number in the ad and spoke with a man who introduced himself as Rob Bueller. "Yeah, you'll have everything you need. A good boat, place to stay, salary. I'll fax you a contract, sign it, and then send it back to me, alrighty?" Rob said emphatically, without even asking Luke for a resume or a list of references. A sure red flag. "When do you need me to start?" Luke asked. "The boat I ordered for you should arrive in a month or so. Be here in about 6 weeks." Luke viewed the 15-page contract, signed it, and faxed it back proudly. After a month of anticipation, Luke packed up all of his worldly belongings, hitched up a U-Haul to his Chevy Blazer, gave his mom a long goodbye hug, and headed north to Washington State. On the 3-day road trip, Luke encountered snowdrifts and dangerous driving near a small mountain town in Northern California. His transmission began to slip and knock. Luke got out of the car to have a look. Transmission fluid spewed from the pan seal. He limped to the nearest service station and asked for help. An old bearded man with a limp oversaw the no-name shop. "Yeah, looks like wiping your hands on an oily cloth is the right thing to do," the man said. Luke looked on with confusion. "Well, we'll get it fixed first thing in the morning. You can sleep in my car if you like," the old man said to Luke. Luke tried his best to ward off the cold that night, but the snow was persistent and he shivered in the cold and the night air through the night. This torture persisted for several days, until the shop had replaced the transmission and relieved Luke of nearly all of his cash reserves that he was saving up for his new life up in Everett. It was a sign of things to come. Thoroughly stressed, broken, tired, Luke finally arrived at the command headquarters for Vessel Assistant in smelly old Tacoma, Washington. It was a rental house on the poorest side of town. Luke had not yet developed the discretion needed to tell when he was being taken advantage of in life. Luke pulled up in front of the house, forced a smile, and knocked on the door. He heard a scream. Rob! Rob! Open the goddamn door! Luke braced himself. He heard sloppy, pounding footsteps. The door opened to release a terrible smell, something between old spoiled baby diapers, spilled beer, mildew, and just plain bad housekeeping. The smell triggered an instant visceral reaction on Luke. Keep your eyes open. Rob, a 25-year-old washed-up truck driver from San Diego who had not shaved in a week, was holding an open can of Budweiser and a lit cigarette. He stuck out his hand. Welcome to Vessel Assistant Official Headquarters, Northwest Division. Nice to meet you, Rob. How about that new boat you offered me? Rob grinned. Okay, come on in. You can put up your stuff in the basement. You'll be staying there during your training. Later we can see the boat, alrighty? Luke entered the house cautiously. It was so littered with dirty diapers, trash, and belongings in a composting pile and broken 99-cent toys that Luke nearly tripped several times. The carpet was fetid, if you could find a piece that was not buried in garbage, that is. On the couch sat Rob's wife, an 18-year-old with horrible acne who already had a litter of children. After Luke dropped his belongings in the freezing cold, smelly basement, Rob summoned him to have a look at the boat parked on a trailer beside the house. Luke had an image of a state-of-the-art new towboat ready to be put to sea. Instead, what he was presented with was a scow that looked as if she had never floated, and certainly didn't want to now. Rob lit up a fresh cigarette and gestured grandly. Yep, here she is, a 1962 gas-powered Chris Craft, wooden to the core. She's old and a wood construction, but, she'll get the job done. She has a 327 Chevy engine, the kind that used to be put in a Corvette, except with the flywheel facing forward. I got a real deal on this beauty. I towed it back with some drunks a few weeks back, and they didn't have the cash to pay me, so they gave me the pink slip instead. Pretty good, huh, Luke? Rob smiled. What about that big red stripe and Vessel Assistant logo? Luke asked. This is an official Vessel Assistant boat, isn't it? Rob produced a set of custom decals. He slapped them on the hull, spilling not a drop of beer. Now you're ready for action, he said. He opened another warm Budweiser fetched from a stash somewhere near the back door. Luke's stomach twisted in knots. Climb aboard, Luke. I'll show you your new home. Luke climbed aboard over the gunnels and stepped in a 4-inch deep pool of gas and oil. Loose gas and oil cans took up most of the deck space. Never mind that. Just don't smoke in here and you won't have a problem. This is the shifter, he said. It was a crude crash box L-shaped shifter, just a piece of pipe with an elbow attached to the gearbox. There were no electronics, no fish finder, GPS, LORAN, radar, VHF marine radio, nothing. Luke was relieved. He had thought to bring his own radio, though. Rob gave Luke the lowdown on towing. His instructions consisted mainly of tips on how to pad the bill so the parent company would pay more than was proper for a short tow. Now remember, you have to pay for all the gas, and we split the profit 50-50 now, Luke. You mean to tell me that you're letting me use a scrapped boat with no electronics and unfamiliar waters, and I have to pay for the gas and give you half the money? Luke asked. Well, you've got to start somewhere. I hope you brought your own anchor too, because there ain't none here. The next day, the two mariners motored the ragtag Vessel Assistant boat 80 miles to the north to the port of Everett. Luke paid for the gas at Kingston with his credit card. The two drove with their heads out of the window for the duration to avoid asphyxiation from the badly leaking exhaust manifolds. The calm seas of the Puget Sound were a new sight for Luke. The novelty of the new waters combined with his youth clouded his better business judgment. Luke, if you invest in this here operation, I can increase your share. I only have $1,500 left on my MasterCard, Luke replied. Oh, that should be enough. I'll raise you cut to 55%. How's that sound? Oh, okay, I'll cut your credit card check when we get in, Please buy some electronics with it, Rob. I would buy them on my own, but times have been kind of tough since I was forced to sue my father and all. You sued your dad, Luke thought? Be sure to monitor Channel 16 all the time for vessels in distress. They docked the boat at Everett Harbor, the largest pleasure craft marina in the Northwest, and home port for many Alaskan commercial fishing boats. Rob got a lift back to Tacoma with a friend. Good luck, Luke. You'll do fine, Rob said with a smile and a wave, and then turned his back to Luke. The days passed slowly. Luke's spirits grew dimmer with each morning. Each day that he awoke, he was greeted with an ever-deepening pool of oily sludge and bilge water that covered the floorboards in the main cabin. Fixing the mess would require dry docking the boat and more money than the business, and certainly Rob had. He made a few tows. Several ended in non-payment from the customers, and others generated only small profits. It rained nearly every day. The boat's leaks grew while the engine was dying a slow death. It became apparent that Rob had taken Luke's investment money and wasted no time in paying his own personal bills back in Tacoma, never spending a dime on the aged-old Chris craft that Luke sat on. After a long day's work pulling a yacht off of a sandbar, the vessel assistant tub wheezed and chugged as it barely accomplished the rescue. A dispirited Luke returned to his slip to find a dog asleep dockside. It was a brindle husky mix with a freshly cut and bleeding left brow. The dog seemed tame enough, so Luke adopted it and named it Chaucer after a sheepdog that his dad had owned when he was just a boy. As it turned out, Chaucer was more wild than domestic and soon became a liability. The dog would run full speed every time it was unleashed, knocking over small children and old men. To get a fresh perspective, Luke decided to tune up the Chevy Blazer he had bought from a silent California Department of Fish and Game auction earlier that year. The car still sported the signature midnight blue color of the official Fish and Game vehicle. Often people would mistake Luke for the law, sometimes ditching illegal fish or running off into the bushes. He worked for several hours changing the spark plugs, oil, cap, and rotor. He tied Chaucer up on the car bumper to keep him from running off. After finishing the tune-up, his head full of chaos from his deteriorating vessel assistant experience, he took the Blazer for a test drive. Luke fired up the engine, revved the gas a few times, put her into gear, and drove the lengthy distance of the parking lot at high speeds. When he hit 30 miles an hour, he noticed people yelling from the sidewalk and waving. Friendly folks, he thought. He waved back and kept driving. Now at 45 miles an hour, more people were gesturing and yelling and now screaming. That's when Luke realized he had tied Chaucer to the bumper. His heart jumped into his throat. Oh my God, no, please, he thought. He slammed on the brakes, put the car in park, and ran back to his dog. Chaucer sat panting and bleeding profusely from his paws. All four pads had been torn off of his feet. Panicked, Luke was filled with anguish and remorse. He picked up the injured animal. People yelled the location of the nearest veterinarian down the road. Luke laid his dog in the front seat and sped over to the vet. Blood spattered all over the car's interior and covered Luke from head to toe. He stopped at the vet's office, picked up the dog, and crashed through the front door. He was met with a calm veterinarian from whom Luke expected some sympathy. The veterinarian took one look at the dog and knew what Luke had done. He responded and added to Luke's despair. You stupid kid. How could you be so careless, the vet said. The vet saw to the wounds and gave Luke medicine for the dog. Luke returned to his slowly sinking boat. Carrying his bandaged Chaucer down the gangplank, he could not have felt more wretched and alone in the world. He encountered a youngish, yuppie-looking fellow with blonde hair. Hi, the man said. My name's Doug. Looks like you've had a rough day. Come on down to my Hatteras at the Entai for a meal and a drink after you wash up, alrighty? Luke accepted and met Doug for dinner that night. Doug said he had once been convicted of dealing drugs and was now in the boat sales business. The two munched on burgers. Luke, I can tell this is not your place. You need to be in school. Not on that hunk of crap you call a towboat. The thing looks like it could sink at any moment. I can tell you were smart, but you need school." This single statement from Doug was all the push that Luke Dodge needed to recalculate his situation. He woke the next morning, determined to start anew. He called Rob and asked for his $1,500 back so he could return to school. Rob made an excuse not to pay him, leaving him broken with few options. Luke approached his Seattle-based grandparents for financial help. They gave him $1,000. The present. Luke finally began to feel as if his broken heart was slowly beginning to heal, and one day he may forgive the sea and have the courage to re-enter it once more. With Nikki as his wife, nothing could stop him from being happy now. As long as she was by his side, nothing bad could happen. Little by little, she pushed him back into his church, the sea, his home. Nikki had been away for an unusually long period of time. She called when she could, but recent rebel attacks in the Sudan, where she was working, had cut communications. Luke had only a general idea of the day-to-day dangers that Nikki faced. He did not want to know, as it would keep him up at nights. Just the same, he was growing concerned. Each time Luke missed Nikki, he would water the many beautiful plants they had bought together. The plants would perk him up as they perked up. This would remind Luke that Nikki would be home soon. If the plants lived, they lived as a couple. To Luke's joy, the phone rang. It was Nikki. Each word that she spoke was like a sugar-coated love pill from above. Her voice intoxicated Luke with love and lust. He really missed her, down to his loins. "Hey, babe, I'm glad you called. When are you coming home?" As usual, Nikki's answer was ambiguous. "I think they're closing down operations here soon, but I'm not sure. Not too safe here right now, though. I gotta try to come home next week if I can. I want to see a few friends in Vancouver, Canada on the way. I will stay with them just a day or two, okay? Then I'll come right home and into your arms, okay, babe?" Luke put the phone down, marked the day on the calendar that she was to be coming home, and began his ritual conversion from a bachelor to a soon-to-be married man again. His first chore was to clean the dishes, then his clothes. He watched the plants again, just to be sure, and wiped the dust from each of the flat surfaces around the apartment. He paused to look at Nikki's picture as he worked. The anticipation of seeing his lover and his wife for the first time in 2 months made Luke as giddy as a schoolboy on his first date. Luke paused to mentally compare this blissful relationship with that of his first great romance. Sloane was her name, and it was a different type of love affair. 5. Noyo, the past. Luke called his mother to tell her he had decided to return to school. She flew to Seattle, met him in Tacoma, and wanted to accompany him down the West Coast in search of a new life. He had never complained to her about his situation in Everett. When she saw the vessel assistant boat, she was at first appalled, then angry, then furious. She had no kind words for the California-based operation that had no compunction about placing young captains in jeopardy. Luke had more sense than all of them combined. Mother and son, Geminis, wandering together, made their first stop at the untamed and fearsome mouth of the Columbia River on the border of Washington and Oregon states. For the first time in months, Luke saw the open ocean and the pounding surf again. Its energy gave Luke new life and strength to his spirit. Even Chaucer, riding comfortably in the back seat, was healed and happy. They drove through Oregon and cut to the west through Grants Pass to gain access to the isolated north coast of California. The goal was to check out 3 campuses of the College of the Redwoods, a 2-year community college from which Luke could transfer with an AA degree to a 4-year campus for his bachelor's degree. It was a peculiarly California system, and it worked well. Luke had attended another community college straight out of high school, but had not been prepared to focus. Now, after getting kicked around by reality for a while, he was ready for college. They stopped at the Crescent City first and the Eureka campuses, neither of which felt just right. Luke had no trouble finding lodging and even a job in Eureka, but they decided to check out one more campus. Fort Bragg decided to be just the right place. Fort Bragg is a small logging and fishing town on the Mendocino coast of California. A one-horse town, if there ever was one. It had 3 basic ingredients that Luke required: a good harbor from which he could run boats and earn an income, a college where he could study, and good diving. Luke moved into a small studio in a private cliffside home. His mother brought buckets of cleaning material and made sure he knew how to clean the toilet. After his experience in Tacoma, Luke needed little prompting to keep his digs ship-shape. The landlady, a kindly woman named Betty, whose husband was dying in the main house, said that Chaucer could not stay. Luke drove his mom and the dog to San Francisco to catch a flight back to Los Angeles. Tina did her best to manage Chaucer, but he was determined to escape at every chance. Chaucer escaped and was struck by a car on the Pacific Coast Highway. Tina felt terrible, but Luke knew it was inevitable. Tina and Luke's friend Simeon buried the dog in the gully near their trailer home in Malibu. Fort Bragg's port, called Noyo Harbor, was picturesque, appealing to filmmakers seeking locations for such movies as Overboard with Goldie Hawn. Snug and funky, it is the terminus of the Noyo River, which flows west through the rugged wet redwood coastal range. Noyo Harbor supported a viable commercial as well as sport fishing community. It was not yet boutiquified, nor had it been discovered by the tastemakers from San Francisco. It was still rough around the edges. About 100 boats called it home. The Fort Bragg coast was also home to one of the last strongholds of the giant red abalone. Big specimens that reached 11 to even 12 inches in diameter and larger. The abalone of the region had survived through the grace of forward-thinking state of California legislation. The taking of abalone was restricted to breath hold diving only. A long-standing ban on commercial harvest also contributed to the health of the species. The lure of the abalone inspired Luke to perfect his freediving technique. By now, he was a confirmed freediver. No more scuba tanks for him. The lovable, protected, ravenous sea otters had not yet extended their range into the great North Coast abalone beds. Luke knew of the ongoing federal effort to expand the sea otter's range. He knew that once the otters moved into the area, the abalone supply would be decimated and possibly become extinct within a few years. He did not comprehend how sea otters, which had swum from freshwater rivers only recently in geologic time after the last ice age, could possibly be more important to the federal government than the last vestige of great abalone populations that had thrived in the area for millions of years. Luke concluded that the sea otters seeking tourists and the money they brought to town often trumped the need to preserve abalone. Such was definitely the case in southerly Monterey. He was happy that the abs were still there for him to see. Luke enjoyed the rugged beauty and dramatic landscapes of the Fort Bragg region. The forest grew to the edge of the cliffs that rose out of the pounding, chilly surf, the mist boiling high into the air. The sea had a harsher edge to it than in the south. Here the water was colder, the surf larger and more powerful. The ocean was more alive. It loomed like a larger presence than it did in the south. He had 2 jobs now, the pursuit of his studies and running the Cavalier, the charter boat that he now operated on weekends out of Noyo Harbor. He had arrived in Fort Bragg, and now Luke was the skipper of a charter boat. When he arrived, he only had $60 in his pocket, and he needed to find a job fast. With his 100-ton license in hand, he had been able to sign on as the Cavalier skipper. The Cavalier was built out of plywood in the 1950s. She had been smashed several times during storms by larger vessels that had lost their moorings. She was a faithful old boat, and Luke skippered her with great pride. Each weekend he returned to port with many satisfied customers and sacks full of rockfish and salmon. Back in port one afternoon with limits of silver coho salmon, a species that is now illegal to capture, Luke stood saying his goodbyes and thank you while helping passengers off the boat. At the same time, he was wiping clean his razor-sharp Russell brand fillet knife. With his mind elsewhere, Luke pulled the knife through a rag he was using and cut the tip of his left thumb clean off. He knew it was bad, but he refused to look. He snapped out of denial when he saw the chunk of his thumb sitting on a bench seat. Just as he grabbed for it, a seagull swooped down and snatched it away. "I'll kill you, damn bird." Luke's boss, a young man named Rick, ushered Luke to the emergency room. A doctor came out to see Luke in triage. "Mr. Dodge, I need to make this quick. We have a shark attack victim that's arriving any minute." "How bad is it?" "You know, the shark bite?" Luke asked. "He's lost a lot of blood. EMT says he's hanging on, though. Bet he was abalone diving up there off of the Lost Coast." "I think that's right. A lot of sharks up there." "This isn't the first attack I've treated," the doctor said, writing out a prescription. "This is for antibiotics. Keep your cut clean, change the dressing, and it should be okay, Mr. Dodge. Now I gotta go tend to this bite." At that moment, the paramedics rushed the groaning shark attack victim right past Luke. He caught a glimpse of the gory wound, a massive crescent-shaped bite in the right torso. The shark had torn through the man's ribcage, exposing his lungs. The bloody bolt of ER Verity did not deter Luke from hunting the abalones, though. Sharks went with the territory. One pristinely calm, cold November morning, Luke took the day off from school and work to dive for abalone. He parked his car near a friend's house, perched atop a 300-foot cliff that gave way to a protected cove with a small islet in the middle. He knew this place simply as Pat's house. Pat was a big man with a big methamphetamine habit. "Hi, Luke. Going for some ab? Remember that you can only take 4? Pat, do you still have that rope that goes down the goat trail on the cliff?" Luke asked. "Sure do. Mind if I tag along?" Pat replied. Pat was excited. He rubbed his nose constantly with the palm of his hand. Luke suited up and spent the next 45 minutes negotiating the vertical cliff. Any wrong move meant a fall to certain death. Pat followed Luke down the cliff, jabbering the whole time a mile a minute. "Wow, Luke, we can cook the abs. Hey, can I have the shells? Hey, my wife will be home soon. Hey, what time is it?" Luke reached the bottom of the cliff and sat for a moment to take in the serene beauty of the wild North Coast Ocean. Small waves lapped against the shore, the crystal clear water glistening against the darker bands that extended to the horizon. Luke donned his mask and fins and walked backwards into the water. As soon as he was deep enough to start swimming, he flipped over and peered downward. A host of giant red abalone came into focus on the seafloor. Even from the surface, he could see that every crack and crevice held at least a 9-inch abalone. Their thick black mantles extended from each shell. Each abalone was an individual, some with gnarled shells and some with flat shells. They were all different. It is said that the uglier shells harbor the famed abalone pearls, some of which are teardrop-shaped and several inches long, worth thousands of dollars. As Luke approached the drop-off near the islet, he marveled at the iridescent eelgrass waving in the soft surge. The drop-off leveled out at 40 feet. Luke calmed himself, took a few breaths, and descended to have a look. He was amazed to find more giant abalone, row after row of them. In places, the abalone were so thick in number they piled on top of one another. They roamed freely under the sand and climbed the thick kelp stringers. It was clear that otters had not yet arrived in this magical place. Luke made several more dives before descending and starting to select abs he wanted to take. He enjoyed looking at the aged creatures. The abundance of the abalone here made Luke feel as if he were in a time warp that allowed him to see and feel the teeming life of years past. This was Luke's seaman time. He hated to think that one day soon, when the otters arrived, it would all be gone. He glided over each abalone, touching its shell and moving to the next, sometimes reacting to the disturbance. An abalone would emit a burst of white milt or eggs into the strata of the ocean. Luke picked 3 9-inch abalone and began his hunt for a 10-incher. To his delight, he found just such an ab 35 feet of water, sitting alone next to a solitary kelp stringer abutting the sand. The animal was as big as a hubcap. It had gnarled, extra thick shell, a sure sign the sea worms had attacked the calcium-rich armor. He respectfully slid his abalone iron under the massive foot, prying it loose in one swift motion. A scar remained on the rock to mark where the abalone had spent many years. At the surface, he gave thanks to the sea gods. A baby harbor seal appeared and gave Luke a nose smooch. The seal was a newborn, still trailing its umbilical cord and placental extract. Its mother was nowhere to be found, the victim of a shark attack, no doubt. Luke fed the baby seal small pieces of abalone meat. He realized the embryonic fluid, like a clanging dinner bell, was sure to summon a great white shark at any moment. It was time to leave. He hoped the seal pup would survive, but he had his doubts. Luke exited the water in the same place he had entered. He found Pat dead asleep on the beach by now. His drugs had worn off. Luke started the laborious trek back to the cliff. The grandfather abalone he had picked yielded more than 6 pounds of meat and the most beautiful pearl he had ever seen. Luke was quick to make the pearl into a necklace and wore it from that point forward. Luke threw himself into the challenge of reinventing himself. He locked himself in his small room, clean studio apartment for hours each night until he had learned his lessons from front to back. He was determined to master the algebra he had never quite grasped in high school. There was another attraction in algebra class, an older woman named Sloane. She was the daughter of Jim Ponce, a successful black-cod and Dungeness crab fisherman based in Noyo Harbor. Sloane was a pistol. She was beautiful and blonde with an even face. She knew how to dress and work her feminine wiles on a man. She was both a temptress and a demon. She had style. She had ambition. She was smart. Luke fell hard for Sloane. By the end of his first year of college, Luke was firmly under her spell. She liked having his own classy older lady. He liked her hearty laugh, dry sense of humor, and lustiness. They would study together at the cozy college library, hang out at her parents' elegant Italian-style oceanfront home, visit her granny in Mendocino, and hike the logging trails that skirted Big River. But with the highs, so came the lows. Beneath the besotted giddiness lurked behind the emotion. Luke began to feel enclosed and trapped. Just as if he had been on a free dive too long, he needed air. But if he made a move to back away from Sloane, she gouged him with hurtful words and that caused him to reel in pain. She spoke daggers. At times, Luke thought he could feel her hand reaching around his chest, clutching his beating heart in her gripped fist. "Tell me again," she would say. "You were thinking of leaving me?" Luke could feel her grip tighten with every word that she uttered. Sloane and Luke were studying late one night for an algebra exam. They chose a local roadside eatery at a workstation. On approach to the dinner, Sloane noticed a heavily intoxicated man stumbling in a parking lot. "Somebody needs to put that man to bed," she commented. Several hours later, the two had their fill of books for the evening. Sloane and Luke hopped into his Blazer to drop her off at her place far down a dark, winding forest road. Along the way, they broke into their usual lover's spat. Sloane drew first blood. "You never give me any compliments anymore, Luke." "That's because you smoke like a chimney. I hate a girl who smells like cigarettes." Yeah. "Okay, mister, you're going to get it when we get back to my place." He threw Sloane a long gaze when suddenly his eyes locked onto the man hunched over standing in the middle of the road. Luke stood on his brakes and skidded for 30 feet, but it was too late. Slam! He ran directly into the man, who smashed against the windshield like an insect. Luke and Sloan sat stunned as they got a split-second look at the man's face plastered against the glass. When the blazer finally came to a screeching halt, the man flew 20 feet into the air, landing on the street, skipping a few times across the asphalt before ceasing all motion. "Oh shit, Sloan. Now look at what you made me do," was Luke's lame response. Luke was sure he had killed the man. He exited the car and ran over to him. It was the same person they had seen earlier in the parking lot of the diner a few miles away. A local well-liked Native American named Rudy, who was only fault in life was just drinking to excess every day. He lay in a pool of blood, quietly moaning in pain. "Sloan, he is alive!" With that, Luke ran full speed to the nearest lighted house and banged on the door. "Hey, I need help, I need a phone," Luke yelled in a state of panic. A heavy-set middle-aged woman with a frown on her face answered the door. She clutched a 12-gauge shotgun. "Okay, you can use my phone, but that's it," she said. Sloan comforted Luke as they waited for the police to arrive. He found solace in her arms, and her words now became gentle. The police gave Luke a blood alcohol test. It was negative. A few weeks later, the local police officially found Luke not at fault. Rudy was hospitalized for the treatment of his punctured lungs. Luke visited Rudy in the hospital. He brought the old man a Walkman as a gift. "Don't worry about it, kid," he said. Sloan kept bringing it up, however. Sloan was getting on Luke's nerves. Chapter 26, Deported. The Present. Canada, our friend of the North. What could possibly go wrong, Luke thought to himself. Yet a suspicion of impending tragedy crept into Luke's mind. Something about his barge accident left him with the uncertain and uncanny ability to sense events before they came to fruition, especially bad ones. Enjoyed 2 days with her old girlfriend, Genevieve, and her husband Tony in Vancouver, British Columbia. She toured the city and was glad to have a warm meal and a soft bed after so many nights in the difficult conditions of sub-Saharan Africa. After each stint in the field, Nikki had a period of re-entry to the first world. No rebels shooting at her, no malaria or food shortages to deal with. Genevieve graciously dropped Nikki at the Vancouver airport for the short flight back to Los Angeles, where Luke awaited with anticipation. Luke and Nikki had one last phone conversation before she entered the airport. "Luke, I have not renewed my visa in a while for the U.S. I hope there's not a problem." "Babe, there's nothing to worry about. Just tell them the truth, that you're visiting your fiancé, Luke Dodge. They have no reason not to let you in. You're just a visitor, for now anyway." Okay, she said. "Okay, Luke." Nikki cleared Vancouver security, then continued to passport control and immigration. U.S. Immigration had a border post inside the Vancouver airport. This way, all travelers bound for the U.S. ports are pre-cleared when they arrive in the U.S., thus taking pressure off the domestic immigration staff post 9/11. "Next," the agent said somberly. The border agent named Jackson was in his early 50s with gray hair and a well-trimmed mustache and a neatly pressed suit, which doubled as a uniform. He seemed only half dressed without a pair of Ray-Ban flight glasses. Jackson had recently been demoted from an administrative position to working on the floor. The note in his demotion report made it clear he felt that INS had gone soft and was allowing too many quote-unquote undesirables into the country. Nikki approached the booth. Jackson paused to stare her down for a full 10 seconds before asking the routine purpose of your visit to the USA, ma'am. The kiss of death rolled off Nikki's lips. Per Luke's naive advice, she muttered, "I'm just visiting my fiancé in L.A. His name's Luke." Jackson pushed a button and 2 thuggish-looking guards appeared from nowhere. "Come with us, please." "What about my flight and passport?" Nikki asked. The 2 men grabbed Nikki by the arms, bruising her skin They dragged her into the back room. Jackson looked on with devilish smiles. "Next," he said. The men deposited Nikki into a cold, stark room containing a chair, a two-way mirror, and a single paper cup of water. Nikki's pulse soared, and she began to sweat bullets. The same two men who had dragged her off appeared once again. Saying nothing, they searched her bags and her person and relieved her of all of her possessions. The taller man made contact with Nikki's left breast 3 times while he was probing her. Then the shorter man snapped on a latex glove and proceeded to check her pants for any further evidence. The feeling of violation was immense. Nikki snapped, "What are you fucking creeps doing? What about my civil rights?" Jackson appeared and replied, "That's the fun part. You have no civil rights, lady. You are a foreign national in a foreign country. There's no due process here, no Miranda rights. Just me and my aides, and what I says go. I'm God here. You have no recourse. Now why the hell don't you tell me the true nature of your visit? And you had better be honest. After 9/11, we have been granted certain liberties with detainees, if you know what I mean." "I told you, goddammit, I'm just visiting." "Just visiting, huh?" Jackson said. "Well, do you care to explain why you have a business card with an LA number on it? Are you working in the States?" "I'm a doctor. I work abroad. That card is just for contact information when I'm in LA." "Oh, I see. You have a movie rental card, too. Just how much time do you spend in Los Angeles?" "Only a few months a year." Nikki began losing her temper and throwing her hands around wildly. "Cuff the bitch," Jackson snapped. The thugs forced Nikki's hands behind her back and cinched on the cuffs to the point of stopping blood flow to her hands. Her hands slowly turned purple and cold. "Get her out of here," Jackson barked. "What's going on? Where are you taking me?" The thugs dragged Nikki down a long hallway to a processing center. They ignored her pleas to loosen the cuffs and tell her what was happening to her. Nikki was seated in front of a desk and presented with a stack of paperwork. She was told that if she wanted to see the light of day ever again, that she must sign her name in several places. Her signature was essentially an acknowledgement that she had tried to gain illegal entry to the U.S. Although it was untrue, she signed the forms anyway. The form stated that she was being removed and deported from the United States of America. She was made to give all 10 fingerprints and a retinal scan, which was logged into the INS database. After 3 hours, she was shoved out the door and told that she could stay in Canada for 6 months if she wanted to. By now, Nikki was overdue in LA, and Luke was beginning to worry. He paced the floor nervously. His cell phone rang. It was Nikki. Nikki cared for Luke so deeply that she tried her best to sugarcoat what had happened. But the reality of it was that Nikki had now been logged as an illegal alien based almost entirely on the judgment of a single man, and her life in the U.S. was now over and done with. Luke came unglued. "Babe, this can be untrue." Glued. "Babe, this can't be true. My family has fought and died for this country in every war that we've had for the last, million years or something. We pay our taxes, abide by the law. There are 8,000 Mexicans a day walking across the southern border to pick berries, all of whom get free medical care, education, and food stamps. And my fiancée, who was out risking her life to help those in need, is now branded a criminal and turned back at the border. Why? Because she is engaged to me? So anybody with a significant other in the U.S. is then a criminal and not allowed to enter? This is fucking insane. Somebody is going to pay for this. I will find a way to get you back in." "Luke, calm down. I'll go back to Jen's in Vancouver and regroup from there. Just take it easy," she pleaded. Luke's struggle with the petty tyrant border guard and inane government immigration policies would require perseverance like he had only known on his greatest solo boat journey. Chapter 27. The Journey North. Back in the past. After one school year with his entangling alliance with Sloane, Luke sought distance. He was 21 years young now, too young to be static. He was looking for a reason to move. He interpreted his hitting the Native American in the middle of the road as an omen of change, but he needed to act to make it happen. He headed south for the summer. For $250 a month, he rented a small room in Cayucas, a small, sleepy Central Coast beach town just outside Morro Bay where both he and Nikos now lived. Luke had earned enough money running the Cavalier at Fort Bragg to purchase a commercial fishing boat. He read the local classifieds and searched the boatyards until he found the Buffalo Hunter. She was a 32-foot plywood ex-abalone and sea urchin diving boat originally from Ventura, California. The elderly man had bought and worked on the boat in the boatyard, but he died halfway through the repairs. The boatyard just wanted their rental fees and a little bit of money for all the fiberglass that the man had used. A total of $3,000. Luke bought her for such a bargain. Buffalo Hunter needed a lot of work, though. Luke spent each day in the boatyard getting her ready to fish. Luke repaired the hull and launched the boat without giving her a new name. Mariner superstition declares that renaming boats is bad luck. Luke tied the boat up to the T transient dock in Morro Bay and worked in earnest to get her ready to fish commercially for rockfish and crab. He bought new electronics, a 1,000-kilowatt fish finder GPS combo unit, VHF radio, and a refurbished 24-mile radar. He tore out the center of the main deck and constructed an oversized insulated fish hold. It was large enough to pack 3 tons of fish, more than he would ever need, he thought. He shared dock space with several commercial pleasure craft boats that were manned by a dozen or so Chinese mariners who sold their fish alive. Luke gradually got to know his Asian neighbors, all of whom had taken Anglo names such as Larry, Bob, and Hank. They invited Luke over each night to share their fish, head soup, and Chinese vegetables. When the Chinese came in from multi-day fishing trips, they blasted traditional Chinese music from the galley while unloading their fish. It was a sight to see and was nothing like the more somber white fishermen's operations. Each afternoon, when he finished working on the boat, he stopped by Nikos' house to talk and hear stories of the great fish that he had speared. Dion had also bought a boat. He fished for cabezon, sheephead, and other local rockfish. He sold his fish alive for 3 times their dead market value to the Chinese customers who came down from San Francisco with money in their hands. Freshly painted and repaired, Luke's boat was looking fine. He was eager to show it off to Dion. He stopped by his old friend's house. "Hey, Dion, want to come check out my new boat? I think she is finally ready to fish." The two drove down to the T-pier. "She's a 32 Scott and built in 76, Luke said with pride. "The son of the original owner contacted me to ask if he could keep the name so he could use it on his new boat. Sort of a legacy thing, I guess." "What was the old name?" Dion asked. "Buffalo Hunter," Luke replied. "I guess the old-timer who owned the boat dove commercial abalone at the Channel Islands. He came in one day after diving the abs at Yellowbanks near Santa Cruz Island with 70 dozen red abalone. The man unloading the catch on the dock told him that he was just like the hunters who killed off all the buffalo. The old man told the dock handler, Buffalo Hunter. That's what I'll name her." "What's her name going to be?" Dion asked. "It's bad luck to rename a boat, you know," Dion said, casting a shadow. "Not sure," Luke said. "I was thinking of calling her the Endurance. She is strong with a 671 for power, A 32-mile radar, a fish finder, GPS, and a good fish hold now. Even has 2 hydraulic snapper reels ready to go. Isn't that the name of that boat that Shackleton guy owned? You know, who the guy who went down to the South Pole? I think it sank. Why not just call her the Titanic, Dion said. Luke hired a local painter to paint her name on the transom. Now paint Endurance in cursive, please, Luke instructed him. Do you want that with an A or an E? The painter asked. Luke figured he meant the first letter of the word. An E, of course. Luke left the painter only to return to find the name spelled Endurence. Endurance. Great, he thought. It's wrong, but I don't have any time or money to change it, so I'll let it be. Luke returned to his rented room. He opened the door and was startled to find Sloane in his bed, scantily dressed in a red silk nightie. Sloane, what are you doing here? She cut right to the chase. If you want to keep seeing me, you better come back to Fort Bragg. She slid off her nightie, then slid deeper under the covers. Your classes back at Fort Bragg start soon, Luke. Are you going to be there or not, big boy? Luke felt her spell grab hold of him. I thought I would stay here and fish for a season. Dion does okay with the cabezon and other live fish. Sloane's eyes penetrated Luke's. If you think I'm moving to this crappy town, you're nuts. Luke stared at her. It's decision time, mister. What's it going to be? Me or this town? You want me to drive my new boat all the way to Fort Bragg? Are you crazy? That's over 250 sea miles, all the way uphill and in bad weather the whole way. I'm not sure if this boat can take a beating like that, or me. Sloane repeated herself. It's either this town or me. Decision time, okay? Sloane repeated. Luke looked out the window at the sea, recalling how the damaged Mistos had sunk in front of Malibu Colony a few years before. That was a fluke. The Endurance, make that the Endurance, was bigger and tighter and tougher than the Mistos. Luke looked back at the woman. Sloane was beautiful and classy. Her glossy hair tumbled over her shoulders. What the hell, I'll go. Now that's a good boy, Sloane said. Come here and prove to me that you love me. During the ensuing week, Luke had heard that there was a good black cod fishery off Fort Bragg that required specialized traps and a pot hauler. For cheap, he managed to pick up a few sets of this type of gear from an old man who had tried his hand at the fishery off Morro Bay, but had thrown in the towel. Early the following Saturday morning, Sloane drove Luke to his boat to ensure that he would not change his mind. Luke used the last of his cash to fuel the boat and loaded some meager provisions, just enough for a few days. The food consisted of a few bags of spaghetti, a couple tins of tuna, an opener, and drinking water. Luke also loaded 75 pounds of frozen squid for bait, ice, diesel fuel, and a big load of fishing gear, such as hooks and lures. Holding hands, Luke and Sloane crushed a beer can on the bow of the Endurance and said a quick prayer, rechristening the boat with her new name, Endurance. Luke untied the boat and pointed her toward the open ocean. She waved. The waves snapped across the infamous Morro Bay harbor entrance that had claimed stronger vessels over the years. Luke timed the swells, waited for a lull in the waves, and punched it, barely clearing the jaws between the breakers. He set a course for Fort Bragg. The GPS read 250 nautical miles. The reading did not account for wind, current, and swell. The actual journey would be as much as 400 miles over ground, as they say, all at a snail's pace of 9 knots. 10 minutes out of the harbor, Endurance was pounding hard and taking green water over the windows and bow. What, Luke muttered, did I let Sloane get me into this time? Luke glanced back at the 15 80-pound conical black cod traps that he had lashed onto the deck. Made of welded rebar and nylon mesh, the black cod traps resembled king crab pots. At the last minute, he had bought He had bought 5 complete sets from that other fisherman. His plan was to fish 5 sets of 3 traps strung together in 2,400 feet of water where the black cod live. His quarry, the black cod or sablefish, was little known in the United States at the time, and there was a very small market for it. But the Japanese and Koreans loved the fish because of the high oil content and had begun paying premium prices for the catch. The prices attracted newcomers like Luke to the fishery. Endurance bounced into the swell. Luke felt queasy. The 40-knot winds were picking up, and the seas were reaching 13 feet. That afternoon, Luke rendezvoused with Dion, who had been fishing his smaller boat 40 miles to the north at a sheltered spot called White Rocks, along the rugged Big Sur coast. They hip-tied that night at the boats together, and they drank a few beers, cooked a few steaks, and talked about Dion's second child who was on his way. "So what are you going to do when you get up north?" Dion asked. "Fish blackcod, I guess. I'm not really sure how to do it, but I can figure it out. Be careful when you get near that Big Sur point. It's the Bermuda Triangle of California. Plays havoc on your electronics. Good red snapper fishing, though." The next morning offered a break in the wind and the heavy seas. Luke weighed anchor and put the Endurance into gear. Dion gave Luke a good luck salute as he motored off. "Call you in a few days," Luke said with a shaky confidence. Endurance plowed north at 10 knots. The gray sea matched the sky. The sea was an eerie calm. A haze kept Luke from seeing the coastline a few miles off his starboard side. Luke ran up on a massive leatherback turtle. It was lumbering along without a care in the world. The grace and beauty of the 6-foot-long creature fascinated Luke, who wished he could jump in and swim alongside it. It was to be the only leatherback he would ever see off of California. "Take me with you, turtle." "Where are you going?" "Where have you been?" As the hours rolled on, Luke warded off the boredom by writing in his journal, doodling pictures, and doing sets of 50 push-ups on the deck. By noon, the weather was up again, and the tired young skipper was growing weary. He entered the set of GPS coordinates that Dion had bummed from a friend and gave to Luke for use during his trip. In the world of commercial fishing, a good set of GPS numbers marked a hidden fish rock pile and were like the birthrights handed down from generation to generation and were guarded jealously. The coordinates would put Luke supposedly in a red-hot vermilion rockfish or red snapper spot just 20 miles from Big Sur and 8 miles from the nearest landmass. The fog set in. Just as a whiteout on a snowy mountain disorients a skier, the fog obscured the world around the boat, obliterating high and low, up and down, near and far, sound and light. It was a world inside a dream, muffled against reality. The ocean gods could conjure up nothing worse than heavy seas combined with dense fog. Yet, with the help of the GPS and Dion's coordinates, Luke found the fishing spot. He stopped, baited up the rigs, lowered the hooks, and made a drift. Floating through the fog in near silence, the snapper reels bounced. "Hey!" he cried in delight. "There are some fish here." To add to his catch, Luke fished a rod and reel between the 2 snapper reels. Snapper reels are a hydraulic-powered fishing arm, usually baited with 20 hooks. The reels were invented in Florida for tropical red snapper fishing down there, but worked well for the West Coast rockfish. Luke and his 2 automated fishing partners hauled in rockfish at a steady clip for an hour or so. As Luke scanned his electronics, suddenly it all switched off. The screens went black. No electronics, no gauges, nothing. "Must be an electrical issue, batteries or something," he said. Luke recalled Dion's warning about the Bermuda Triangle. The situation was not promising. The fog thickened and the wind howled out of the south. The sea increased to 13 feet from the northwest. The strong wind against the ocean current created a confused sea that spun the boat in circles. The diesel engine did not need batteries like a gas engine, as it ran off of the compressed diesel in the chambers, so it didn't need spark plugs. Luke knew that if he shut off the engine, accidentally or otherwise, he could not start it again. A dead engine meant that he would be both lost and helpless. Taking his best guess as to where he might find safe harbor, Luke headed due north. He figured he would run into land at some point. With only a compass to guide him, Luke was back in the last century now. After several hours of fighting the swell at 6 knots, the fog lifted. He found himself off the Monterey Peninsula near the wealthy seaside town of Carmel. Luke rounded the corner just as the Spanish and the Mexicans and the English and the Russian seafarers had done over the centuries, and fixed his sights on Monterey Harbor a few miles up the coast. Running on fumes and out of cash, Luke calculated that he could sell his rockfish for just enough money to fill his fuel tanks. He entered Monterey Harbor and pulled up to a fish pier where he encountered a stout, rough-looking man. "Hey, mister, I'm heading up the coast," Luke said to the man. "I need to sell my fish for fuel. Look at these beauties. Been kept real nice on ice. Just caught them today." The man had an Italian accent. "Nah, kid, we don't mess with loads of that small. We only service the big drag boats, 20 tons at a time. Plus, you gotta be in the family, if you know what I mean." The man smooched his nose to one side. Luke persevered. "Did you not hear me? I'm out of fuel." "Try Moss Landing. They'll help you out," the man replied. "Will they pay cash?" Luke asked. "Think so," he replied. The man disappeared into the fish house. Unable to head back to sea without first fixing his electrical problem, Luke tied up to the transient dock for the night. He kept the engine running on the sticky dregs of diesel. He had one serving of pasta and a can of tuna. He sat on the rail of his boat and contemplated his predicament. The sun sank into the sea as the chilly wind ruffled Luke's salty hair. Just then, a punk rock girl with a bright pink mohawk pierced everything all over her body, her lips, her nose, her ears, and she had a tattoo on her arm that read, "Sid is not dead." She just happened to walk by Luke. Luke caught her eye. "Hi there," he said. "I know this seems kind of forward, but do you suppose you could give me a ride to the boat store and lend me a few bucks to get by?" The girl paused. She studied Luke and his boat for a moment. "Okay," she said. "You look all right." She smiled. The girl called herself Nancy after Sid Vicious and Nancy. She drove an old French Citroën which had very soft suspension. Luke left the Endurance running. Nancy drove him to the local auto parts store, loaned him $30 for a new alternator, and took him back to his boat. He apprehensively turned off the motor. Nancy sat and watched Luke as he wrenched on the old 671 Detroit diesel. "Okay, the alternator's in. Let's go give her a jump start and see if she'll charge the batteries," Luke said. A nearby boater helped with the jump start, and the engine came to life. The amp gauge indicated a good charging system. "Problem fixed," Luke said with a relief. Night had fallen. The harbor was quiet and peaceful. Gentle waves lapped against the moored boats. The lights of Monterey twinkled along the historic streets and outlined the rolling hills that tumbled into the bay. "Luke," Nancy said, "you look tense. I give good back massage." Luke, still under Sloane's spell, played stupid. "No thanks, I really need to get some sleep," he replied. To thank Nancy, Luke shared his special pasta and tuna topped with Parmesan and ragu sauce. He thanked her again and promised to send her money in the mail. Nancy nodded her pink-topped head, smiled her mischievous smile, and went on her way. Exhausted, Luke flopped onto the sleeping bag in the V-berth and passed out in seconds. The next morning, Luke still had to deal with his fuel issue. With the gauge pinned on empty now, he motored 15 miles north to Moss Landing. A burly man named Bob bought his still fresh fish for $200 cash. Luke filled the two 75-gallon tanks, bought some grub, and thus provisioned he continued his journey north. The afternoon wind set in as he passed the small island of Año Nuevo. He thought about the large great white shark population known to surround the seal-covered islet. The region known as the Red Triangle was the site of more white shark attacks on humans than anywhere else on the west coast. It was not a good place to sink, he thought. Growing waves pounded the plywood Endurance fiercely. He slammed through the 15-foot cresting swells. The boat drove through the swells rather than over it. Luke concluded that a periscope would have come in handy. Buried in the larger swells, all he could see was pure green water. He saw fish swimming past the window at eye level. He prayed that the window would withstand the beating. The sea grew so furious and violent that Luke donned his survival suit, a loose-fitting dry suit that is designed to keep a person alive for 18 hours while immersed in freezing cold water. Making an agonizingly slow headway pace of just 2 knots, Luke listened to talk radio to calm his nerves. The radio host was speaking of the horror suffered by the Japanese after the atomic blasts which ended World War II. Again, the pea-soup fog set in. Luke covered a full 50 sea miles that day. With the thick fog, Luke could only navigate by radar now. Luke spotted the distinctive crescent-shaped Half Moon Bay and its harbor on the radar screen. He pulled into Half Moon Bay for the night. He dropped anchor and hit his damp bunk without eating dinner that night. He rose before dawn, weighed anchor, and aimed into the swell, making almost no headway. With the fog lifting just outside the harbor, Luke could see the famed Maverick surf spot breaking a good 25 feet. Surfers with helmets and 13-foot gun-shaped surfboards dotted the lineup. It was 4 days into this torturous love spell trek. Luke listened to music of the 70s rock band Blood, Sweat, and Tears that his father had managed. He loved the song God Bless the Child, which spoke of a child who makes his own money and way in life, just like Luke Dodge. With an unkempt beard and a tight belly, young Captain Luke passed the Golden Gate Bridge. It was a magical sight. It was the first time Luke had seen the mighty bridge from the sea. He could see the small Farallon Islands to the west. Yet again, he thought about sharks and the bloody shark-mauled man that he had seen back at the Fort Bragg Hospital. The Golden Gate Bridge served as a point of no return for the journey north. Now Luke was in it for the long haul. That night, he put in at Fort Ross. Luke could see the preserved fort that the Russians had erected in the 19th century to collect supposedly sea otter pelts and other furs and pursue the nation's eastward expansion. The land at the time was technically under Spanish domain, but the Russians warded off each attempt by the Spanish to evict them. The Russians and their Aleut spear-throwing mercenaries finally abandoned the fort after they had killed off some otters. A nasty gale blew, but Luke's anchor held firm. He felt fortunate to be in the relative lee of a natural harbor that night. Luke was delirious and getting slightly crazed. He ate pasta again with tuna fish and again topped with Parmesan, but he muttered to himself, "So if Hillary was the first to top Mount Everest, who is the first to top Hillary? Who's Hillary anyway? What's the square root of -1 and where are my fucking socks?" He was ready for his trip to be over. The next morning he prepared tiredly for the last leg. He was getting close to Fort Bragg now. The coast was filled with evergreens. Signs of human habitation were becoming scarce. But the sea did not cooperate. After hours of struggling against relentless swells and wind, Luke rounded the corner of Point Arena with its distinctive lighthouse, passing the small town of Point Arena. Abruptly, after fighting 6 days now of the worst weather he had ever encountered, alone at the wheel and contemplating his existence, Luke was astonished when the sea went dead calm. It was an eerie calm, a stark contrast to the thrashing that was still rattling his head. 30 miles to go, read the GPS. Luke enjoyed every minute of the home stretch. It felt as if he had been captured by a tractor beam that was parting the seas and pulling him towards Fort Bragg and Sloan. A few hours later, Luke skirted the whistle buoy and aimed for the opening of Noyo Harbor. A familiar voice broke the radio silence, flowing clearly over Channel 72 on the VHF. Luke, are you there? It was Sloane. How did she know? Luke wondered. A week of hell, and she makes contact with me the minute I arrive? She must be some sort of witch, he thought. Sloane, I'm rounding the whistle buoy just now. Where are you? I'm in my pop's boat, the Black Hawk, in the slip. Black Hawk was a strong, locally built 60-foot steel crabber operated by Sloane's dad, Jim. Many in Noyo considered Jim, a one-time schoolteacher, to be the best fisherman in the harbor. He had chosen to make Black Hawk a hook and line boat. This was much harder work than the drag fishing boats, but it was better for the marine environment and the fish stocks. Jim had to fight politically for years to secure his permanent blackcod fishing rights. I'll see you in 10, Luke said. Luke motored past the breakwater, under the Noyo Bridge, and into the comfort and safety of the harbor. He tied off, jumped off the Endurance, knelt over, like the Pope, kissed the ground, then kissed Sloane. I like you with dirty, greasy hair and a beard, she said. He was 2 days late for his new semester at College of the Redwoods. Back to zero, the present. Luke called a big shot, San Jose-based immigration lawyer that he had found from his prepaid legal referral service. So what can we do? Luke asked the lawyer impatiently. Well, I recommend that you put her on a tour bus like the other European tourists. They can drive across the border in Sumas, Washington, and they won't scrutinize her passport. She'll be okay, the lawyer said. Luke proceeded to tell his mom the half-baked plan and poor legal advice to get Nikki home. She tried to talk him out of it, but was blinded by the immediacy of the situation and his love for Nikki. Nothing was going to keep Luke from the person who helped him make sense of the world and creating meaning in his life. Luke told Nikki what the score was and what to do. No tour buses were available. The next day, Jen and Tony loaded up some snowboard gear and headed south to the border crossing at Sumas. Okay, lady, I'm going to work, slurred the middle-aged Ron Daisley. Daisley stood 6 feet tall, 2 inches, was balding, and had a well-trimmed mustache. He drank heavily, and it was clear by the lines on his face. Because of his law enforcement job, he had never actually been arrested for spousal abuse or child molestation, but everybody on the block knew what the truth was. Daisley drove to work that day, still cranky from a bender the night before. He muttered to himself, "Stupid bitch deserved what she got. I told her not to water the plants while I was watching the game." Daisley arrived at his post at the border crossing at 9 a.m. sharp. The nervous Nikki and friends were still in the car as the line got shorter towards the crossing. Daisley sported the rounded Ray-Ban cop glasses that went well, complementing his mustache, just like Jackson had done back at the airport. "Purpose of your visit to the U.S., Daisley said. "Just going snowboarding," the group answered. "Anything to declare?" "Nothing." "Nationalities?" Daisley asked. Canada, German." "The one from Germany, step out of the car and come with me. Driver, pull your car to the side." Daisley grabbed Nikki's German passport from her hand. He told her to sit down and shut up. He swiped the barcode through the machine. A few moments passed, then Daisley's cold steel blue eyes locked onto Nikki's like a heat-seeking missile onto a chopper. "Put her into custody," Daisley ordered the guards. who quickly obeyed. Nicky knew the game and what the guards were up to. The guard grabbed Nicky like an ape grabs a banana. The one black woman guard broke Nicky's skin with her long painted fingernails while she grabbing her wrist. "Up, lady, up," she barked. Nicky was cuffed, and the two guards were ordered to leave Nicky alone with Daisley. "Well, honey, it says here on my computer that you were deported just yesterday from the aeroport. Care to tell me why you're trying to cross the border again into the U.S. of A.?" Daisley slowly circled the chair. He lit a cigarette and offered her one. When Nicky refused, he blew smoke in her face and smiled. "Well, I can see you're a feisty one. What are you gonna do? What are we gonna do with you? Can we handle this the easy way or the hard way?" he said, caressing Nicky's hair. Nicky stammered, "What's the easy way, sir?" Daisley approached Nicky and caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. "Oh, you remind me of my daughter," he said. "I get it. Don't even think about it, creep. I'll bite your pecker off. Don't you even think about it," Nicky replied. Daisley cocked his hand back and gave Nicky a full-strength backhand to her face, making the corner of her lip bleed. She licked the blood from her lip while retaining her composure. "Is that the best you have? You spineless poor excuse for a man? I've seen the worst this planet has to offer you, and you don't even measure up as a bad guy on your worst day. You're a loser on every level, Daisley." Bullies scare easy. Daisley could see he was defeated and went and sat behind the computer. He buzzed the guards back in. "You can sign this document that states that you have committed fraud by lying to a federal officer, or you can go to jail for 5 years. What'll it be?" "Well, asshole, I cannot sign a damn thing with my hands cuffed and turning purple." "Uncuff her." Nicky signed the documents that would bar her from entry to the U.S. for a full 10 years. After signing, Nicky spit blood from her cut lip directly into Daisley's yawning mouth. 3 hours later, she was released back into Canada. In God we trust. Back to the present. Luke recruited a deckhand for his new fishing venture. Richard was his name, and he was a strong man who spoke little of himself. He was about 32 years old and balding. He was obviously an experienced fisherman, but the rest of his life remained a dark mystery to Luke. One time Luke found him hanging upside down in his cabin at night, like a bat. Luke was a full 10 years younger than Richard, and 3 times the poorer. Captains are usually the older and the wealthier than their crew. Occasionally, Richard broke the silence out of the blue with statements such as, "I had 70,000 cash in a shoebox after a good sea urchin diving year. I went to Amsterdam that year and spent it all on sex and stuff." Or he would say things like, "I was sleeping in my truck in San Diego when a van full of Chinese gangsters hop out. One broke the window and tried to steal my stereo. I sat waiting in the corner of my camper shell with my loaded Glock. The man was halfway through the theft when he realized I was 1 foot away from him, poking my head through the sliding window with a loaded pistol pointing directly at his head. He screamed in Chinese and ran back to the van. I then pumped all 13 9mm rounds into the van as it sped off. Funny thing was, I was right across the street from the San Diego harbor master, and nobody even came out to see what the noise was." Richard was a strange bird, but he worked steadily with Luke over the next 2 years. He was always there to lend a hand and never complained about working long hours. He suffered daily pain as a result of having had decompression sickness several times during his sea urchin diving years. He kept the discomfort to himself. Luke and Richard set out at 3:30 a.m. on a Saturday to make their first set for blackcod. They baited each trap with 2 pounds of fresh squid. The traps were attached to nearly half a mile of half-inch line, the top third containing a lead core to sink the slack line during the period of low current. They set the gear while running the boat at full throttle. The line flew from the barrels and had to be paid out just right or it would tangle. The blackcod fishery off California's north coast was intense and tough and not for the faint of heart, serving up more than a little disaster and danger for those who attempted it. The fishing grounds were offshore in a deep submarine canyon called the 10-Mile Hole near Noyo Canyon. The weather conditions relative to the 32-foot endurance often rivaled that of the worst seen in the Alaskan fisheries. The year Luke and Richard fished on the exposed offshore out of Fort Bragg, 3 boats in the fishery were lost. They often had to break through 15-foot waves just to get out of Noyo Harbor past the deadly jaws, as they called the breakwall. The depths where the blackcod lived were off the charts at more than 2,500 feet deep. The lines Luke needed for each set of 3 traps were more than 5,000 feet long. Powerful hydraulic motors winched the trap lines at amazing speeds. A single wire mesh trap held 500 pounds of blackcod. A good haul would be 60 to 80 pounds, though. Empty, the 4 traps and lines weighed about 500 pounds total. The submerged gear was marked by 8-foot flagpoles with 25-pound lead weights and at the flagpole base to make the flag stand erect in the heavy seas. Each flagpole was marked with a bright orange flag, a hexagon radar reflector, and a 3-foot diameter orange float with closed-celled foam that they called a salmon egg. This extra flotation countered the rushing currents that could suck the gear down 1,000 feet in a heartbeat. On their first run out, Luke and Richard successfully set the 15 traps, 5 sets of 3. Each trap was spliced to the main line with a 3-foot leader. Early the next day, they went out to retrieve the gear and collected their catch. Richard grabbed the first flagpole and put the line in the pothauler. He revved the engine hard, forcing more fluid through the hydraulic lines, making the hauler work to capacity. The puller whizzed away, hauling the traps and catch by nearly 600 feet per minute. Luke warned Richard. Luke would later eat those very words. "You see how the line coils on the deck," Luke said. "Never stick your hand in that coil. Let the stack build, then transfer it into the barrel using a mop handle. Never use your hand. That would be a mistake," Luke said emphatically. "Okay, Luke." The first set of gear came up. "All right, it's loaded." The trap held more than 50 pounds of 5 to 10 pound blackcod. The next 2 traps held good catches as well. "Yahoo, we're rich," Luke screamed. By the time the men got around to pulling the last set of gear, they had more than 300 pounds, which was the federal limit back then. They released 200 pounds of pure profit, which was the overcatch. The months passed. Luke continued to perfect his fishery and technique. Luke and Rich fished almost every day, no matter how bad the weather was. When Luke was too busy at school, Rich ran the boat on his own. When Rich needed a day off, Luke ran the boat on his own. Luke saved a few dollars for a rainy day. The ocean off Northern California is wild and untamed. Luke drank in its rich beauty like an elixir at a health food store. Rich and Luke witnessed things in their daily line of work that few others on earth had a chance to see. After weeks of heavy rain, Luke once spotted what he thought was a dead whale. As they approached the carcass, Richard giggled, "It's a horse! Look, it's a horse!" "A what?" Luke said. The white, full-grown male horse apparently had fallen down an eroded riverbank and washed out to sea. Now it was shark food. It's not often one finds a dead horse 10 miles offshore. On a sparkling spring day, the Deepwater Canyon they had fished acted as a confluence where upwelling occurred, bringing nutrient-rich water to the sea surface and where several different oceanic currents collided. This effect, coupled with the springtime sunshine, enabled an abundance of plankton to flourish. The rich feeding grounds attracted a grand mix of marine mammals. One fine day, Luke and Rich were privy to a show of marine creatures that few on Earth had ever seen. They saw orcas showing their young how to gang up and kill the weak and younger of the other whales, mainly grays. The orcas, the smartest of the whales, succeeded in killing a small gray whale. The water filled with blood as the orcas delighted in eating the baby's whale's tongue. The orcas let the balance of the carcass drop 2,500 feet below to become slimy eel fare. Between the panicked gray whales and the feeding orcas were two giant blue whales of unimaginable girth and length. The larger of the two looked to be close to 100 feet long and was by far the largest living thing either of the two fishermen would ever lay eyes on. The blue whale is identified easily by its unmistakable dorsal fin and its narrow high water spout that it creates when it exhales. Yeah, the blue whale is just an absolutely massive animal. To join the fun came in spinner dolphins that leapt from the water while spinning several rolls before landing. They were easily mistaken for large tuna from a distance. Then came Rizzo dolphins in as well. Unlike the other dolphins, the Rizzos are few in number and are a single gray dark color. Rizzo's skin is usually covered with what looks like fighting wounds and scars and slice marks. Luke figured they had the scars from competing amongst one another for the females or food or something of that nature. As the men fished, they were treated to one last rarity, albatross. Lots and lots of albatross. Birders say that albatross are solitary animals and congregate on land once per year in Midway Island in the middle of the South Pacific. By the time the last trap was pulled, the Endurance sat next to more than 100 albatross birds, most of them resting right on the sea surface, eating the discarded bait from the traps. Rich had a knack for pushing the Endurance to its limits. One stormy January day, Luke was in school and Rich decided to run the gear. The wind was howling at near 50 miles per hour. Crashing 15-foot waves swamped the small jetty in the harbor entrance. No other captains dared venture out that day. As Luke drove to school, he passed over the Noyo Bridge. The sea was solid whitecaps, looked like popcorn. He noticed that one small white cap was bashing against the swells. My God, it's Rich taking the boat out. What's he doing today? Luke sent Rich a mental message. Be careful, brother. That day, Rich managed to make the 13-mile trip to the fishing grounds, haul the gear, and capture the limit of blackcod. By noon, the weather had become so bad that the Coast Guard had dispatched search and rescue helicopters to keep an eye out for any vessels in distress. Rich surfed the Endurance down the faces of the 22-foot cresting waves, spinning the wheel dramatically in every direction to prevent the boat from flipping at the bottom of each swell. The odds were stacked against him as he approached the harbor mouth, where a full force of surging ocean funneled into a small opening. Rising waves thrashed the jetty. The harbor entrance looked more like a place to surf big waves than an access to a safe haven of any sort. Rich, assessing the situation correctly, stalled 100 yards outside the jetty and just called the Coast Guard for assistance. The Coast Guard dispatched a 32-footer, a motor lifeboat, specialized craft with the ability to roll over 360 degrees, then right itself and keep on going. It was designed to function in the worst weather conditions on Earth. The motor lifeboat responded to Rich's call and broke through the massive swells at the harbor mouth and pulled alongside the Endurance, hailing him on the radio. Vessel Endurance, this is the U.S. Coast Guard motor lifeboat. Please don your survival suit and follow the instructions. We'll turn broadside to the swells and create a momentary lee so that will enable you to break through the harbor mouth. Do not hesitate. Gun your motor as soon as we fire off the red flare. Okay. Affirmative. Understood, Rich replied with a calm voice. The motor lifeboat drove behind Rich and turned to let the massive breaking waves crash sacrificially onto its vessel. The brave act created a calm spot in the sea known as a lee for about 10 seconds. Rich took one brief look around and saw that hundreds of people stood on the cliff, watching in anticipation of his death. He gunned the throttle and just managed to clear the rocks, making it to safety inside Noyo Harbor once again. The Coast Guard vessel continued to take a pounding, nearly rolling over. They charged through the breaking waves to safety. They had risked their lives to save Richard and the Endurance, but this would not be the last time Rich would need help from the brave men and women of the U.S. Coast Guard. Luke completed his Associate of Arts degree and transferred to Humboldt State. To earn his bachelor's degree, Humboldt State is a small school set right smack in the middle of the ancient redwood forests in Eureka, California, 150 miles north of Fort Bragg. The school offered a degree in fisheries, so it suited Luke just fine. The drawback, in Luke's opinion, was the large population of dreadlocked hippies driving around in new Volkswagens, supporting themselves on their parents' credit cards and telling him not to eat meat or catch fish. The biggest cash crop in Humboldt, as everybody knows, is marijuana, attested to by the unusual number of pickup trucks laden with PVC pipe and Miracle-Gro. In Humboldt County, people are so stoned that at a four-way traffic stop, no one knows when to go, so they just sit there. Luke took the initiative in such circumstances. Rich remained in Noyo Harbor with the Endurance, running the fishing operation and sharing the profits with Luke. Luke paid for his education this way. He also gradually broke ties with Sloan. Nearly a year to the day of Richard's harrowing Coast Guard rescue, Rich got himself into another desperate situation out at sea. He had been fishing the Endurance hard, logging 300 sea days that year. Heavy use had weakened the hull. The fiberglass over plywood construction was never intended for such abuse. Rich had finished pulling the gear and was headed home. The seas were no more than 10 feet and with 20 knots of wind. Typical Fort Bragg weather. He slipped over a cresting swell and landed hard on the other side with a thud and a crunch. The extreme stress and pounding had forced the starboard fuel tank through the compromised hull. Water poured in the Endurance, and she was foundering quickly. In his iconic manner, Rich hailed the Coast Guard. "Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is the fishing vessel Endurance. I am in need of assistance again. Vessel sinking fast," Rich said calmly. Rich relayed his coordinates. The Coast Guard dispatched a helicopter. The beeping EPIRB locator broadcast the boat's position. Richard donned his survival suit and braced for the worst. The stern railing was nearly submerged. Another few swells, that would be the end. Rich sat calmly on the roof of the cabin as the Endurance slowly sank beneath the waves. Before long, Rich was floating alone in the bone-chilling 47-degree water 13 miles off of Fort Bragg. His only companions were a few dead black cod floating near him from the day's catch and a flare gun that he clutched tightly. His life was now in the hands of the Coast Guard helicopter crew. The helicopter approached the position given but did not see Rich. A red flare broke through the air. "Person sighted. Tally-ho," the chopper pilot reported. The chopper made its way over to Rich, hovered and lowered the rescue basket. Rich nimbly climbed in. They hoisted him to safety. The medic approached Rich on the chopper, expecting to find a half-crazed, distressed victim. Richard simply said calmly, "Thank you for coming. I'm okay. Can't say the same for the boat, though." The same helicopter crewmen met their ends that month, sadly, on a similar rescue mission off of Cape Mendocino to the north. The details to this day are not clear, but the chopper went down and all aboard were lost at sea. Luke was forever grateful for the unselfish actions of that chopper crew. As for the Endurance, a powerful bottom trawler later captured its remains. They smashed it to pieces with sledgehammers so they could reload their nets. Luke prevailed on a fellow fisherman to retrieve the strand of blackcod traps that were still set out at Noyo Canyon. A week later, sand fleas had devoured the catch, but the costly gear was recovered. Luke was sad to lose the Endurance, but was elated that nobody had been hurt. To buffer his pain, he received a $30,000 insurance check. Luke would use these funds to buy the perfect boat. Chapter 30, Tell It Like It Is. The present. Nikki could hardly think of what to say to Luke. She knew full well he had only recently regained his will to live life again. This incident of being deported would surely send him off the deep end. Luke, I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. They cuffed me. They abused me and coerced me into signing a false document that prevents me from entering the U.S. for 10 years. Luke paused, tried to collect himself, but his anger got the best of him. Those motherfuckers. They can't do this. They can't. Luke, honey, don't do anything you'll regret. Now I have to figure out my next move. Guess I have no choice but to go back to Germany. There's nothing here for me in Canada. At least in Germany, I can work, see old friends, and have some support there. Chapter 31, Luke tries something new, the past. Luke spent months searching North America for his next boat. In his quest for the perfect vessel, he came across a man working on the docks in Boston Harbor who claimed to be the estranged father of one Michael J. Fox, the actor from Back to the Future. Luke doubted this could be true, but it actually turned out to be a fact. He ventured to Prince Edward Island, way up in the northeast of Canada, where he fished for lobster for a few days with a gracious family who had a decent boat for sale. The family, father, mother, and son, fished in harmony to pull and set 300 lobster pots each day before noon. The lobsters caught off of Prince Edward Island are generally smaller than their main counterparts, but were much sweeter. Finally, in his backyard in Ventura, California, Luke came across a boat that he wanted to buy, a 32-foot Downeaster-style boat named the Seabreeze II. The Downeaster had been built to work in Maine in the lobster fishery. They were fast and stable, had a wide beam, and could carry a large number of traps. Luke bought the boat from an Italian man named Vinny. Apparently, Vinny was such a difficult person to deal with that the boat builder intentionally built the overhead in the cabin an inch shorter than Vinny was tall, as to make Vinny bump his head every time he stood up. The boat cost Luke $48,000. Luke borrowed what he did not have from an old family friend named George, an English gentleman and expatriate who offered Luke good advice support for his entire life. Luke took a semester break from school. His plan was to operate the Seabreeze II out of Channel Islands Harbor in Oxnard. He would use his old blackcod gear to develop the blackcod fishery off Channel Islands. Richard came along as a deckhand. Luke worked every day, getting up at 3 a.m. to run across the shipping lanes in the dark out to the lee of the Santa Cruz Island, where he would collect his catch, return to port, and drive 2 hours into the heart of downtown Los Angeles to sell the fish to the Asian markets. The seafood market in Los Angeles was not centralized as it is in most major cities. There were too many ethnicities in Los Angeles to find common ground. Many other large cities have an auction system that allows wholesalers to buy the seafood they needed each day. Los Angeles tried this system, but it failed because of lack of cooperation. The net result was a collection of separate businesses located in the same general area of downtown off of 6th and Alameda. Consequently, Luke had to go around
pound the pavement, and get to know each seafood business separately. At first, he sold to whomever had the cash. Over time, he began to understand the different Asian cultures and the obscure nuances that drove their various styles of doing business. Luke learned that Asian cultures did not necessarily get along with one another all the time. This knowledge gave Luke the upper hand. The Koreans sometimes played fair and sometimes did not. One Korean man named Shin would say things to his fisherman over the phone right in front of Luke. "I can't buy your fish today. My wife is sick. My car's in the shop." Then he would turn to Luke and say, "Okay, I'll buy your fish at a lower price." Luke would ask a higher price, making Mr. Shin grow red with anger while making strange guttural noises. "How can I do that, Mr. Luke? My wife is sick and my car is in the shop." Meanwhile, his healthy wife waited nearby in her new Mercedes. The Chinese relied mainly on confusion. "I only ordered 200 pounds. Okay, I take 250, no 200. What is the price?" They would do this knowing they had ordered a full 300 pounds at a set price. When they finally agreed, the Chinese acted confused and tried to pay Luke a lower price anyway, creating reasons all the way through. "The fish are too smelly and old." The buyers knew very well the fish had been caught that morning. The Japanese played to Luke's ego. "Oh, you are such a great fisherman. Ishiba Maru, Luke." Luke found that the Vietnamese offered the best deals and treated him fairly on a consistent basis. He liked the Vietnamese. They were the most sensitive of the Asians and enjoyed a good laugh and never cheated him. The culture of the fish district attracted characters from every walk of life. Luke was intrigued by one man who was as white as a ghost, yet talked and walked and smoked like a Chinese man. The white man had been raised by a Chinese family. When all else failed, Luke tried to sell his fish to the older companies owned by white folks. They always seemed to be scheming in one way or another. One old hustler named Mr. Gold soaked small salad shrimp in chemicals to make them grow 200% so they looked like lobster tails, but tasted terrible. The process greatly increased the profits, but he had to pay off the chefs to keep them from complaining to the restaurant owners. Gold bragged that he had 100 chefs on his payroll. Even some FDA and USDA officials would shamelessly accept his graft. Gold liked to have at least 3 hookers in his office at all times and threw cash around the room like party favors. "Here's 10 grand for you, 20 for you. Now be sure not to tell the owner about our little deal about the shrimp, okay?" He was known to say to hardworking chefs. Eventually, a massive raid by the ATF, IRS, FBI, FDA, and anybody else with an acronym on their jacket closed Gold down and threw him in jail. Luke began to export his own fish directly to Japan. His knowledge of the Asian culture served him well. Luke loved fishing around the Channel Islands. The string of islands which lay off the coast of Santa Barbara and Ventura counties teemed with life. Sea lions and other pinnipeds hauling out on the beaches, pelicans nesting and diving, whales and dolphins playing, and in the springtime, blooming daisy-like giant coreopsis flowers covered the islands like buttercream frosting. Most of the islands rose out of the sea in sheer cliffs, inhospitable and inaccessible to humans. All the better, thought Luke. Separated thousands of years from the mainland, the islands supported a population of mini woolly mammoths back in the past. But through the years, they became pygmy mammoths, then died out, probably from Indians hunting them. Coastal Chumash Native Americans lived on the islands, trading with the mainland villages in their plank canoes. Spaniards, oblivious to ecological concerns, dropped off non-native pigs on the islands so they would be sure to have meals when they happened by. Modern-day hunters took advantage of this and enjoyed great pig hunting throughout the years until the Nature Conservancy bought the island and had them all exterminated and left to waste. This is a whole lot better than sitting in an office, Luke thought, playing his harmonica on the run back
with a hold full of black cod. One routine fishing day, the 20th in a row, Luke was managing the lines on the last set of gear. Using a broomstick, he stacked the line neatly as he hauled first onto the deck, then into barrels. Luke was bone tired, the kind of tired that might pass for drunk. Without thinking, he reached down into the coil of the line on the deck with his hand. Just then, the boat rocked back and the line popped out of the line hauler. Snap! It sounded like the giant's anchor chain breaking or somebody shooting a .45 right next to Luke's ear. Luke froze. He looked down in horror as he watched the line tightening around his wrist. He heard loud popping sounds followed by gross snapping sounds, the sickly sound of his wrist snapping and the tendons of his elbow tearing. The demented line flipped Luke overboard as if he were a limp piece of spaghetti. The next thing Luke knew, he was lying on the deck with Richard slapping him. "Wake up, Luke, wake up." Disoriented and blurry, Luke came to. "What the hell was that?" "Oh, my arm." "You got yanked over and dragged down about 30 feet. I guess your glove pulled off or slipped off your hand and the line came off of that. And you got free, you lucky fucker." Finish pulling the gear, and we'll go in," Luke groaned. "We should go in now," Richard said. "Pull the gear," Luke barked. "I'm going to need the cash to pay for the cast and the medical treatment." He lay down in the cabin and spent the rest of the trip moaning in agony. Richard sold the catch to Mr. Shin that day, who had driven up from Los Angeles to conclude the deal behind the Malibu cinema. Luke went to the doctor and emerged with the cast and a new outlook on life. Maybe it was time to come in off the water, Luke thought. Luke recovered from his injuries, but he decided the big man upstairs had given him a push to start something new, to use his education and hard-earned contacts in the seafood industry. Luke sold the Sea Breeze for a handsome profit. He decided to hold on to his money this time and finish his degree at Humboldt State. A year passed. Luke toiled away at his studies. He contemplated what to do with his cash. With a $78,000 windfall from the sale of his boat, he paid his debts and assessed his future. "Mom, I'm thinking of buying a house up here in Humboldt to secure my cash and maybe even rent it out after I graduate," Luke said to his mom over the phone. "Luke, that sort of thing's for old folks who need security. Do something more fun. Life is for living," she said. So much for prudence. Oh well, thought Luke. I really don't have enough to swing the deal anyway. After serious contemplation, Luke did what any 24-year-old red-blooded American boy would do with $78,000. He bought a brand new baby blue Softail Springer Harley-Davidson motorcycle and shipped it to Ljubljana, Slovenia in Europe. He intended to enjoy Europe on his Harley and sell it for a profit in France. A few weeks later, Luke arrived in Slovenia, jet-lagged and ready to get on his hog. He originally wanted to meet the bike in Paris, France, but they wanted a $4,000 deposit just to bring the Harley into their country. His friend Bruno, known as Bronny, a freight forwarder in Slovenia, offered to help him bring the bike into Ljubljana legally and tax-free. Wink, wink. Bronny owned a vintage Harley himself, one of the few in the former Soviet country. On arrival, Luke fired up the bike right in the airport freight warehouse. The loud Harley pop, pop, pop invigorated Luke and stunned the workers. Ah, the sound of freedom, the workers thought. Luke met up with Bronny's beautiful wife, Alenka, at the terminal. "Bronny is taken ill and he's at the hospital," she said. "We think he ate some bad chicken and has salmonella poisoning. Follow me. I'll take you there. He is waiting to see you." Luke followed Alenka as they passed through the beautiful green rolling hills on into the hospital. Luke pulled outside the emergency room and gave his new bike a few big revs to sound his arrival. Bronny lay in bed looking weak. He tried to compose himself. Bronny was a special sort of man, a homespun village philosopher. Luke's mom had met Bronny during the Yugoslavian communist days. She could tell straight away that he was the sort of man who could cut through the crap and always have a positive outlook on things. Luke, look at you. You are a man now. How is your mom? He asked with a smile. Mom is fine. She sends her best, Bronny. Luke, your bike sounds great. I heard you pulling up outside. I paid $3,300 for those loud pipes, Luke said. They're illegal in Europe, you know, Bronny replied. Illegal? Never mind that. That's why we love Americans, so loud and annoying. Europeans are little orderly church mice, Bronny said philosophically. Luke, I would love nothing more than to tour on my fat boy Harley with you and show you my country. Maybe I will be well enough in a few weeks and we can do it then. Bronny handed Luke something. Here, take my biking gloves. They are comfortable and will bring you luck. Luke accepted the gift with humility. Where do you think I should begin? We have the world's longest tunnel connecting us to Austria, you know. It cuts right through the Alps. Many beautiful women in Austria. Try a small town called Klagenfurt. They have a nice lake there. You look tired. You can sleep at my place and get on the road first thing, Bronny said. Luke gave Bronny a hug and smiled. Stay well, my friend. Stay well, Luke said. The next morning, Luke said farewell to Alenka and Bronny's two lovely daughters, donned his chaps, leather jackets, helmet, and gloves Bronny had given him. He fired up the bike, retracted the hulky kickstand, and off he went to Klagenfurt, Austria. He pulled up to the grassy bank next to the lake. To his delight, he spied row after row of beautiful topless women. Luke wasted no time in changing into his baggy American swim trunks and diving straight into the water. He was the only man on the beach who was not sporting a Speedo or naked. After a long swim, he emerged from the water. Luke sauntered down the beach, trying not to be too obvious when staring at the bare-breasted women of which his Victorian American upbringing had so deprived him. His eyes stopped on an extra-large pair of perfect breasts that happened to be attached to an even more perfect woman. Luke casually sat a few feet away from her. He pretended to close his eyes, but continued to look at the goddess on the beach. He eventually dozed off. He was startled awake by a friendly poke in the ribs and a giggle. My God, Luke thought. It was the woman trying to get his attention. Hello, I am Anna, the woman said. Luke tried to maintain his composure and conceal his blush. Luke Dodge, a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Then he shook her hand. Luke stared at the 6-foot-tall, blue-eyed brunette. Anna spoke broken English, but the communication was crystal clear. My friend's having dinner tonight. Do you want to come over? Luke was like a deer in the headlights. Sure, what time? 8 o'clock. Luke checked into a hotel, washed up, and proceeded to the address Anna had given him. He knocked on the door. Anna answered, wearing a beautiful evening gown. Luke wore a mismatched pair of shorts and a t-shirt and dirty socks. Luke entered the beautiful 2-story wooden house. A massive St. Bernard jumped onto Luke, covering him with slobber. Luke, I'm sorry, my friends cannot make it tonight. Do you mind if we eat alone? Sure, no, I don't mind. Luke tried to suppress his anticipation of what was to come. Anna made a wonderful Austrian dish. Luke was not sure what type of meat he was eating. The night carried on, and the two discussed politics, religion, money, and their favorite colors. Anna told him her grandfather's wartime stories. As the midnight hour approached, Luke could take no more. He leaned over to Anna. All he could think of were her breasts that remained barely hidden behind the scanty dress that she was wearing. She spoke. You want to kiss, Luke? She did not wait for a response. Anna grabbed Luke firmly and pressed their lips together. For the rest of the night, Luke enjoyed being a foreign representative of his country. After all, he had to make American men measure up to all the meanings of the word. Luke, who had been so eager to burn up the roads in Europe, was now staying at this charming village. He got to know the mayor, and he stayed a while. The mayor even wanted to ride his Harley, and he spent days with Anna in Klagenfurt. Anna wanted to come to America. Anna wanted Luke. Luke was tempted. Luke needed to move on. After a week of being spoiled silly, Luke packaged his things. Anna, I'll never forget you, but I have to get to Paris. I have to sell this bike, and I have to get back to college in Humboldt. He suited up and headed down the road. Anna waved goodbye. Luke traversed the European continent over the next 4 weeks. He nearly froze when crossing the high mountains of the German and Swiss Alps in a t-shirt and his leather jacket. He had anticipated riding the Harley wide open on the German Autobahn, perhaps hitting 130 to 140 miles an hour. Once there, he pinned the throttle to the max, ducked his head, and held on. The speed gauge read 97, then 98, then 99. Come on, you stupid Harley! Luke pressed on, but the American bike just did not have the guts to break 100 miles an hour on the Autobahn. Luke spent a few days in the French town of Biarritz, where he came to understand why his childhood hero of Jacques Cousteau had built such a strong connection with the sea. The sea seemed to permeate every aspect of life in this region of France. Cousteau must have felt the same feelings as Luke felt in the same place. Not to mention that Cousteau and Luke shared the exact same zodiac chart. Finally, Luke reached Paris, the place he intended to sell the bike for a king's ransom, at least in his mind anyway, and return home a rich hero in his own eyes. He rounded a turn to the city with great anticipation. The Eiffel Tower came into view in the distance. Wow, look at that, Luke yelled through with a smile through his helmet. Nothing could stop him now. Luke pulled into a bistro for a baguette and a coffee. The Parisians were less than friendly. Luke tried his best to communicate. Où est là le marché du poisson? Where's the fish market? Luke asked a few people. The answer was always the same. Je pas. I don't know. In fact, nearly everyone in Paris knew exactly where the fish market was. They just didn't want to say. After several days of absorbing the moody, bohemian Parisian lifestyle, Luke met a Frenchman who was willing to help him find the fish market. He spoke English. The man was from Montreal. He offered Luke explicit directions to the main fish market known as the Rungis Marketplace. The Rungis is known as the belly of Paris. It is a massive centralized market that sells most of France's meat, poultry, produce, and seafood. You need to go there in the early mornings to see the good stuff, the man said. Don't let them hustle you. Don't let them hustle you, he repeated himself. Thanks, but I can take care of myself, Luke replied politely with confidence. Early the next morning, Luke arrived at the Rungis fish market. He marveled at the incredible variety of fresh, frozen, and live sea creatures everywhere. Frogs from China, swordfish from Africa and the U.S., tuna from Vietnam and the Philippines, lobster from Scotland, and many, many crayfish, or écrevisse, as they like to say. Luke, excited and curious, wanted to know more about the French seafood business. He was determined to find out how he could ship seafood from the U.S. to France and make money doing it. He approached two men in their 30s who were sitting and enjoying a 6 a.m. glass of rosé wine after their all-night shifts. They spoke some English. Bonjour, my name is Luke. Bonjour, Luke. The burly men raised their glasses. We are Frank and Christophe. Do you know if I can talk to someone about importing fish from the USA? Luke, my friend, it just happens that we are the personal friends of the big boss here at Rungis. We're happy to introduce you, for a small fee, of course. Okay, lead the way. The two Frenchmen hastily arranged a meeting with a low-level employee of the Rungis, perhaps not even in the seafood division. The meeting was short and offered Luke no insight into the French seafood business. After the brief mock meeting, Christophe and Frank drew serious looks. Luke, now it is time for our commission, Frank said. I need to go to the ATM. Please show me the way. The three proceeded to the nearest ATM. Okay, how much do you guys need? The Frenchman paused for calculation, looked at Luke's nearby Harley, then back at Luke. 1,000. 1,000 francs? That's almost $150, Luke gasped. No, we want $1,000. Luke could see that he was being hustled. just as the man from Montreal had warned. He had to think quickly. Nobody was nearby to help if they decided to assault him. Luke tore off his biker's jacket and threw it on the ground. "Here you go. You might as well take my jacket and my shirt, too. Do you want my pants and my shoes?" The Frenchmen were startled and embarrassed, but they did not offer to negotiate. Luke changed tactics. "I tell you what, I'll give you $20 now, and I'll agree to pay 10% of the sale of my Harley when I do sell it. But you need to help me sell it soon, okay?" The conniving men saw dollar signs. Luke had outfoxed them with the negotiation tactics. "Meet us in the morning under the Eiffel Tower. We'll have a buyer there. Do not be late, Mr. Dodge." "Obviously," Luke said. He motioned his bike and headed back to downtown Paris. The Rungis was 20 miles from Luke's hotel. He had spent the better part of the day meandering through the fish market and waiting for his fruitless meeting. Luke stopped for a bite on his way to the hotel. He ate some bread, cheese, drank a few glasses of Bordeaux. Now it was dark, and the evening felt ominous. He ignored the speed limits and enjoyed the loud echoes that his noisy Harley created when riding through the narrow French streets. He considered the $300 for the extra loud exhaust pipes that he had spent as a good investment. He took a wrong turn and found himself in a maze of tunnels. The red wine did not help his ability to navigate. Luke looked at his wristwatch. "Wow, 9:30 already?" He snapped out of his daze as he went careening into a row of yellow road cones in front of a gore point where one tunnel divided into two. He wiped out nearly half a dozen cones before he righted the bike, and they flew in every direction and he almost smashed right into the dividing point, probably ending his own life at the very least. He managed to bring his bike under control at the last second, avoiding a collision. It was a few nights later, at this very tunnel schism, that Princess Diana met her end. Luke wondered if the cones had been righted properly. If they had been righted properly, after his encounter? If not, I don't know. Had he contributed to the accident? Nah. That was his thought process anyway. The next morning, Luke made a detour on his way to the Eiffel Tower for a quick stop at the Louvre to see the Mona Lisa. The entrance line extended around the block. Luke drove his Harley right to the front of the line, parked it, and cut right in front. The Mona Lisa was as beautiful as he imagined, just much smaller and difficult to see behind 800 chattering Japanese tourists. Luke left the Louvre and headed for the Eiffel Tower park. Today it was crowded, much more crowded than before. He managed to get near the tower, park his bike, and have a look at the reason for the massive throng standing around. About 200 yards away stood a small man dressed in red on a stage. He was mumbling in Latin or French. It was hard to tell. Oh man, Luke realized it was Pope John Paul, whom 1 million people gathered to hear. Many of the supporters were Italian. Guess they just did not get enough of him back home, Luke concluded. Luke, over here." It was Frank and Christophe. "Hi guys, did you bring the buyer?" "He was detained but promises to meet you at your hotel. Please give us the address of the hotel and we'll visit you tonight around 10 o'clock when he gets off." "Okay, but please make sure you follow through. I'm running out of time," Luke said. "I got to get back to college." Luke spent the day driving around Paris, calculating his next move, then returned to his hotel to meet the buyers. They never showed up. Luke tossed and turned that night in frustration. He was out of time and had to sell his motorcycle. He awoke the next morning to find the bike stolen. The entire metal frame to which he had locked it was gone as well. His heart sank. He was sure it was the Frenchman from the fish market who stole it. The locals and the police were not helpful, offering their Gallic shrug and form after form to fill out. Adding to Luke's misery, his insurance had expired 2 days before the theft, leaving Luke out nearly $21,000. The loss would set him back financially for several years. Luke took the TGV bullet train into Zurich to catch a Swiss air flight back to Los Angeles a few days later. The sleek train carried a miserable young American curled into his seat, not seeing the charming French countryside zip by. His hair was a mess, his spirit broken, his face unshaven. Wearing his biker jacket, he looked like a crazy person. Back in L.A., Luke took a few weeks to compose himself and plot his next move. After the Harley debacle, Luke had to get back on his feet. He rented a corner of a warehouse from a man named Bill. Bill owned an air freight company near Los Angeles International Airport. Luke maxed out his credit to buy large live fish and lobster tanks. He imported live lobster and abalone from Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. He bought only the finest, most expensive live seafood and made many new contacts. Luke had only been renting the space from Bill for a month when Bill won $11 million in the California lottery. After collecting his winnings, Bill walked into Luke's corner office. "Hey, can I invest in your business? Just won some big money in the lottery." Luke was not looking for a partner, but saw an opportunity to try something new. "Sure, we can ship lobsters to China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. They'll pay us well over there," Luke said. Bill agreed and wrote Luke a check on the spot for $25,000. With the fresh money in his hand, Luke expanded his small operation. He set up a lobster pack house, complete with large lobster tanks, workers, and packaging storage. He could pack and ship nearly 2 tons of local live lobster every day for the first weeks of season. The operation was demanding and stressful, often keeping Luke up through the night. "My lobster all dead, I'd not pay you no money." He often received such calls from angry overseas Chinese buyers late at night. Later, after a few years to ponder and learn, he discovered why. The lobster had landed in Hong Kong alive, and unknown to Luke, were smuggled across the water to mainland Shenzhen, China. To avoid taxes, officials had to be bribed. The smuggling was rife with delays, complications, and danger. Some of the losses began to mount. The Chinese paid Luke only for the lobsters that arrived alive in the mainland, and nothing for the dead ones, only on the other side of the smuggling operations. Sometimes the dead losses were up to 75%, hitting Luke hard in the pocketbook. The Chinese deducted this amount from the payment, offering Luke nothing for the dead ones. The delay from the smuggling was just enough to kill the lobster, oftentimes, which already had been in transit for 24 hours from L.A. After the first season, Luke threw in the towel. Not quite sure why so many lobsters were dying. He figured he was suffering the wrath of bad karma from all the short size or out-of-season lobsters and traps that he had robbed from the flats in his youth. Chapter 32, Despair. Back in the present. Nikki returned to Hamburg, Germany, where she found quarters with an old schoolmate. The cold air and gray sky of Germany seemed to match the mood of both Nikki and Luke. Nikki had recently put in for a hiatus with her doctor job and was not due back to work for several months. She began to work at a local clinic and put her longing for Luke and America to the side. Luke was another story, though. The once brave ocean spirit was a mess without Nikki. He called Nikki 5 times a day, running his phone bill through the roof. He was unable to pay his $1,200 phone bill, and the line was eventually cut off. 1 month turned into 2, and 2 into 3. It was as if Nikki was in jail and visiting was just not allowed. Luke wanted to visit Nikki in Germany, but had not yet saved enough money for the trip. Luke sank back into his pre-Nikki chasm of depression and self-pity. The house plants wilted, turned brown, and finally died. They even went rotten before Luke noticed. Luke had to face this situation alone. His mom, Tina, had been spending more and more time at the doctor's office for an ailment that had not yet been diagnosed. Nothing, save his daily collect calls to Nikki, was preventing Luke from taking a permanent mental holiday. All his anger and fear from the barge accident returned, along with the nightmares, the cold sweats, the insomnia, the frayed nerves, and fear of almost anything that moved. He redirected his fear and anger towards the only place that he could, back at the sea. This time his anger was so intense that he loathed anything watery. He turned off TV shows about the ocean, took alternate routes to avoid driving by the sea, and even contemplated moving to Montana. He pored over real estate listings in landlocked areas. Hey, this one in Kansas City looks good. The encyclopedia says it's the furthest U.S. city from the ocean. Perfect. Luke rationalized that if he never so much saw or touched the ocean again, it would be just fine with him. Nothing could get him back in the water. Nothing. Chapter 33, Stone Shot, back at the present. Taking the long way to avoid the view of the sea, Luke brought his mother home from the hospital and dropped her at the mobile home where Luke had grown up and where she now lived alone. His despair about his mother momentarily trumped his fear of the sea. Luke walked down to the fishing pier. He sat and pondered his options. He looked at the sky and the water. Well, better get to it, Pops, he said, looking upwards. On doctor's orders, Luke had taken Tina in for some additional tests. They turned out positive for a critical heart condition that required a new heart. Even if a suitable donor could be found in time, the cost of the operation would be $250,000. And it was impossible for Luke and his mother to manage such a cost. Together, if they sold their stocks, perhaps they could raise $50,000, but not a penny more. She did not have the right insurance for such an expensive operation. The situation seemed hopeless indeed. He figured that Pops was testing him. His thoughts focused on the survival of his mother now. He thought of all the times she had protected him from the ugliness of the world and guided him to new opportunities. He walked to the end of the fishing pier where Ted sold tickets for the day fishing boats. Like Baja, Ted was a timeless man. He seemed never to age, never complained about a thing, and was quick with a smile. Luke loved to sit and talk to Ted about the days just after World War II when the fishing was at its best. Ted would cackle, sit back in his chair with his black captain's hat on while he smoked his unfiltered Pall Mall cigarettes. Because he looked the part of an old sea dog, he occasionally appeared in a film or two as just that, a sea captain. Yep, back in those days, he said, we would catch 50-pound sea bass nearly every day. Big black sea bass came in most every week of the summer, and the abs, boy, they were everywhere. Ted knew many local rich folks and a few foreigners too, but he never bragged about it. Luke approached the counter and said with a big sigh, "Hiya, Ted." "Luke, good to see you." "Good to see you again, kid," Ted said with his usual happy enthusiasm. "How are things?" "To be honest, my mom is real sick and needs a very expensive heart operation. We're going to lose her, Ted. She hasn't got the right insurance and we don't have that kind of money. And we have about a week to find a heart. Anyway, how was your day, Ted?" "Kid, it's funny. We have been friends for the past 20 years with a Spanish guy named Don. Actually, his name is Don Esteban Morea Carvalho de la Alba de la Catalan. But Don will do just fine. He keeps a place here because his kids go to Pepperdine. He is related to the king over in Madrid. He's made of money, and he likes to help people out. He might be willing to help you guys." "Ted, do you really think there's a chance?" Luke said with a hopeful smile. "I'll call him later tonight when it's early morning over there in Spain. Give me your mom's doctor's number and permission for us to talk to him. You will have to answer in the morning. You'll have your answer in the morning," he said. The next morning, Luke met up with Ted as he was walking down to the pier to open the ticket shed. "So any luck with the Spanish guy?" Luke asked. "Why, yes, he's willing to help you guys. but there are a few conditions. Tell me. For one, the operation must be done in Spain. Something about U.S. liability laws that he just doesn't like. Second, and most importantly, the donor must do it of their own accord. No Chinese prisoners killed for their organs. Gotta be a person killed in an accident or natural causes who wills his organs to another person. Lastly, the donor must have a clean blood system, no drugs. He was very specific about that. Don and his doctor advised lawyers feel the chance of your mom's body rejecting an organ from a drug-using donor is just too high. He wants to save her, not kill her. When do we leave? Luke asked with enthusiasm. In 48 hours, kid. Be ready. Luke trotted back to his mother and broke the good news. The next morning, Luke, Ted, and his quickly perishing mom left on a direct Iberia Airlines flight from Los Angeles International Airport straight over to Madrid. An onboard doctor, paid for by the Don, made sure that she had the best care en route. 11 hours later, they boarded a connector flight to Cadiz, where an ambulance sped them to a specialized cardiac unit established by the Spanish government under the umbrella of a charity arm of the young Prince Juan Carlos. Luke looked out the window at the sparkling sea. The Golfo de Cadiz shimmered in the distance. Wow, must be some nice fish in these waters, he said aloud, after sitting in at the transplant waiting residence near the hospital. The doctor came by. Hello, I'm Dr. Padilla. As soon as we properly examine Mrs. Dodge, we will make preparations for the transplant. We must hurry to make compatibility tests so we do not get caught unprepared. Yes, we need a donor. This is the hard part. We must wait for somebody to have an unfortunate accidente. It's tough. At least from death we can make life. That's how I looked at it anyway, the elegant doctor said. Dr. Padilla had been fully briefed on the benefactor's lawyers as to the terms of the deal. He waited at the hospital while Luke filled out the papers. Suddenly the doors flew open and a bright ball of sunshine appeared in the doorway. It was Nikki, Dr. Nikki. Dressed in her doctor's scrubs, Nikki hugged and kissed Luke. All his troubles melted away, and he knew there was no way anything could go wrong as long as Nikki was by his side. After a long kiss and an embrace, the only words Luke could come up with were, I guess you got my voicemail about coming over here. Any big reunion would have to wait, as the immediacy of the situation beckoned. The group waited through the night with no available donors. Hope began to fade by morning. Suddenly, the bay doors of the emergency room opened again. Luke knew this would be the donor. The doctors and nurses worked at a frantic pace to revive the girl. She did not seem to have any bloody injuries. It looked suspicious. Luke asked an aide, so what is she dying from? Looks like a heroin overdose. Luke thought he had seen needle marks on her left arm. He turned to Ted. Time was running short for his mom. Please, Ted, please let me use the girl's heart. I mean, it's all we got. Luke, I want to save your mom as much as you do. That is why we are here. It's out of my hands. We are here. It's out of my hands. The doctors are being paid directly from the benefactor's lawyers, and if they found out we transplanted a heart from a drug addict, the hospital would not only be stiffed on the bill, they would close us down for good. There's a lot at stake. There's just nothing I can do. Sorry, Luke. The ER went quiet. Luke could see the doctor pronouncing the time of death on the girl. La hora de muerto. Desde 3:02. Nikki emerged from Tina's room. Luke, 1, maybe 2 more days. Dr. Padilla walked into the room with a long face and said, Luke, I'm very sorry. We cannot use the girl's heart. We're just going to have to wait for another donor. When will that be? Luke asked sadly. Who knows? Could be a week, could be longer. Luke, trying to stay composed, ran outside. Dr. Padilla walked up and put his hand on Luke's shoulder. You must be suffering a great deal, mi hijo. Luke turned to the doctor. Well, if I had $250,000 to pay you, would you use the girl's heart? After a long pause, the doctor removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Well, it's risky, but if you sign the liability waiver, we would do the procedure. Plus, it must be completed within 24 hours. That is, if we're to use the girl's heart and if it's still available. Others are waiting too, you know. Ted walked up and handed Luke a flyer. He had seen it earlier in the hallway. It was in Spanish. Luke translated it as best he could, which read, World Freediving Spearfishing Championship. One shot, one fish, one day only. Grand prize, $200,000. Winner takes all. The event date was that very day. Luke grabbed the flyer, read it, and bolted for the door. Nikki tried to stop him, but it was too late. She had seen the flyer on the way and hoped Luke would not see it. She prayed that he would not try to leave. He was out of practice and was sure to push his limits. She was sure if he did dive that he would shoot the largest fish or die trying. Luke told the taxi driver to take him to the spearfishing meet. Andale rapido! They found the event traffic at the harbor. Luke paid the driver and flew from the taxi. Where do I sign? Show me. Who's got a pen? Wow, said one of the organizers, obviously an American. It's too late. The divers left at 6 this morning. Some are already back. Check out the weigh-in scales. Besides, you got the $1,000 entry fee? Luke looked at the scales. Decent groupers of 50, 60 pounds were just about everywhere, but no major winners yet. He recognized a few of the competitors from freediving trips back in the States. He dragged several of them to the official tent to vouch for him. He slapped his credit card on the table for the entry fee. Hans! Luke hailed a diver that he knew from Santa Cruz and one of his old dive clubs. Are you finished? Will you loan me your backup gear? Please? It's important, man. If you say so. Luke, good to see you, by the way. Take my good stuff. I've already been outweighed anyway. Got a nice 55-pound grouper in 90 feet of water. I destroyed the tow line bringing in my fish. Thanks, Hans. See you later, buddy. He grabbed Hans's gun, mask, and snorkel, and the long, deep dive fins he had. He would have to do without the standard 100-foot tow line and float buoy used to slow a big fish on the run. Each diver had been assigned his own boat and captain. The organizers directed Luke to one of the second-string reserve boats. Hey, you have to be back by 6 on the dock. At the weigh-in at 6, the organizer said to Luke as he ran off. Luke checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Luke approached the ancient plywood vessel. It was painted yellow, apparently with ordinary house paint, in preparation for the competition. It boasted a clunky 2-stroke gasoline engine mounted midship with the tiller aft. On the transom, the 20-foot boat had her name freshly painted, which read, the Reina. It means queen, a voice said. Luke turned to find a gentlemanly older Spanish man. Hola, my name is Capitan Guillermo Lopez, and this is my boat, the dignified Spaniard proclaimed with pride. Lopez sported a gray beard, was dark-complexioned, and wore a traditional mariner's blue skull cap. Even though the captain spoke decent English, for respect, Luke did his best to try to communicate with the captain in mangled Spanish. Yo quiero un grandito atún. The Capitan replied, You want a big tuna? Not possible. Only small grouper around here, son. I've been diving these waters for 50 years, and I know. Luke changed to English and persisted. Even if we have to motor for 2 hours, I want you to find me a tuna, the biggest one in all of the Mediterranean or the Atlantic. I know one place, the captain said. It's more than 30 miles offshore in the blue water. Few people try to get there because of the bad weather. It's called the Ocean Mountain. Luke suspected that Lopez was telling him the location of a secret spot. He didn't have time to wonder why. Take me there, Luke persisted. The clanking slow engine and the rising swells made the long boat ride more difficult. Am I nuts? Luke gave himself a mental kick in the ass. I'm out of practice. I can't remember what it feels like even to float in the water. I promised Nikos I would never hunt in competitions. This gear's all wrong. The fins will fall off, I'm sure. He imagined pulling the trigger once again. Each time, at the moment of truth, he backed off in his mind. God, look at that tanker over there. A passing huge tanker in the open water on the horizon. Passed by, feeling it's washed from a quarter mile away, seeing it ramming through the water, unstoppable and unaccountable at 20 knots. Fear and remembrance rose in Luke like a tsunami. He remembered and felt the barge impact. He vomited over the side. Lopez said nothing, looking intently far into the horizon, as if he could already see the mountain underwater. Luke pushed it aside and concentrated on saving his mother. He had to do it now. He busied himself checking out the gear. After several hours of steaming through the choppy swell, the skipper announced, "Look over there, birds, jumping tuna, big ones everywhere." A swirling patch of water erupted as 8 to 10 yellowfin tuna circled around schools of baitfish, broke the surface in pursuit, thrashing about violently. They hung suspended over the water for moments, flashing their jet blue backs and silvery bellies, open mouths, catching the bait midair before splashing back down on their sides. Lopez looked at Luke and smiled. The sight had triggered the dormant hunter in Luke's soul. The doubts were now gone. Luke adjusted his mask strap, gave Lopez the thumbs up, and prepared himself to flip over the gunnels into the bottomless purple-blue water. The moment of truth had arrived. After years of hating and fearing the sea, Luke had but one chance to save his mother. To do that, he had to conquer his fear. He donned his mask and tried to envision his short leap to the sea. He closed his eyes, and the barge appeared once again in his mind. The screaming and the fear saturating him to his core. Tears erupted from his eye sockets for the love of his mother and his fear of the sea. He was a stronger force, though. Luke cried and convulsed. He could not do it. He raised his fist in defiance and screamed at the sea. "You're not going to kill my mom," he said. "You've taken enough from me, goddammit, you son of a bitch." Lopez looked on in horror, thinking that he might have befriended a crazy person. Perhaps Lopez instinctively knew how Luke felt, having had a similar situation somewhere in his own past. Or maybe he simply did not want to share his boat with a local gringo. Nonetheless, Lopez waited for the right moment, then gunned the throttle, throwing Luke into the sea. Lopez threw Luke his gun and told him to get busy. "Tírelo," he yelled. Splash. "Loco," Lopez laughed. Luke hovered for a moment. The water felt strange yet hauntingly familiar. He took a few moments floating on his back, miles from shore. He did his best to compose himself. He took a deep breath and descended to about 20 feet, where he pursed his poorly fitted mask. "Guess I better cock my gun," he said to himself. Luke concluded. He pulled back on the 3 9/16-inch rubber power bands. He loaded the gun, its butt dug into his out-of-shape belly. He felt like a pro athlete trying his hand at sport after 10 years on the sidelines. No time for self-pity or reflection. Luke knew somehow that Lopez would not let him back in the boat until he had speared something big. Luke made another shallow dive, trying to find his cool, and then surfaced again. The water was purple, blue, and crystal clear with unlimited visibility. The visibility was so far, it looked like he was floating in thin air. Luke swam a bit and then glided. He lay suspended in the water column and could feel everything around him. He had no sense of self anymore. The water had no end and had no beginning. He could feel the hearts of the giant yellowfin tuna pounding as they swam just out of sight. The smaller ones fed at the surface. The bigger ones, the smarter ones, stayed deep. One shot, one fish, one kill. This was it. Luke went up for another breath. He sat on the surface for a minute. He closed his eyes, relaxed, and began his rhythmic breathing. 10 deep breaths in, then 10 shallow ones, for 2 minutes until his lungs were purged of carbon dioxide and his bloodstream full of oxygen. He turned and with one kick glided slowly downwards. He leveled off near 100 feet, hanging motionless, waiting. He slowed his heart and concentrated his blood around his lungs and his heart. His instinct returned like an old friend. He could feel and see the ocean's web of energy once again. He felt the pure joy of happiness, something he thought he would never feel again. Then he realized something that set him straight. The sea did not hate him. The sea hates nobody. It just is. Above, the skipper donned his mask and looked over the side. He saw a bright ball of shining light where Luke should have been. A full minute went by. A massive, shadowy figure emerged from the abyss. A yellowfin tuna coasted into view. By the size of its signature half-moon-shaped dorsal and anal fins, Luke judged it to be about 400 pounds, 8 to 10 feet long. He had not seen anything like it at the competition weigh-in and never dreamed he might ever land such a huge fish. Luke's borrowed weapon, a mid-sized grouper gun, had a shooting range of just 20 feet with the cord attached to the shaft. The elusive tuna maintained 40 feet of distance away from Luke. Holding at the same depth as Luke, the tuna started to swim circles. There was no way to kill it with the line attached to the spear shaft. Wary of spooking his prize, Luke kept his distance and avoided eye contact with the mighty fish, a sign of aggression that would have sent the fish fleeing. Luke had sensed the mammoth fish was eyeing him. "What are you thinking, fish? It's just you and me out here." One shot, Luke thought. Luke pulled out his knife and cut the shooting line from the spear shaft, extending the range of the spear to likely 40 feet or more. The shot would have to be a perfect stone shot, something he had yet to achieve. He would have to drag the fish up to the boat before it sank. All in the same breath. That would be the tough part, and in 1,000 feet of water, no less. Luke slowly extended his gun, taking aim at the tuna, taking aim at a $200,000 prize to buy his mother a new heart. As Luke increased the tension on the weapon, gaining a perfect angle for a perfect stone shot, the ocean at once became an energy field, alive with colors and motion. The tuna emitted a bright green aura. The sight dazzled the young man's eyes. The life force of all living things in the sea connected Luke and the great fish. All he had to do was pull the trigger. He hesitated. Can I do this? Do I have the right to do it? Do I have the will, the ability? Luke heard Shaleko, the Amazonian Indian, saying, "Follow your heart, Luke." Luke imagined Nikos next to him saying, "Follow your heart, Luke." Luke saw Nikki extending her soft hand, touching him on the arm, saying, "Follow your heart, Luke." He saw his mother smiling, reaching out to him, saying, "Follow your heart, son." His heart gave him the answer. He eyed the tuna, extended his arm, closed his eyes, and gently squeezed the trigger. The unfamiliar gun launched the arrow with a harsh kick, nearly spraining Luke's wrist. He kept his eyes closed until he heard the distinctive sound of a stone shot. Crack! The tuna's silver color from the point where the shaft had struck behind the gill plate to the end of its tail had become a dull gray, indicating paralysis and a direct hit. Suppressing his strong urge to rise to the surface and breathe, Luke slowly swam over to the sinking tuna. He wrapped the tail in the shooting line and began his ascent. The neutral qualities of a fish in a seawater allowed Luke to inch the hulking, twitching prize towards the surface. Should the tuna kick back to life, Luke would surely be dragged to his death. The illuminated, ripping plane above and tiny boat beneath him seemed hundreds of miles away. To keep his heart rate slow and his oxygen consumption down, he swam slowly, the line around his hand, to try to slow the tuna's descent. He had been down now for 3 minutes at least. His body was starting to shut down with shallow water blackout. His peripheral vision developed a black perimeter giving way to tunnel vision. Luke saw stars and lost motor function, nearly letting the line slip away. His legs tingled. He tasted metal in his mouth, signaling moments to lights out and certain death. At 40 feet to go towards the surface, with consciousness fading, he dropped his weight belt, tied the shooting line around his palms with a quick half hitch, and hoped that this moment positive buoyancy would kick in and it would carry him to the surface even if he was unconscious. A few feet from the surface, the lights went out. The spear gun floated out of his grip and bobbed into view. The skipper saw that the gun had floated to the surface, but Luke had not. A former freediver himself, he knew Luke had been down way too long. Lopez was old, but had never lost his diver's instinct and had no intention of losing a diver on this day. He grabbed a mast and jumped in the water. He breaststroked to 30 feet down, where he found Luke unconscious and sinking towards the bottom, tethered to the sinking giant dead tuna. He grabbed Luke by the hair and powered his way up to 2 dead weights in tow. Luke struggled to tie off the shooting line to a cleat, rescuing the tuna. Holding the gunnel in one hand and Luke in the other, he untied the line from Luke's wrist and started slapping the young man a few times. "Awake, awake," he yelled. Lopez triggered Luke's breathing reflex by gently breathing across his face. Luke sputtered, drew a huge breath, and snapped back to life. "Where's my fish? My gun? Did I lose him?" Lopez pointed to the fish dangling 30 feet below. "Can we make it in time?" Luke asked. "Maybe no," Lopez said, nodding at the big tuna. "Oh, it makes a big drag." "Well, we'll have to put her in the boat then," Luke said. The fish was as big as the boat itself. Maybe impossible, but we try, okay, boss?" "Hey, and thank you for saving my life, Capitan." The diver and the captain leveraged the big fish into the little boat over the low stern railing. It took up every inch of the deck space, and it hung over at the rails. Luke sat on his prize. He looked up at the sky. "Thank you, Pops. Thank you." Now free from the drag, the boat picked up speed. As they zoomed along with just enough time to make it back to the weigh-in, Luke saw a floating red ball cap off in the distance. He grabbed it as the boat went by. He put it on his head, and it fit his head just right. It felt like the hat was made for him. It was his good luck trophy for the day. Just in the nick of time, they made the weigh-in, and Luke got the grand prize. He took the cash, took it straight to the hospital. The doctor did the operation, and his mother was saved. The end. So that's the end of Stone Shot Gang, and I've really enjoyed reading this live in front of Tom and Carol Stevens. We hope that you'll join us for the next book, Explosive Crossroads, where Luke Dodge is freediving in front of the Panama Canal for Robalo, and he finds a giant unexploded dirty radioactive bomb, and he gets sucked up into the plot as the prime suspect, and then he's off in the Darien rainforest seeking refuge as Homeland Security hunts him down as the prime suspect.